In the heart of a desolate land, now a sprawling graveyard for countless fallen souls, the remnants of a war that could never be won lingered. Life had been stripped away in the relentless pursuit of victory, leaving the few survivors with a single, primal desire: survival. Beyond this instinct, there seemed little reason to continue in a world so thoroughly scarred by conflict. Yet, among the survivors, one figure had endured through unimaginable hardships, emerging as the protagonist of our tale. Having faced defeat 98 times, he now approached what he believed might be the final chapter of his arduous journey. A brilliant, almost blinding light beckoned him forward as he stepped into a vast chamber, where a formidable cadre of sentinel golems awaited. As he surveyed the towering figures before him, he couldn't help but question whether this was truly his 20th mission. Behind the imposing golems, a dark tunnel stretched into the unknown, suggesting these sentinels guarded something far more significant. His resolve hardened, and with a focused determination, he summoned his weapon. A crimson scythe materialized in his grip, its blade gleaming ominously. The moment the golems caught sight of the weapon, their eyes flared with renewed intensity, as if awakening from a deep slumber. With a unified purpose, these colossal sentinels advanced, their heavy weapons poised to strike. The battle commenced as they launched their coordinated assault, aiming to crush the lone warrior. However, his agility proved to be his greatest asset, allowing him to evade their deadly blows with swift, graceful movements. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With unshakable determination, he invoked the insignia of death, a powerful incantation. Above the leading golem, a dark, menacing circle adorned with the symbol of a grim skull appeared, marking the sentinel with a sinister curse. Cloaked in a fiery, dark aura, our hero's speed surged beyond the golem's reach. Seizing the moment, he delivered a devastating strike. The crimson scythe carved through the guardian's massive frame, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. As he stepped back, a satisfied smile crossed his face. The plan had worked flawlessly. Insignia of death had doubled the damage of his attack, ensuring his success. But the victory was short-lived. As the first golem crumbled, the remaining sentinels surged forward, their fury unbridled. They charged at him, intent on tearing him apart, the battle far from over. He was like a mere insect before these colossal monsters, dwarfed by their towering forms. Yet, the overwhelming disparity in size did nothing to deter him. Undaunted by their intimidating presence, he launched himself into the air, summoning a technique known as the Knight of Death. This skill imbued his weapon with a sinister, dark energy specifically designed to counter the sanctity of his opponents. Slowly, the darkness spread, consuming the radiant light that once bathed the temple in a holy glow. The golems, guardians of the sacred place, were soon engulfed in the encroaching shadow, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, the hero unleashed a cataclysmic strike, a wave of energy so powerful it could obliterate an entire horde of enemies in an instant. However, despite his calm demeanor, it quickly became evident that even this massive attack had failed to harm the guardian golems. With uncanny precision, the holy creatures retaliated, charging their arrows with the pure elements of fire and ice before launching them at the hero with deadly accuracy. Each arrow whizzed past him, narrowly missing its mark, threatening to end him with every shot. Realizing the imminent danger, the hero knew he needed to move faster to avoid the relentless barrage. Without hesitation, he leaped directly into the path of the advancing golems, meeting them head-on. His incredible speed allowed him to create afterimages that bewildered the guardians, causing them to strike at illusions rather than the real target. In a counterattack, one of the golems notched several arrows in rapid succession, firing them with such velocity that they broke the speed of light, obliterating nearly every illusion the hero had created. Despite the grave situation, the hero remained composed, even managing a taunting smile. He goaded the golems, mockingly suggesting that their efforts were far from enough to defeat him. But his confident facade quickly faded when a sudden burst of light erupted beneath him. To his shock, an unexpected magical seal on the floor had triggered a trap, summoning a massive block of ice that encased him completely, immobilizing him. His vaunted speed, which had been his greatest asset just moments before, was now utterly useless. Trapped, he fought with all his might to shatter the ice, slowly causing cracks to form. As he struggled, the golems closed in, one of them preparing to strike a fatal blow with a colossal spear. The cracks in the ice grew wider, but it still refused to break. In a desperate bid for freedom, the hero invoked another powerful skill, Moonlight Destruction. The ice surrounding him turned a deep crimson, and with a flash of brilliant red light, it shattered, releasing him from his icy prison. The unleashed attack not only freed him but also annihilated the guardian golem standing before him, unleashing the full power he had been holding back. His equipment, now enhanced by the use of this skill, underwent a transformation, becoming even more formidable. He acknowledged that he had come dangerously close to losing the battle, nearly failing the mission. After expending considerable time and energy battling the guardian golems, the hero made a crucial decision: to end the fight with a single, all-consuming strike. As the dark, malevolent aura around his scythe grew more intense, signaling the impending climax of the confrontation, the guardian golems prepared their most devastating attacks in response. Weapons capable of mass destruction, arrows charged with potent magic, and powerful seals were all ready, setting the stage for the final, decisive clash. Our hero retaliated with a powerful stomp, channeling immense energy into his scythe as he prepared to strike. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his moonlight destruction skill, now amplified by an overwhelming surge of dark power. But this time, the aura surrounding him was further enhanced by another skill, the red moon. The result was a devastating slash with a much wider reach, similar to the one that had shattered the ice earlier. The once dominant golems were cleaved through effortlessly, their massive forms falling to the ground as lifeless husks. As the protagonist landed, a sense of relief washed over him, knowing that these formidable enemies were finally defeated. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the mysterious area, heading towards the chamber that the Guardians had been protecting. However, as he advanced, an unsettling feeling crept over him. The surroundings resembled a temple, but there was something eerily vacant about the place. He approached the door at the far end, uncertain of what awaited him beyond it. As he neared, a magic circle inscribed on the floor began to glow and shift. With resolute determination, the hero stepped into the center of the circle, curious to see what would happen next. A rueful smile crossed his lips as he stood there, wondering if this would be the moment he finally completed the game on his 99th attempt. But his hope was quickly shattered when a notification appeared, informing him that only one player out of 5 was present on the magic circle. The harsh reality hit him: he needed a group of 5 to access the boss room. The notification warned that failing to meet this requirement would result in death. As he absorbed this grim truth, the weight of all his struggles and sacrifices seemed to evaporate. A golden light enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier that resisted all his efforts to escape. In his final moments, he cursed the absurdity of this last, impossible prerequisite, but his anger was futile. His body began to disintegrate, and he couldn't help but question if this was truly the end. The grim realization dawned on him as the game confirmed his death, with the countdown ticking away the last seconds of his life. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a hidden power activated, a rune known as Regression. This final act would mark the 100th use of the Regression rune, sending the last surviving hero back in time to the moment before his first mission began. With the activation of the rune, it would vanish forever, but the protagonist would start his journey anew, embarking on his 100th regression. The scene shifts to a Korean palace, situated in the heart of the city, where the story begins once again. It is the last day of the year, and a crowd has gathered to celebrate the coming of the new year. As the final 5 seconds of the year approached, a radiant blue aura enveloped the body of a lone figure. His discomfort was palpable as he realized that he had returned to his previous life. The moment he glanced at his hands, recognition dawned: this was the very instant before everyone was pulled into that stupid game. Clenching his fists, the man recalled how close he had come to winning, vowing to change his fate as he prepared to face the challenge once more. He was in the 20th round, teetering on the brink of another failure. As the clock ticked down to the final 2 seconds before disaster struck, he fantasized about freezing time, longing for just a moment more to find a way out. His mind flashed back to the message he received from the system after his last death. This was his 100th use of the Regression rune. The stakes were higher than ever, and he knew this might be his final chance to win. As the year's last seconds approached, the man who would be our protagonist steeled himself, determined to finish the game once and for all. He couldn't forget the critical requirement he failed to meet during the 20th round, the need to recruit 4 additional players. Now, as he prepared for what was to come, he began scanning the crowd, searching for the right people to join him. Just moments before the countdown to the new year, another figure came into view, an acquaintance of the protagonist, standing with a group of friends in the bustling city center, ready to welcome the new year. Among them was a bald man who, in the midst of the festivities, wondered aloud about his future after graduation. He jokingly asked his friend if he should take up a job as a delivery driver. The man named Youngman, who would later be revealed as our protagonist's former tormentor, responded with a grin, declaring his ambition to become a mob boss. His friends were taken aback, unsure if Youngman was serious or just joking. But Youngman, with a carefree attitude, argued that life was too short not to live it to the fullest. As his friends pondered the wisdom of keeping their distance from Youngman after graduation, laughter broke out among them. They realized that associating with a would-be gangster might not be the best life choice. The bald man then teased Youngman, asking what would become of his personal shuttle after they graduated, a thinly veiled reference to the person Youngman had bullied throughout high school. The mention of this shuttle conjured an image in Youngman's mind, a downtrodden, defeated individual who had always been at his beck and call. Laughing, Youngman assured his friends that he had no intention of letting go of his shuttle, even after graduation. The group found this hilarious, and one of them mentioned that he had recently seen the shuttle nearby. At that exact moment, our protagonist was enveloped in a radiant light, regressing back to his 100th and possibly final attempt. As he reappeared, his expression was calm yet resolute, a stark contrast to the timid demeanor Youngman had come to expect. Youngman, now facing his former victim, was struck by the change. Something was different about the person standing before him. He seemed older, more confident, almost as if he had lived through countless lifetimes. The protagonist met Youngman's gaze, something he had never dared to do before. His newfound confidence unnerved Youngman, who found himself confused and irritated by this unexpected shift. Just as Youngman was about to react, his friends intervened, reminding him that there would be plenty of time to settle scores later. After all, today marked the start of a new year. Taking their words to heart, Youngman reluctantly backed down, deciding to let the incident slide for now. The group resumed their celebration, believing themselves to be grown-ups now, and exchanged wishes for a happy new year. Meanwhile, our protagonist silently prepared for the challenges that lay ahead, knowing that this time, he was determined to change his fate. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the air, interrupting the celebration. It was a voice that carried an otherworldly quality, filled with both amusement and disdain. The voice remarked on how peculiar humans were, daring to celebrate the new year without any understanding of what was truly happening around them. The crowd, startled, began searching frantically for the source of the voice. Then, from the midst of the confusion, a majestic figure emerged. She was adorned in a flowing white dress, and her magnificent wings shimmered with a radiant light. Her presence commanded attention, and her voice, though serene, carried an underlying menace. As she looked down upon the gathered people, a mocking smile played on her lips, finding their ignorance amusing. She commented on how humans were no better than caged monkeys, oblivious to their fate. The appearance of this celestial being captivated everyone in the city center. Her beauty was so overwhelming that most onlookers were entranced, unable to look away, everyone except the hero. He recognized her immediately and felt a deep-seated loathing rise within him. He had seen this exact scenario unfold 99 times before, and each time, his hatred for this moment only grew stronger. The angelic figure tried to stifle her laughter, but it spilled out nonetheless, laced with contempt. She sneered at the humans, calling them trash for being so easily mesmerized by her appearance. Her time was too valuable to waste on such meaningless admiration, she said. If they could see her so clearly, then surely they could hear her just as well, she mused with a smirk. One man in the crowd, fed up with her mockery, shouted at her, demanding to know who she was. He accused her of merely cosplaying as an angel. The hero remained silent, watching as the scene played out just as it had before. The angel's smile never wavered, but her demeanor darkened. Her eyes shifted to a deep, menacing red, and her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The man who had dared to challenge her was now nothing more than a memory. Yeo Min, one of the bystanders, could only gasp in horror. The angel, her sweet voice now gone, warned the crowd with a deadly seriousness. She declared that no one was to speak to her with such disrespect again. Humans, she said, were far too insignificant to question her or act with any semblance of arrogance in her presence. Those who dared would meet the same fate as the fool who had just perished. She went on, her tone laced with condescension, explaining that humanity had fallen to a pitifully low status. As she prepared to reveal the reason for their current predicament, the hero could only sigh, knowing what was to come. With a twisted smile, the angel announced that they were all now part of a game. From this moment forward, on the 1st of every month, their souls would be transported to another dimension to compete in 20 rounds of this cruel game. This, she declared, was the only way humans would now exist, playing her game, trapped in a cycle of survival and despair. For the next few days, they would be consumed by the tasks they were given, focusing entirely on completing each one. If they succeeded, they would be rewarded and returned to their normal lives. But confusion spread among the crowd as the angel spoke. Many believed that simply finishing the tasks would guarantee their survival, but the reality was far harsher. Even with the completion of every quest, survival was not guaranteed for everyone. The angel, noticing their naive thoughts, laughed softly, her voice tinged with amusement. She explained that only half of them would be allowed to live, reading the unspoken fears in their minds. Our hero remained calm and collected amidst the growing panic, his expression betraying no fear. It was clear to him that most of those around him were terrified, sensing that their lives were hanging by a thread. With a sinister smile, the angel assured them that not all would be taken, only a select few. The MC sighed inwardly, having heard these same words 99 times before. It was then revealed that only those between the ages of 15 and 29 would be forced to participate in this twisted game. As he listened, the hero couldn't help but reflect on how he never imagined he'd be trapped in this cycle, repeating the same game over and over. An older man in the crowd, realizing he was safe from the age requirement, smirked in relief. His smug reaction only fueled the anger of those who were not so lucky, escalating tensions. But before any conflict could erupt, Youngmin warned the crowd not to act rashly, lest they meet the same fate as the man who had defied the angel earlier. Spreading her wings wide, the angel announced that the time had come to begin. She revealed that approximately 1.9 billion people would be participating in this game. Her excitement grew as she declared that the explanation was over, and they would now move on to the actual game. A blinding white light enveloped everything, and the world around them vanished, leaving only the bodies of the participants. The hero was nowhere to be seen, and the angel explained that each participant had entered a space unique to them, a place visible only to the individual. She instructed them to shape their avatars in preparation for the soul transfer, much like customizing a character in a video game. This was a crucial moment, as they only had one chance to make their choices. As for the hero, he knew exactly what he would choose, having done this many times before. He began selecting the same appearance and traits he had used in his previous regressions. His in-game name, Black Scythe, just like before, the same ominous nickname. Moments after finishing the customization, the participants found themselves in a completely different setting, an open field where their avatars slowly came to life. The hero's chosen look was one he had favored time and again. His avatar now had jet black hair and piercing crimson eyes, with a taller, more imposing build than his real self. This form had become familiar to him, the embodiment of the hero he had tried to become in every cycle. This was his 100th appearance in the game. The body he now inhabited felt more like his true form, a mirror of the ones he had used in previous regressions. There was no need for him to acclimate, he knew this body as well as his own. As the avatars of the other players materialized into this new reality, many were visibly stunned by their own customizations. The MC noticed that several had designed their avatars to be strikingly attractive. But he knew all too well that this was one of the first mistakes a player could make. In this brutal world, the strong preyed on the weak, and drawing too much attention made one an easy target. The cost of such a mistake was high, death in the game meant death in real life. Just then, his gaze fixed on someone he had been anticipating, Hwang Youngmin, the high school bully who had tormented him relentlessly. As the Black Scythe, the MC felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Youngmin might show some growth in the game, but it seemed unlikely. The angel reappeared, greeting the players now that they had all been transported. She noticed how attached they seemed to their new appearances and mused aloud, her excitement barely contained, about how these pretty faces would fare when faced with true terror and despair. The humans from Seoul had been gathered here, a staggering 1.8 million participants, though some wondered why they only saw a fraction of that number. The angel laughed, delighting in the confusion. She revealed that the participants were spread across multiple spaces, with other angels overseeing different groups. Without further delay, the angel began to unveil more about the game. She explained that players could access a special kind of status window simply by imagining it. She gave an example, and before the MC appeared the familiar Black Scythe status window. But as he scanned it, he sighed in frustration. All his maxed out stats from his previous life had been wiped clean, leaving him at square one. Has everyone seen their status windows? The angel asked, her tone laced with mockery. A reminder of just how worthless you all are, she added with a smirk. The only way to survive and complete the 20 rounds, she told them, was to grow stronger. She then revealed the reward for completing this monumental task, a single wish, anything they desired. And, she added, they wouldn't have to pay any price for winning the game. The promise of such a reward set the players' minds racing, each contemplating their deepest desires. Sensing their eagerness, the angel's smile widened. To get things started, she announced, I've prepared a little gift for each of you today. When the players checked their inventories, they discovered something unexpected, a single item had been added. It was a random rune. The angel explained that this rune could be used only once and was usable even by those who were still at level 1. For now, it was the only item they would receive. The players quickly grasped that they could consume this rune just by thinking about the word use. The first to use the rune was Yongmin, who was visibly stunned by the outcome. The angel let out another chuckle as she noticed that several players seemed displeased with the effects of their runes. With a sly grin, she remarked that fate had dealt them these hands, and they had no choice but to accept them. As the players prepared for what was to come, the angel snapped her fingers after explaining the runes. Suddenly, particles of light began to materialize around them. A notification appeared before every player, detailing their first mission. As expected, the task seemed straightforward. Each player had to kill 100 goblins. However, the stakes were high. After this round, only half of the participants would be allowed to continue. Before long, the first goblin materialized. Some players, seeing the creature, remarked that it felt like they were inside a virtual reality game. But the angel quickly warned them not to get too comfortable. With a darkening expression and a menacing aura, she announced that she had summoned not just a few goblins, but a massive horde. The air filled with beams of light as more goblins appeared, and the initial calm on the players' faces quickly turned to panic. The angel declared that 10,000 humans would face off against 50,000 goblins in a brutal fight to the death. As the goblin horde surged forward, moving with terrifying speed, many players were paralyzed with fear, unsure how to react. Others began to retreat, their footsteps echoing in the tense silence. But not Black Scythe. With a determined expression, he charged headlong into the fray, showing no trace of fear. The players behind him watched in disbelief, wondering what he could possibly be thinking. The goblins were heavily armed and dangerous, yet Black Scythe's calm demeanor gave way to a murderous intensity as the monsters drew nearer. He lunged at the closest goblin, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying several meters away. Black Scythe knew the importance of making a strong first impression, especially in a new group. He wanted to burn the image of his strength into the minds of those around him, and taking down the first goblin was the perfect way to do it. With the goblin down, he quickly snatched the dagger from its hand, knowing there was something even more important he needed to acquire. In his mind, it was crucial to demonstrate his power early on, to keep the other players from underestimating him or becoming a nuisance. The angel overseeing their group watched with growing interest, clearly amused by Black Scythe's display of skill. Realizing that all eyes were on him, Black Scythe knew he had to keep up the act. In a flash, he slashed through 2 more goblins that rushed him, leaving the onlookers in awe of his prowess. Other players began to wonder if Black Scythe was some kind of secret agent. His impressive nickname only added to their curiosity. They figured that perhaps the goblins were just the weakest enemies, given how easily Black Scythe had taken them down. A few of the more confident players even started to believe they could handle these monsters just as effortlessly. However, their overconfidence was short-lived. One player, who had let his guard down, was caught off guard by a goblin. The so-called weakest monster took him down with a single blow, shattering any illusions of an easy victory. Reality set in hard, and the group quickly realized that they were in serious danger. Panic spread as they witnessed the goblin killing the player, and soon, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Black Scythe observed the chaos unfolding around him. He recognized this as one of the many brutal lessons of the game, what he called the greetings of Inferno. By now, it was clear to everyone that this was no mere game. Survival had become the only thing on their minds. The humans who once sat comfortably at the top of the food chain were now the hunted. As panic set in, people began to run aimlessly, driven by the instinct to survive. Black Scythe recalled making the same mistake during his first playthrough, only realizing the harsh truth after his second regression: no matter how fast one ran, there was no escape from this dimension. One woman, in particular, came to a halt as she realized she was trapped by an invisible barrier, preventing any escape from the goblins. This situation served as a stark wake-up call for the modern humans, whose lives had been made easy by technology. The natural instinct to kill for survival had long been dormant in most of them, making it difficult for some to take their first life in the game. But hesitation could be deadly, as any moment of doubt could give the monsters the opening they needed to strike back. As the battle continued, some players managed to push past their limits, but the situation remained grim. The angel overseeing the scene found it all highly amusing. She remarked that despite goblins being only slightly larger than children, the players were struggling to defeat them, especially since the goblins attacked in groups and wielded daggers. Yet, amidst the chaos, one person caught the angel's attention: Black Scythe. She couldn't understand why this human was so different from the others. When she checked his progress, she discovered that he had already slain 70 goblins. The angel grew irritated, as the system only allowed her to see the number of goblins he had killed and nothing more. But she decided to brush it off, feeling that someone of her noble stature had no reason to concern herself with mere mortals. The battle raged on, and each time a player defeated a goblin, they earned experience points and gold, which would eventually help them level up. As for Black Scythe, his kill count had now reached 75, and he continued to press forward with relentless determination. Black Scythe continued to display his remarkable skills, effortlessly dodging every weapon the goblins hurled at him. A new wave of goblins rushed toward him, but with swift and powerful strikes, he dispatched each one with lethal precision. The blood of the monsters stained his hands, causing some of the goblins to hesitate and retreat from his relentless onslaught. However, Black Scythe showed no mercy, cutting down his foes with a single blow each time. His eyes grew darker and more dangerous as he hunted for more goblins to slay. Noticing that the goblins were starting to avoid him, he decided to take a momentary break, knowing that no one was currently challenging him. He checked his status window and saw that he had reached level 4, earning 6 extra stat points. Each level up granted him 2 additional stat points, which he allocated entirely to agility. This decision was strategic. Agility would enhance his speed, improve his attack rate, and increase his ability to dodge enemy strikes. In the early stages, agility was crucial. Black Scythe realized that with his rapid progress, the angel would undoubtedly take notice of him soon. He began to strategize the best way to complete the first mission. Suddenly, a circling dagger struck one of the goblins. Turning his attention back to the goblins, Black Scythe taunted them, asking if they really intended to stop attacking him. Despite his provocation, the goblins remained where they were, unimpressed. Sighing in frustration, Black Scythe knew he had no choice but to press on. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and reappeared across the group of goblins, retrieving the dagger he had thrown. The goblins took several seconds to comprehend what had just happened. But before they could react, Black Scythe unleashed a devastating round slash, cutting the entire group in half. With the goblins defeated, he leveled up again, and the system notified him that he had fulfilled the requirements for the first mission. A scythe of dark light enveloped him, signaling the completion of the task. Black Scythe mused that the first round had always been like this, straightforward but demanding. He knew he needed to push himself just a bit more to catch the angel's attention. The system congratulated him for being the first person to finish the quest in their designated zone and for securing the top spot in all zones. It took him a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds to complete the task. With a satisfied grin, he relished in the achievement of securing rank 1 yet again. The significance of this accomplishment would become evident soon, as the top 3 players in each mission were awarded special prizes. For finishing first in his designated zone, he received a rare weapon selection coupon, the lowest rank of its kind. Moreover, for ranking first across all zones, he was granted a unique reward selection box, items that would undoubtedly provide a significant edge over the other players. Black Scythe decided to use the weapon coupon first. The system presented him with a list of rare weapons to choose from. He couldn't help but feel a bit humiliated at the thought of returning to these lower-grade weapons, yet he was still grateful to have them at the start. After a moment of consideration, he chose the stiletto, a dagger known to be the best for beginners. It boasted an additional agility stat and had an attack power of 15. With his new weapon in hand, he discarded the dagger he had taken from the goblins, deciding to save his other reward for later. Meanwhile, as Black Scythe reviewed his rewards, the goblins continued their relentless pursuit of the other players. When he checked his status window again, something unusual caught his eye. The title, Last Time Regressor, appeared, a title he had never encountered in his previous 99 attempts. Reflecting on this, he realized that the rune he had used earlier was the rune of regression, the very same rune he had received in his first attempt. This rune was what had brought him this far, though it vanished immediately after he consumed it. The only difference was the error that now appeared with the rune. Black Scythe had anticipated this outcome, knowing he couldn't keep rewinding time indefinitely. The rune confirmed that this was indeed his 100th regression, which was what triggered the Last Time Regressor title. Titles in this game were considered superior to runes, and the Last Time Regressor could only be obtained after a person's 100th regression. This title allowed him to spend a minute in soul form, during which he could resurrect with 30% of his health restored, a rare ability, typically only associated with priests. Black Scythe pondered the potential of this new title, realizing it could be crucial in his quest to win the game this time. Recognizing its value, he decided to keep the title hidden, setting it to private so that no other players or entities could see it. Expecting that other players who completed the mission would be arriving soon, he held out his hands, curious about their condition. His thoughts drifted to Youngmin, and as he scanned the area, he was relieved to see the guy still holding on, managing to survive the ordeal. Black Scythe anticipated that Youngmin would likely survive this round as well. A few moments later, golden lights began to illuminate the entire area. The angel continued to watch with a sly grin, realizing why she found the battlefield a bit dull. As more players managed to kill 100 goblins, the overall goblin population had actually decreased, diminishing the thrill of facing a horde of monsters. Acknowledging her mistake, the angel apologized, assuring everyone that she would restore the excitement. Her mocking words sent shivers down the spines of the remaining survivors, who understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the bodies of fallen players began to vanish, which caught the attention of those still alive. They wondered why this was happening, and their concerns grew as another brilliant light appeared. This time, the sight of golden light offered no comfort, only dread. A new wave of goblins had been summoned, charging toward the weary players. Fear was etched on their faces as they faced this fresh onslaught, already exhausted from the previous battle. The angel, her face twisted with madness, gleefully informed them that she had summoned an additional 50,000 goblins to keep the feast going. With no other choice, the players braced themselves for the fight, and the once peaceful fields quickly descended into chaos. The goblins fought with relentless ferocity, while the players, driven by sheer will, managed to hang on. As time passed, more players completed the mission. Yongmin was among them, though he resorted to using others as shields to defend himself from the goblins' attacks, a desperate measure for desperate times. Eventually, only 1,000 participants remained. Black Scythe, however, simply sat with his eyes closed, bored by the scene. Having played this game 100 times, he had grown numb to the sight of death. Former participants like him were forbidden from assisting those still struggling to complete the mission, and the angel continued to watch the carnage as if it were mere entertainment. After a while, Black Scythe reopened his eyes, prompted by the notification that all 5,143 participants had completed the mission. Although these survivors had managed to stay alive, they had failed to eliminate 1,000 goblins. As they looked around in confusion, they wondered where all the monsters had gone. As the angel declared the mission over, she captured everyone's attention. With a voice full of mock sympathy, she addressed those who had failed, explaining that their fates were simply a matter of the game's rules. Their bodies began to fade, signaling their inevitable demise. Some, realizing they were only a few goblins away from survival, pleaded desperately for another chance. But their cries fell on deaf ears. The angel, now with a satisfied smile, clapped her hands and congratulated the survivors, urging them to be thankful for making it through the first round. She laughed as she praised the remaining humans, wishing them luck on their upcoming challenges. Before the players were sent away, the results of the mission were displayed. Black Scythe, as expected, had claimed the top spot. Each of the other players was also identified by unique nicknames. The system announced that Black Scythe's victory had earned him 1,000 gold, in addition to his previous rewards. He was informed that once he reached level 10, he could use the gold to purchase valuable items. As he received his gold, Black Scythe noticed more players avoiding eye contact with him, exactly as he had intended. His goal was to establish himself as the strongest, and he had succeeded. The angel, somewhat surprised, commented that she never expected the top-ranked player to be within her own domain. She then turned to Black Scythe, curiosity in her eyes, and asked him how he had become so powerful, wondering if he had been granted a particularly strong rune. However, before she could press further, she realized her mistake and cut herself off. Amused, Black Scythe teased her, suggesting she could check his status window to see his rune for herself. The angel, trying to maintain her composure, pretended that she could indeed see his rune. But only Black Scythe knew that she was bluffing. To further unsettle her, Black Scythe stepped closer and made a bold request. The angel's demeanor became increasingly unstable as she listened, unaware that this man had already spent 99 lifetimes in this exact scenario. With a calm but firm tone, Black Scythe expressed his dissatisfaction with the reward he had received for finishing first. He accused the angel of being stingy, a statement that shocked those around him. They couldn't believe someone would dare to demand more from such a ruthless entity. As expected, the angel's mood darkened, and she questioned him sharply about his audacity. But Black Scythe remained unfazed, repeating his request without hesitation. His unwavering confidence left the others in awe, realizing that this was no ordinary player. He desired greater rewards. The angel's irritation with Black Scythe's audacity was growing, but they locked eyes in a tense standoff. In the back of everyone's minds, unease was creeping in. The angel wondered if his victory in the mission had made this human arrogant enough to think he could look down on her. The notion that a mere human would dare to make demands of her was incomprehensible. Raising her hand, she prepared to strike him down, but hesitated as she realized she had already used that power and couldn't kill him. As she glared at Black Scythe, another idea occurred to her, something that should be enough to deal with him. She echoed his demands, slowly moving towards him. For the first time, she descended to walk on the earth, a rare gesture for someone of her stature. She clarified that normally, such requests would be rejected outright, but she hinted that she might consider it, privately. This offer meant they would speak away from the others, who were left watching in awe. Some of the remaining players admired Black Scythe as they moved away, intrigued by what kind of rewards he might receive next. Among them was Youngmin, who watched MC's back with a puzzled expression, unsure of what he was missing. Black Scythe noticed the glance and returned it, leaving Youngmin more confused than before. With a slight smile, Black Scythe continued walking. By now, they had distanced themselves from the other players, venturing deep into the forest. The angel, growing impatient, ordered Black Scythe to come closer. Inwardly, she mocked humanity, thinking they needed to be punished to understand their place. She considered them foolish and greedy, and as she walked, she rationalized that the rewards were beyond her control. However, she was determined to discipline Black Scythe for what she saw as his excessive greed. She led him to a secluded spot behind a large rock, an area where the system couldn't track them. Once they arrived, her true intent surfaced: she wanted to kill him. She knew there would be consequences if the authorities discovered she had killed a player for personal reasons, but her irritation overrode her caution. The angel had planned this meticulously, ensuring there would be no witnesses to what she was about to do, believing it to be the perfect plan. The angel's grin twisted into a maniacal smile, convinced that this human should have just stayed silent. She turned to face Black Scythe, asking what kind of rewards he was hoping to receive. But before she could react, she was met with a swift fist aimed directly at her face. The punch landed with a satisfying impact. In that moment, the so-called holy being was reduced to something far less formidable. Her expression darkened as she realized that she wasn't as invincible as she believed. Seeing the golden blood oozing from her wound, she was shocked that anyone dared to strike her. She quickly turned to flee, but when she looked back, Black Scythe had vanished from sight. Her heart raced in panic. Suddenly, she felt a sharp tug as Black Scythe reappeared and grabbed one of her wings. Fear surged through her as she realized what was coming. She cried out, demanding to know what he planned to do and begging him to stop. But Black Scythe was merciless. He snapped the wing as if it were nothing, showing no concern for her pleas. The angel screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness as golden blood sprayed from the torn wing. Our protagonist looked at her coldly, telling her to stop whining. He then seized her other wing, ripping it apart with the same ruthless efficiency. As the final wing was destroyed, Black Scythe remarked that she wouldn't be able to run anymore. He then asked her if she was in pain. Her answer was an obvious yes. She felt as if she had lost a part of herself. Black Scythe then revealed that if her plan had succeeded, she would have been the one asking these questions, laughing at his suffering. The angel, desperate, tried to deny his accusations, insisting that he had lost his mind. But Black Scythe exposed a hidden dagger that had been concealed beneath her wings, confirming her true intentions. The angel fell silent, knowing she had been caught. Still, she attempted to talk her way out of the situation, but Black Scythe simply smiled and told her that her face had already betrayed her lies. He then called her by the name Beryl, which caught her off guard. She stared at him in confusion, asking how he knew her name. But Black Scythe merely smirked, dismissing her question. He pulled out his newly acquired dagger from his inventory, and Beryl's face twisted in panic. Her eyes widened as she demanded to know why he'd drawn his weapon. Desperation laced her voice as she threatened to obliterate him with a snap of her fingers, claiming she could end him in an instant. However, Black Scythe knew better. He was well aware that Beryl had already expended her power earlier, rendering her threat empty. This knowledge bolstered his confidence, leaving Beryl with no options. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she tried one last time to bargain for her life. She warned him that if he killed her, other angels would hunt him down for revenge. But Black Scythe wasn't fooled. He knew that angels were self-centered and indifferent to the fate of others, even their own kind. Realizing her threats were useless, Beryl switched tactics, pleading for her life. She insisted that sparing her wouldn't cost him anything, and that killing her wouldn't bring him any real benefit. She even tried to tempt him with the promise of valuable information that could help him succeed in future missions. But Black Scythe had already lived through this scenario 99 times before. He knew all the tricks and traps by heart. If he really needed information, he could have just tortured it out of her. Without hesitation, Black Scythe drove the dagger into Beryl's chest. The angel gasped in shock, realizing too late that she had underestimated her opponent. As the dagger was pulled from her chest, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A system notification flashed before Black Scythe's eyes, congratulating him for being the first player to defeat an angel. The title Angel Slayer was bestowed upon him, and 2 items materialized in his hands. One of these items was a vial labeled Angel's Blood, while the other was a crimson rune known as the Rune of the Slaughterer. Without wasting a moment, Black Scythe activated the rune, feeling its power etch itself into his body. The Angel Slayer title doubled all his stats, a reward that far exceeded his expectations. He recalled that during his 13th regression, he had first discovered the rewards for killing angels, knowledge that had served him well. The Rune of the Slaughterer had a unique effect. With each kill, it would boost all his stats by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%. As he surveyed his newfound gains, Black Scythe couldn't help but grin. These rewards were as good as an entire treasure trove. He knew that the other angels would be stunned when they learned he had claimed yet another powerful rune. But then, his expression darkened as he remembered there was one more reason he had killed Beryl, a reason that lay glowing faintly on the ground. It was the vial of Angel's Blood, a rare consumable that held the potential to transform its user into a Reaper. The only requirement was reaching level 10, the threshold at which players could choose their class in this deadly game. There are 30 different classes available to players, and changing classes is a straightforward process. All a player needs to do is acquire a class change item, typically obtained naturally through hunting or meeting simple requirements. However, special classes, which are available only under specific circumstances and to a single player, are exceptions to this rule. The Angel's Blood, which transforms a player into a Reaper, is a prime example of such a special class. Special classes operate on a completely different level from standard ones, offering extra stats, unique progression runes, skill combinations, and numerous other benefits. Although the first mission was still incomplete, Black Scythe felt a deep sense of relief, knowing that he had secured these powerful rewards. He opened his status window using the special prize he received for being ranked first in his zone. Among the options available, he only needed to choose the one that would enable him to reach level 10 as quickly as possible, allowing him to switch classes. The experience buff, which offered triple experience points, was the clear choice. This bonus would automatically take effect in the second mission. Things were finally falling into place for him. As Black Scythe glanced down at the fallen angel, he realized that this might be his last chance to win the game. He was prepared to do whatever it took to grow stronger and achieve his goal. The first round of the mission finally concluded after a brief delay. Across all regions, around 900 million survivors remained, with roughly 5,000 in Black Scythe's zone. The system then announced that the survivors would be returned to their original bodies in another dimension. The next mission was scheduled for February 1, 2023. When Youngmin woke up, he gasped for breath, instantly looking around in confusion. He had fallen asleep during the New Year's Bell event in the middle of the city and had just experienced what felt like an extremely vivid dream. His expression grew puzzled as he tried to process what had happened. The people around him were waking up as well, all of them complaining of body and head pains. They quickly realized that everyone had shared the same dream, which left them feeling unnerved and confused. As they discussed their experiences, it became clear that this was not merely a dream. More and more people began to realize this unsettling fact, leading them to wonder if they would be transported back to another dimension on the 1st of February. However, some also noticed that not everyone around them was waking up. Youngmin's friend, Taeshik, remained still, unresponsive. The sight of their unmoving friend sent a chill through the group, making them question what they had really experienced and what was yet to come. The man approached his friend, calling out his name. When Taeshik's face finally came into view, it was already pale, the unmistakable sign of death etched upon it. At that moment, denial set in among the group. They couldn't accept what they were seeing. But as the realization sank in, they began to tremble uncontrollably. One of them checked Taeshik for a pulse and confirmed that he wasn't breathing. Youngmin was shocked, unable to process the loss. The thought struck them that perhaps Taeshik hadn't survived the goblin mission. As the bald man scanned the area, he noticed more people who hadn't woken up. The horrifying truth dawned on them: everyone lying on the ground was now a corpse. Fear gripped the group as they realized that only half of them had made it through the assault. Youngmin was visibly shaken, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he grappled with the surreal situation. He understood that, from now on, everyone would be equal, regardless of their social standing or background. The game had erased the distinctions that once defined their lives, leaving no room for complaints about life's unfairness. Youngmin tried to comfort his friends, telling them that their only task was to survive each mission. He reasoned that since they had all gone through the same ordeal, there was no need to feel so disturbed by it. His friends, however, thought he was out of his mind, finding his words bizarre and unsettling. The bald man sighed, explaining that Youngmin seemed unbothered because he was now living out his dream of being a thug, while the others had different aspirations. Despite the bald man's words, Youngmin's mind was elsewhere. He was scanning the crowd, looking for someone in particular, MC, his errand boy. He was certain the boy had been standing near them earlier, but now he was nowhere to be found. This led Youngmin to suspect that the errand boy hadn't survived the mission. He smirked, thinking it was only fitting since the boy had always been too weak to take on 100 goblins. But then something caught his attention. Youngmin noticed a man nearby, carrying strange gear slung over his shoulder. He wondered where on earth the man had gotten those gaudy clothes and what the deal was with him. As the thought crossed his mind, he swallowed hard. Youngmin decided to try using the status window, and to his amazement, it appeared before him just like it had in the game. He discovered that he had reached level 5, with all his stat points allocated to strength. The realization that he could access this feature outside of the game was mind-blowing. After hearing him mention it, his friends attempted to access their own status windows as well. Their faces reflected the same shock and disbelief, just like everyone else who had made it through the mission. They were beginning to understand that these bizarre phenomena could happen in real life too. To test his newfound strength, Youngmin picked up a stone from the ground and, with a simple clench of his fist, crushed the solid rock into dust. The sheer power he now possessed was thrilling, almost surreal, as if he were dreaming. But soon, his fascination with this power began to give way to something darker, an intoxicating sense of superiority. "This is too awesome," he muttered to himself. News outlets across Korea quickly caught wind of the strange events. Reports flooded in about over 10,000 civilians mysteriously collapsing simultaneously. A video clip went viral, showing the moment when the angelic being appeared in the city. It also captured the horrifying instant when a man's head suddenly exploded without warning. As the footage continued, the angel was seen reaching out to embrace bystanders, who then seemed to fall asleep on the spot. According to police reports, most of the collapsed individuals were between 15 and 29 years old. And it wasn't just Korea, this phenomenon was global. Social media was abuzz with panic and speculation. People who hadn't been part of the game were confused and scared, with many demanding answers. Some skeptics dismissed the footage as computer-generated imagery, but there was one person who knew the truth: the events that had just transpired were only the beginning. The MC understood that more was coming, and that the world was about to change forever. This was just the first mission. Soon, death would become a regular occurrence. In just one night, 11% of the population had perished. As he made his way home, the MC realized that the real danger lay ahead. Those who had survived the mission were now known as players, and authorities were scrambling to understand the cause of this phenomenon. What made it even more alarming was that the players' in-game abilities had transferred to the real world. Fortunately, none of the players had yet reached a level where they could drastically alter reality. But as time went on, some of them would grow stronger, potentially becoming transcendent beings. No amount of advanced weaponry would be able to stand against these human weapons. As for the MC, he had no intention of letting the world descend into chaos. He knew that if things continued on this path, the Earth wouldn't last beyond the 20th cycle. His mind was set: he needed to control the players, using overwhelming force if necessary. By the time he reached his 99th attempt, he had already amassed the immense power required to do so. However, the reason Ryu Min failed in his previous attempts was that he fought every battle alone. The final challenge required the help of 4 additional players to succeed. With a renewed sense of determination, he began to consider potential allies, individuals who might prove invaluable in the coming trials. Although he had a few candidates in mind, Ryu Min knew that the timing wasn't right to act. The game had only just begun, and there were more immediate concerns that required his attention. It's also important to note that in this reality, our protagonist goes by the name Ryu Min, and from this point on, that's how we'll refer to him. With his thoughts in order, Ryu Min headed toward his apartment complex. Once there, he unlocked the door to his unit and entered one of the rooms. The first thing that caught his eye was an empty cup of ramen sitting on the table. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself about how someone had eaten that unhealthy food again. Ryu Min walked over to another door and quietly peeked inside. There, he saw a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him, fast asleep. The only noticeable difference between them was their hair. Despite being away from home for so long, Ryu Min smiled softly, feeling a sense of relief that his younger brother was resting peacefully. The sleeping figure was Ruan, Ryu Min's younger brother, who was about to start his 3rd year of middle school. Their family had once been ordinary, but everything changed after their parents died in a car accident. Since then, it had been just the two of them, with Ryu Min taking on the role of guardian at a young age. As Ryu Min looked at Ruan, he noticed the bruises and bandages on his brother's body, something he had been oblivious to before his regression. Determined to change things, Ryu Min turned on the lights, gently waking his brother. "Time to get up," Ryu Min said, greeting him with a smile. Ruan groggily checked his phone and saw that it was only 6 in the morning. He tried to burrow back under the covers, but Ryu Min wasn't having it. He pulled the mattress from beneath his brother, making it clear that going back to sleep wasn't an option. "I'll explain everything on the way, but we don't have much time," Ryu Min said firmly. Still half asleep, Ruan asked his brother why all this was happening. But as he heard the serious tone in Ryu Min's voice, his expression shifted to one of concern. This wasn't the carefree older brother he knew. The change in Ryu Min's demeanor was unsettling. Ruan only knew that his brother had gone out to see the New Year's bells ring in the city. "Did something happen?" he asked, sensing that whatever had occurred was far more serious than he could have imagined. Ryu Min told Ruan to head outside first, promising to explain everything as they walked. After a short while, the two were strolling down the street, with Ruan casting a concerned glance at his brother. It was rare to see his older brother so serious, and Ruan couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Breaking the silence, Ryu Min began to speak. "No one really knows what's happening in the world right now," he said, his tone somber. This only heightened Ruan's curiosity, prompting him to ask if something had occurred while he was asleep. Instead of answering directly, Ryu Min instructed him to check the top trending searches on his phone. Ruan quickly pulled out his phone, following his brother's suggestion. As he read through the articles, he saw shocking reports about people being taken to another world by a mysterious angelic figure. However, Ryu Min corrected him. Their souls were taken, he clarified. Ruan was stunned to learn that his brother had been one of the people taken, and even more shocked to find out that the only reason Ryu Min had survived was because he had killed 100 goblins. Worried, Ruan started to ask how his brother was doing, but Ryu Min cut him off, telling him not to worry. "But how can I not worry about you?" Ruan exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Since their parents had died, his brother was all he had left. Ryu Min had taken on the role of caregiver, shouldering the responsibility for both of them even while they were still grieving. To Ruan, his older brother had always been a source of strength, mentally and emotionally. But the idea that Ryu Min had killed 100 goblins seemed impossible. How could the brother he knew be capable of such a thing? Sensing his brother's doubts, Ryu Min interrupted his thoughts. He explained that the game they were thrust into had a system of stats that could enhance a person's abilities. "That's how I gained the strength I needed to complete the mission," he said. Ryu Min then added that Ruan would understand everything once he saw what Ryu Min could do later. Despite Ryu Min's assurances, Ruan couldn't shake the concern that gnawed at him. The world had changed, and so had his brother. But how much, he wondered, had Ryu Min truly changed? Ruan suddenly stopped in his tracks, refusing to take another step until Ryu Min revealed where they were heading. His voice tinged with desperation, he insisted on knowing their destination before going any further. As he stood there, the bruises hidden beneath his bandages became more visible, a stark reminder of his recent struggles. Ryu Min's expression remained blank as he recalled a painful memory from the past. After a brief pause, he spoke a name, Bang Taeju. The mention of this name sent a jolt of fear through Ruan, his eyes widening in shock. He hadn't expected his brother to know about Bang Taeju, the notorious bully in his class who had been tormenting him. Turning to face his younger brother, Ryu Min calmly stated that they were heading to Bang Taeju's hideout. It was the place where the head delinquent of Ruan's class was hiding out, and it was also where Ryu Min had finally admitted to himself that he knew Ruan was being bullied. Ruan's alarm grew. He had gone to great lengths to keep this secret from his brother, hoping to shield him from further stress during an already difficult time. But Ryu Min wasn't ignorant of the situation. He had been carrying the guilt of not knowing sooner, of being too absorbed in his own struggles, balancing school, work, and the pressures of life. It wasn't until after his first battle with the goblins that he learned the truth. That day, he had slept for hours, exhausted from the fight, while Ruan slipped out of the house. When Ryu Min finally awoke, he found his phone flooded with missed calls. Reluctantly, he answered, and the voice on the other end told him to rush to the hospital. The shock hit him hard when he learned that Ruan had been involved in an incident. Though his brother survived the brutal beating at the hands of Taeju, he was left severely injured, and when he returned home, he was almost blind. That day, Ryu Min was consumed with guilt, blaming himself for being too weak and helpless to protect the only family he had left. But since his regression, he had vowed to change Ruan's fate, to ensure that in every timeline, his brother would be safe. He swore that no one would ever harm Ruan again. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory near their neighborhood, a different scene was unfolding. A blonde-haired thug was berating three trembling individuals in front of him. They had failed to bring him the $200,001 he had demanded from each of them, and the tension in the air was palpable as they awaited their punishment. The battered trio lacked the strength to voice their excuses, their bodies racked with pain from the beating. Taeju, undeterred, continued his assault, showing no signs of letting up. A few others stood by, simply watching as their friend taught a lesson. They knew Taeju's reputation all too well. He was notorious for his ruthlessness. Even the older students at school were wary of crossing him, and they had no desire to provoke his wrath. These guys are worthless, Taeju sneered, frustrated by their failure to meet his demands. He had been counting on the money to buy the motorcycle he had been eyeing for weeks. Turning his attention to the others, he demanded to know if they had any ideas on how to come up with the cash. The three standing by exchanged nervous glances, racking their brains for a solution. But thinking of a quick and easy way to make money wasn't simple, and they struggled to come up with anything worthwhile. Then, one of them had a sudden idea. He suggested Taeju try hitting up his personal errand boy, Ryuan, for some cash. Taeju's face lit up at the mention of the tall, curly-haired boy. He had already been planning to contact Ryuan, figuring he could squeeze some money out of him while spending the new year together. The others chuckled, encouraging Taeju to just rob Ryuan outright. But Taeju shook his head, revealing that Ryuan was practically penniless. Even if he beat him up, Ryuan wouldn't be able to bring him much money. His house looks like it's about to fall apart, Taeju added, his voice dripping with disdain. Hearing this, the others felt a twinge of pity for Ryuan. They knew he had no parents and that he lived with his older brother, the only family he had left. But their thoughts were interrupted when Taeju suddenly stopped talking, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Ryuan and Ryu-min had finally arrived at the abandoned warehouse. Seeing Ryuan, Taeju's initial confidence returned, thinking that with Ryuan around, there was nothing to worry about. A sly smile spread across his face as he approached Ryuan, saying, "We were just talking about you." But the moment he noticed Ryu-min standing beside Ryuan, Taeju's demeanor shifted. He tried to intimidate Ryuan, but the presence of Ryu-min made him falter. Apologizing quickly, he turned to Ryu-min, eyeing him with suspicion. Something about Ryu-min's face bothered him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Taeju turned to Ryuan, his gaze sharp, and asked who the newcomer was. Ryuan hesitated, fear evident in his eyes, and couldn't muster a reply. Sensing his brother's discomfort, Ryu-min stepped in, introducing himself as Ryuan's elder brother. Taeju's expression darkened at the revelation, clearly annoyed. He had made it very clear to Ryuan that betrayal wouldn't be tolerated, and now it seemed like Ryuan had brought someone else into their business. Irritated, Taeju warned Ryu-min that he was about to teach him a lesson as well. He gave a nod to one of his henchmen, signaling them to move in. The three thugs approached Ryu-min, smirking as they sized him up. One of them even mocked Ryu-min for being shorter than his younger brother. But their laughter quickly died down when the first thug got close enough and was met with a powerful punch from Ryu-min. The thug dropped instantly, leaving his companions in shock. One of the others rushed forward, eager to avenge his fallen friend. But before he could even launch an attack, Ryu-min countered with a precise strike, sending the thug flying into a stack of metal drums. The final thug, undeterred, also tried his luck, only to be floored by a swift blow to the face. Now, all three of Taeju's lackeys were sprawled on the ground, struggling to get up. Despite the situation, Taeju maintained his menacing grin. He muttered that the display was impressive, assuming Ryu-min had picked up some boxing skills. However, he doubted those skills would be enough to take him down. Taeju moved closer, sarcastically complimenting Ryu-min on his boxing techniques, but also pointed out that he seemed to forget how crucial physical strength was in a fight. Ryu-min only smiled, knowing Taeju was still clueless about the recent global changes. Taeju, sensing something off, asked what Ryu-min found so amusing. But when Ryu-min just chuckled dismissively, Taeju's anger flared. Frustrated by the lack of respect, Taeju lunged at Ryu-min, throwing a punch. Unfortunately for Taeju, his standard attacks were no match for Ryu-min, who had gained abilities far beyond those of an ordinary person. Taeju kept swinging, his frustration mounting as none of his punches connected. The more he tried, the angrier he became, realizing he was completely outmatched. Taeju's vision was starting to blur from exhaustion, and with each swing, he missed his target entirely. He couldn't understand why his punches weren't landing. Meanwhile, Ryu-min calmly gathered a blue aura around his fist, remarking that if Taeju had been paying attention to the news, he wouldn't have dared to challenge him. Before Taeju could react, Ryu-min's fist connected with his face, sending the bulky man stumbling back several meters. Despite his size, Taeju managed to stay on his feet, though it was clear the hit had rattled him. Furious, he charged at Ryu Min, intent on landing a counterattack, but his fist found only empty air. Confused, Taeju scanned the area, only to be blindsided by another powerful punch that lit up the side of his face. Unable to comprehend what was happening, Taeju stubbornly insisted that Ryu Min was no match for him, even as he spat out blood and felt a tooth come loose. Enraged, he screamed that he would make sure Ryu Min paid with his life. He swung again, but Ryu Min effortlessly dodged, grabbing Taeju's arm and twisting it aside, throwing him off balance and leaving him open to another barrage of blows. The other guys, who had been beaten down by Taeju earlier, watched in disbelief as their leader was systematically dismantled. Taeju couldn't help but notice the self-satisfied expression on Ryu Min's face, and it only fueled his desire to land at least one solid hit. Desperate, he lunged at Ryu Min again, but before he could connect, a powerful kick sent him flying into a nearby wall. Taeju was done. He didn't have the stamina to continue, nor could he withstand the relentless attacks any longer. As he struggled to get back up, Ryu Min taunted him, raising an eyebrow and asking if Taeju was mad at him. In that moment, Ryu Min was reminded of the day his younger brother had gone blind, a memory that haunted him through every regression. It was a moment that solidified his resolve, and he wasn't about to let anyone, especially not someone like Taeju, stand in his way. As the situation intensified, the hefty figure pleaded with Ryu Min to stay away, shielding his neck from what he feared would be another brutal kick. However, when Ryu Min simply grasped his hand instead of striking, Taeju was momentarily confused. Despite the fear evident in Taeju's eyes, Ryu Min grinned, his expression cold and unforgiving. With a chilling calmness, Ryu Min reminded Taeju why he should never have meddled with his younger brother. The realization hit like a wave of pain, causing Taeju to cry out in agony. His fingers, now broken, throbbed with an intensity that took a few seconds to fully register in his mind. As Taeju continued to wail, clutching his shattered fingers, Ryu Min mercilessly grabbed his other hand. Fear overtook Taeju as he frantically pleaded for mercy, but his cries only intensified as more of his fingers were broken. The sight was too much for Taeju's lackeys, who quickly fled, knowing that staying would only put them in greater danger. Even Ryu Min's younger brother, Ro-won, couldn't bear to watch what was happening and turned away. Ryu Min delivered one final warning to Taeju, making it clear that messing with his younger brother would never be tolerated again. For Taeju, this punishment was more than enough to make him reconsider every choice he had made in his life up to that point. The eerie smile that lingered on Ryu Min's face as he confirmed the broken fingers sent a shiver down Taeju's spine. But Ryu Min wasn't done. He grabbed Taeju's other arm and snapped it as well, ensuring there would be no thoughts of revenge. A scream echoed through the neighborhood, marking the end of the brutal encounter. With the ordeal over, the two brothers walked away as if nothing had happened. Ro-won, still in shock, asked how his older brother had managed to do all of that. He speculated that Ryu Min might have learned martial arts or something similar. But Ryu Min dismissed the idea, instead attributing his abilities to his transformation into a player. He explained that players could use their stats to enhance their real-world skills, and to prove it, Ro-won tried to summon the weapon he had received in a previous round. Slowly, a brilliant golden light began to form, and to his surprise, a dark, sharp dagger appeared. Ro-won stared in disbelief before grinning at the realization that this was indeed possible. Ryu Min then explained that all players could summon their weapons in this way. It was at that moment that Ro-won understood the true source of his brother's incredible speed. Dodging all those attacks had been effortless because Ryu Min's dexterity stat was around 11, a number far above the average person's 3, and even higher than an athlete's 10. When Ro-won asked what would happen if his brother leveled up further, Ryu Min pretended to be clueless, brushing it off as if he was still far from that stage. In reality, he was deliberately withholding information, unwilling to reveal the truth due to the traumatic experiences of his past life. During his 11th regression, Ryu Min had confessed to Ro-won that he was a regressor, but that revelation had put his younger brother in grave danger. Ro-won was kidnapped by other players who sought to use him as leverage against Ryu Min. Though Ryu Min had managed to save him at that time, he vowed never to let Ro-won endure such trauma again. As Ro-won studied his brother, he realized that he needed to be better prepared to protect him from other players. To lighten the mood, he suggested they grab breakfast at the convenience store. Ryu Min agreed, and they made their way to the QS24 store. While Ro-won headed toward the cup noodles, Ryu Min went to the ATM to withdraw some cash. As he punched in the numbers, he saw his savings amounting to 133.21. He withdrew 100,001, equivalent to about $100. Ro-won was surprised by the amount his brother withdrew, knowing the struggles they had faced together. But Ryu Min reassured him that the money was for a future purpose. He then asked Ro-won what he wanted to eat. Ro-won hesitated, mindful of their limited budget, but Ryu-min encouraged him to enjoy as much food as he liked. Ro-won, who had only eaten a cup of noodles the night before, finally decided on pork belly with chili, something he had been craving for a while. Ryu-min smiled, suggesting they treat themselves to hanwoo beef someday. Ro-won, feeling uneasy about the idea, insisted that the pork belly was more than enough for him. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was already envisioning a future where they could afford anything they wanted. Soon, they were enjoying their breakfast, with the pork belly looking especially delicious. Ro-won's face lit up as he took his first bite, savoring the taste. During their meal, Ryu-min excused himself, saying he had something important to do. Ro-won watched him carefully, curious about where his brother was going. Ryu-min returned a short while later, holding a pen and a stack of lottery tickets. Ro-won was shocked to see that his brother had spent all their remaining money on 20 lottery tickets, totaling 100,001. As Ro-won began to panic, Ryu-min calmly checked the numbers on each ticket, confidently selecting the same ones over and over. He then flashed a grin and revealed that these were the winning numbers, explaining that was why he had taken such a bold step. Ro-won was left in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his brother's actions, while Ryu-min remained certain that their gamble would pay off. Later that night, the two brothers returned to their apartment. Ryu-won was glued to his phone, anxiously watching the day's lottery draw. His nerves were getting the best of him. He even started biting his nails, worried they might have just wasted 100,001. As the numbers began to be drawn, Ryu-min lightly teased his younger brother for his behavior, but Ryu-won's focus remained unshaken. The first number announced was 3, followed by 8. When 9 and 38 appeared next, Ryu-won's heart skipped a beat. These were the exact numbers his brother had selected. As the final numbers were revealed, 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1, Ryu-won realized every single one matched. They had won, without even needing the bonus number. Overcome with disbelief, Ryu-won exclaimed in shock, finding it hard to grasp that his brother had been right to purchase those lottery tickets. Tears welled up in his eyes as he began to believe it was all a dream, even asking Ryu-min to pinch him. But Ryu-min just smiled, reassuring him that it was all real. Ryu-won, still in awe, jokingly asked if his brother preferred it to stay a dream. It took several moments for the reality to sink in fully. When it finally did, he jumped up, holding the winning tickets high, and let out a loud shout of joy. His celebration was cut short when Ryu-min urged him to quiet down, concerned that the neighbors might hear. Seeing his brother's excitement brought back memories for Ryu-min. The first time he won the lottery, he had reacted just like Ryu-won, cheering and shouting all night. But after experiencing multiple regressions, it had become a routine event for him. This was all part of a bigger plan. With 11% of the world's population disappearing overnight, global economies had been thrown into chaos. And with the imminent introduction of player-to-player item trading, which would be conducted entirely in cash, Ryu-min knew he needed a substantial amount of money. The next day, after exchanging the tickets, Ryu-won asked his brother how much they would receive. Ryu-min's response was cryptic. His only concern was whether this sum would be enough to shake the world. Later, Ryu-min stood in front of the Nelhia bank building, calm and composed. He had done this many times before. As he approached the teller, he casually mentioned that he was there to collect the first-place prize. The teller congratulated him but grew increasingly curious as he noticed how young Ryu-min appeared, almost like a high school student. The teller then asked where Ryu-min had purchased the winning ticket, and Ryu-min's nonchalant response took the man by surprise. The bank teller suddenly remembered something his colleague had mentioned earlier about the unusually high number of winning tickets in this particular draw, 115 in total. What made it even stranger was that 100 of these tickets had been purchased from a single store, and all on the same day by just one person. The teller recalled that his colleague had told him to treat anyone coming to claim these winnings as a VIP, regardless of the situation. As he stood there, lost in thought, Ryu-min interrupted his reverie. The teller quickly apologized and asked Ryu-min to wait for a moment. Soon after, a man entered the room, introducing himself as Kwon Junho, the president of Nanjia Bank. Recognizing Ryu-min as the winner of multiple lottery tickets, President Junho personally greeted him and extended his congratulations. He then invited Ryu-min to follow him to a more private area. President Junho led Ryu-min to a room where the team responsible for managing lottery ticket sales was stationed. As they entered, a woman greeted them and, noticing Ryu-min, questioned who he was, speculating that he might be the president's son. President Junho quickly clarified, introducing Ryu-min as one of their VVIP clients there to claim his prize. He instructed the woman to ensure Ryu-min's comfort. When the woman learned that Ryu Min had won with 100 lottery tickets in a single sitting, she was initially taken aback but quickly composed herself. She invited Ryu Min to sit and offered him something to drink, but Ryu Min was focused on one thing: collecting his winnings as soon as possible. The woman began the process by verifying the NATO tickets. Ryu Min handed them over quickly, and as she examined the stack, she couldn't help but find the situation almost surreal. She had never encountered anything like this before and briefly entertained the thought that Ryu Min might somehow have known the winning numbers in advance. After a short while, she confirmed that all the tickets were genuine. When Ryu Min inquired about the amount he would be receiving, the woman hesitated, momentarily overwhelmed by the figure. Finally, after a brief pause, she informed Ryu Min that his winnings amounted to approximately $22.5 billion. The winnings totaled over $16 million, an incredible rags-to-riches story. After taxes, Ryu Min ended up with 15 billion won, equal to $11 million. Once the reward was in hand, things moved quickly. That same evening, Ryu Min busied himself with purchasing a new home for them and setting up a stock trading account. He planned to increase his Bitcoin holdings and invest in stocks since he knew Bitcoin's value was predicted to skyrocket by 500% during this time of year. A few days later, the brothers discussed their future plans. Ryu Min showed Ryu Won some pictures of their new home, a place so luxurious that Ryu Won had only ever seen such houses in magazines. However, something puzzled Ryu Won. Despite having more than enough money, his brother had chosen to rent the house instead of buying it outright. Ryu Min explained that they were temporarily low on cash because he had invested everything, $14 million, into Bitcoin. At first, Ryu Won was stunned into silence, unable to comprehend the enormity of the decision. But Ryu Min, confident in his knowledge of future events, assured his brother that this was the right move. He even had a backup plan in case things went wrong, revealing that he still remembered 4 sets of winning lottery numbers from a dream. If necessary, he could simply buy more tickets. Ryu Won's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only seen people dream about winning numbers on TV and had never taken them seriously. He shook his brother, urging him not to forget those numbers. Given the importance of the situation, Ryu Min reassured him that he wouldn't forget. He had already memorized them after all the times he had been through this. Afterward, Ryu Min told his brother it was time to get ready to move into their new home. Ryu Won, still confused, asked where they were going. With a smile, Ryu Min revealed that they were moving in today. Meanwhile, in a distant, isolated location, a powerful punch struck a wall, shattering the point of impact. The one responsible was a man named Young Min. He grinned with satisfaction, knowing that his decision to allocate all his stat points to strength was paying off. The angel had bestowed upon him the rune of strength, which doubled his strength stat, granting him this immense power. As he observed the deep fissures he had caused in the wall, Young Min felt a surge of pride. He believed that even the best fighters would be envious of such a powerful punch. The thought of testing his newfound strength in a real battle excited him, and he couldn't wait to unleash it. Later that day, a young man, seething with anger, knocked on the door of Ryu Min's old home. He was the same person who had a vendetta against Ryu Min, intending to become a fearsome underworld boss. The silence from within the house only fueled his frustration, especially since none of his calls were answered. He had a hunch that Ryu Min had survived their last encounter, and the memory of being looked down upon by Ryu Min, as if he were nothing more than an insect, filled him with rage. He was determined to finish what he had started and kill Ryu Min. The young man assumed that Ryu Min would be hiding inside the house, but despite his aggressive knocking, there was no response. Suddenly, he paused and devised a plan. He loudly declared that he was leaving since no one was inside, hoping to lure someone out by pretending to depart. He waited, listening for even the slightest sound from within, ready to blow the door apart. However, before he could act, an elderly man approached and asked what he was doing in front of his neighbor's door. The young man, annoyed, asked why the old man cared. The elderly man, who turned out to be the landlord, inquired if the young man was there to see a friend. Seizing the opportunity, the young man lied, claiming to be a friend of Ryu Min, and asked the landlord to open the door so he could check on his friend after losing contact. However, the landlord revealed that Ryu Min had moved out, leaving the young man infuriated. He believed Ryu Min had run away without a word, fueling his anger even further. Meanwhile, Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood in awe before a towering, sophisticated skyscraper. "This place is just too tall," Ryu Won remarked, amazed as they walked through the revolving doors. His amazement only grew as he watched his elder brother receive special access passes, reserved for the building's owners. Seeing the security guard verify their identities added to his sense of wonder. It was all so new to him. As they entered the elevator, Ryu-min couldn't help but express how incredible the place was. They were heading to the 43rd floor, where they would be staying. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious and luxurious apartment, a far cry from their previous living conditions. The contrast between their old life and this new beginning was stark, and Ryu-1 could hardly believe they were really here. Inside their new apartment, everything was pristine and brand new. Ryu-1 marveled at the sheer size of the place, realizing it spanned over 330 square meters. As they explored every corner, Ryu-1 couldn't help but comment, "This place might be a bit too large for just the two of us." The terms of the lease were steep, requiring a deposit of 500 million won and a monthly rent of 22 million won, over $16,000. Ryu-1 felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him upon hearing the cost, especially when he recalled how they used to worry about paying as little as 5,001 won at a convenience store. He suggested they consider a smaller, more affordable home, but Ryu-min wasn't swayed. He explained that higher expenditure came with enhanced security, and at this stage, safety was paramount. He revealed that on the first of every month, players suffered from a condition akin to narcolepsy, making them extremely vulnerable. Natural disasters would only heighten the risk, and there were even instances of players hiring assassins. Thus, they needed to be in a secure location when the time came. As Ryu-1 absorbed this information, Ryu-min turned to his younger brother with a warm smile and asked, "So, do you like the house?" Ryu-1 nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, it's amazing." However, despite his words, a shadow of sadness crossed his face. The thought that his brother would soon have to enter the game again, fighting for survival, weighed heavily on his heart. Noticing the change in his brother's demeanor, Ryu-min placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry about that," he said with a confident grin. "I'm strong. I can handle it." Trying to lighten the mood, Ryu-min suggested, "How about we grab something to eat at that Korean restaurant in the building? I heard it's pretty good." As they were preparing to leave, Ryu-min's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Youngmin calling, but he chose not to answer. Instead, he slipped the phone back into his pocket, focusing on spending the evening with his brother. The next day, Ryu-1 came up with an idea to introduce themselves to their new neighbors by handing out rice cakes, a traditional gesture of goodwill. Ryu-min agreed, and the two brothers set out with a box of freshly prepared rice cakes, knocking on doors and offering the sweet treats to their neighbors. As they made their way through the building, they exchanged pleasantries with the residents, who were all pleasantly surprised by the kind gesture. The brothers' warmth and friendliness were met with smiles and thanks from everyone they encountered. Finally, they arrived at the last flat on their list. Unlike the others, this one stood out with its luxurious appearance. Curious about who might live there, Ryu-min and Ryu-1 exchanged glances before Ryu-1 stepped forward and rang the bell. They waited for a moment, and when the door finally opened, they were greeted by an aura of elegance and refinement. A well-dressed woman stood before them, her posture and demeanor exuding an air of importance. He was momentarily distracted when an incredibly stunning woman appeared before them. Blushing, he couldn't help but think her beauty was angelic. Before he could react further, a bodyguard swiftly blocked their view and began questioning their identities, suspecting they were fans. Ryu-1 casually explained that they were Seo Aaron's new neighbors, living one floor below. The bodyguard, noticing the rice cakes in Ryu-1's hands, seemed momentarily confused before realizing that the brothers were trying to introduce themselves. With a cheerful demeanor, Ryu-1 offered the rice cakes, but the bodyguard brusquely informed him that Seo Aaron didn't eat such things. Swiping a card to access the elevator, the bodyguard escorted Seo Aaron, who cast one last glance at the brothers before stepping into the elevator. After they left, Ryu-min expressed his disapproval of their impolite behavior, but Ryu-1 simply stared at the elevator, his thoughts elsewhere. "Don't worry about people like them," Ryu-min said quietly, still watching the closed doors. Ryu-1, coming out of his reverie, gushed about how amazing the experience had been, but it was clear that his brother hadn't grasped what he was talking about. Confused by Ryu-1's reaction, Ryu-min asked what he meant. Placing a hand on his brother's shoulder, Ryu-1 clarified, "I was talking about Seo Aaron." "Who is Seo Aaron?" Ryu-min asked, genuinely puzzled. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Seo Aaron was absorbed in the news on her phone. Headlines about several well-known celebrities passing away flashed across the screen, causing her to frown with concern. As she read about actor Gwang Min-ho taking a leave from his show Criminal Land due to anxiety, her phone buzzed with a text asking if she had seen the story. Opening the message thread, she noticed another text from Gung Se-ho Jin regarding their recently deceased son. With a heavy heart, she replied with a simple, yes. After their conversation, the individual asked if she planned to attend the funeral the next day. She replied that since their sunbae had always taken such good care of them, it was only right for her to be there. Agreeing to join the chatterbox user who had invited her along, she added, "Those sunbaes, far more famous than I ever was, couldn't even make it past the first round." With a sigh, she set down her phone and took a deep breath, recalling how her rune had saved her life. If not for that, she might have ended up as another tragic headline in the news. As she exhaled, she became aware of how much she had begun to see herself as a celebrity, and the thought of her death making headlines troubled her. Lost in her thoughts, she pondered whether she would have gotten as far as she had without the sponsorships, especially since even her luxurious penthouse had been a gift. Unbeknownst to her, a bodyguard had already been trailing her. The bodyguard approached and asked what was on her mind. Startled by his sudden presence, she quickly responded that it was nothing. He took a seat beside her on the couch, offering to lend an ear if she needed to talk. Erin hesitated but eventually confessed her worries about not making it through the next round and her growing concern about how chaotic the world had become. The bodyguard, in a calm and reassuring tone, told her not to worry because he was there to protect her. "You can trust me with your worries," he advised. Her lips curved into a smile as she assured him that she did trust him. Their eyes locked, and Erin was reminded of the day the company had assigned him as her personal bodyguard. She knew she would have failed in the first round if it hadn't been for him, yet she couldn't help but feel wary, suspecting he was there to monitor her as much as to protect her. Sensing her unease, the bodyguard promised that he would protect her no matter what. His sincerity made her blush slightly, and she thanked him with a smile. Changing the subject, Erin mentioned her downstairs neighbor. She joked about how delicious the rice cakes looked, but the bodyguard, with a stern expression, told her bluntly that eating them would only cause her to gain weight. She laughed, suggesting that he might have offended the neighbors and that they had only been trying to be kind. However, the bodyguard's demeanor turned serious as he assured her that the neighbors weren't simply being nice. He explained that their hospitality had ulterior motives and that if they had accepted the rice cakes, the neighbors would have relentlessly pestered them. Despite his warning, she couldn't help but think back to the neighbors' kind faces and found it hard to believe they were anything but good people. Suddenly, she noticed that one of the two figures appeared to be older than 15. "He must have slaughtered 100 goblins just to survive the first round," she remarked in awe. The bodyguard, nodding in agreement, responded, "It does seem that way." Hugging her arm, she marveled at how calm the boy seemed despite the brutal experiences he must have endured. The bodyguard, with a hint of a smirk, told her that she could achieve the same feat. "Killing 100 goblins isn't that hard," he explained, "and those who can't do it are just doomed." Erin silently agreed that her bodyguard was indeed impressive, even by the harsh standards of the otherworld, though she kept her thoughts to herself. However, she couldn't help but compare him to Blackscythe, the man who had left a lasting impression on her. Watching Blackscythe's ruthless efficiency, she almost felt pity for the goblins he cut down. Her curiosity piqued, she asked what Blackscythe's real-world occupation might be. She was certain that if she could team up with him, she'd have a better shot at making it through the second round. She recalled how she had barely scraped through the first round by sheer luck, and the memory filled her with anxiety as she questioned whether she'd survive the next. Meanwhile, at 11 a.m. on Tuesday, January 31st, Ryu-1 turned away from the vacuum cleaner. Opening the door with a broad smile, he greeted his brother enthusiastically and asked if the money had arrived. "Only about 15 billion this time, compared to 17 billion before," Ryu-min replied, slightly puzzled. It was his fourth transaction, so he wondered if the bank had mentioned anything unusual to his brother. Ryu-min recalled that the bank manager had indeed been surprised to see him again. The manager had cautiously inquired about his secret to winning the lottery, gently reminding him that just last week, Ryu-min had told him the strategy had come to him in a dream. Seemingly convinced, the manager had even expressed a hope that he would have similar dreams in the future. Ryu-1 was taken aback by the story. He then asked his brother if he planned to reinvest in Bitcoin. Yes, Ryu-min affirmed, noting that their initial investment had already grown to 150 billion. With a bit of concern, Ryu-1 wondered aloud if they should consider selling their Bitcoin, suspecting that the value might soon drop. But Ryu-min, confident as ever, assured his brother that it wasn't the right time to sell just yet. He gave Ryu-1 a reassuring smile, promising to handle everything. Afterward, Ryu-min suggested they grab something to eat. They walked down the streets with grocery bags in hand, their spirits lifted as they enjoyed a meal of pasta at a nearby restaurant. On Tuesday, January 31st, at 11:55 p.m., Ryu-1 remained at his brother's side, holding his hand tightly as they sat together. Though Ryu-1 was still awake, worry crept into his thoughts. Squeezing his brother's hand, he urged him to come back alive. Ryu Min, with a confident smile, reassured his brother that there was no need to worry, reminding him of the power he had unleashed on someone known as Bang Taeju. Despite knowing his brother's strength, Ryu Won couldn't help but feel concerned. Patting his brother gently on the head, Ryu Min advised him to stop worrying and get some rest. He promised that they would see each other later, assuring him that by the time he woke up, he would have already returned from the other world. Just in time, Ryu Min was transported to another realm, his soul glowing with a radiant light. Meanwhile, other players began to arrive under a gloomy, overcast sky. One player asked if they had arrived successfully, while another remarked with amusement at the speed of their travel. While some players cowered in fear, others took a moment to assess their surroundings, realizing that they were in a new location. One of the players, who had achieved the highest rank in the previous round, noticed a black sign and paused. As Ryu Min scanned the area, he saw that many people recognized him and deliberately kept their distance. Among the players, he spotted Yongmin, which made him grow impatient, wondering when the angel would make her appearance. Suddenly, the angel descended from the sky, her gaze fixed on Ryu Min, who stood with a fierce expression. She asked if everyone had arrived, her presence causing a stir among the players. The players quickly realized that this was not the same angel they had encountered before, and a wave of anxiety spread among them as they questioned what might have happened. The angel explained that the angel who had overseen the first round had been involved in an accident and couldn't make it. She urged everyone to remain calm. With a menacing expression, she announced that she would be their guide for the second round. As the details of the second round's quest appeared on the screen, the players focused intently. Their task was to choose a zone representative within the next 3 hours. However, the instructions seemed vague, and the players began to discuss various interpretations while staring at their screens. One player suggested that they might have to battle monsters again, but the uncertainty lingered among them. One player speculated that perhaps everyone could survive this round, while another expressed surprise at the number of people who had failed before. Sensing the players' confusion, the angel decided to provide some clarity. She explained that in the second round, all they needed to do was choose a zone representative. It wasn't a combat round. The chosen representative would hold significant power, able to command others to perform tasks or even order their deaths. She reiterated that they had 3 hours to select their representative. The players were impressed by the authority granted in this round. Curious, one player asked if that was all there was to it. The angel confirmed that since this round was more of a rest period, once they voted, they would be marked as having passed and sent home. The players felt a wave of relief at the prospect of completing such a simple task without facing any life-threatening danger. As the timer started, the angel urged them to discuss and decide who they wanted as their zone representative. The players, grinning, joked with one another, wondering if they'd all still be alive after voting in 3 hours. They found humor in the easy task and the potential power the representative would wield. However, Hwang Yongmin felt disappointed that he wouldn't get to use his combat skills this round. One of his friends tried to console him, suggesting he let it go since they would all survive after voting. But Yongmin couldn't shake his frustration. He had invested heavily in his strength stat, and now it seemed wasted. Overhearing the conversation, Ryu Min quickly realized that Yongmin must have obtained the rune of strength. He surveyed the situation, noting how Yongmin's rune and the current circumstances were unfolding just as they always had. Deciding that the debate over who to support wasn't his priority, Ryu Min moved away from the group. He knew that if there was a main quest, there had to be a side mission as well. He recalled that the hidden quest for the second round involved obtaining a class. Tightening his grip on his dagger, Ryu Min was eager to level up quickly, knowing this was essential for class enrollment. When a goblin appeared, he lunged forward, and with a loud, unsettling noise, the creature moved to attack. Ryu Min swiftly countered, managing to decapitate the goblin. A notification screen appeared, informing him that he had defeated a hobgoblin. His triple XP buff was active, and he had 1 kill out of 100. Additional notifications revealed that his experience level had increased to 9%, and he had earned 15 gold. The Rune of Slaughter also boosted all his stats by 1%. Ryu Min decided that venturing into the forest to hunt was a smart choice. He knew that where there was one goblin, there would surely be more, and he was right. Soon enough, a group of sinister-looking goblins emerged from the shadows, causing a grin to spread across his face. Standing confidently in the center of the forest, he waited for the goblins to make their move. With a swift and precise strike, he smashed one goblin in the head and swiftly followed up with a slash of his dagger, maintaining his calm demeanor throughout. A notification flashed on his screen, informing him that he had slain another hobgoblin, bringing his total to 5 out of the 100 required kills. The bodies of the fallen goblins were scattered across the forest floor. Another notification indicated that the Rune of Slaughter was now enhancing all his stats by 50%. He had leveled up again. The countdown displayed that there were still 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds left before voting closed. Wiping his chin, Ryu-min opened his stat window, curious if only 30 minutes had passed. It showed that he had reached level 9. He decided to focus on increasing his agility. While Hwang Yongmin's Rune of Strength was advantageous in boosting power, Ryu-min understood that it wouldn't be effective in every situation. His agility stat rose from 18 to 24. He knew that no matter how strong a player was, they would be vulnerable if they couldn't dodge a critical attack quickly enough. The game's stats were divided into 4 key categories: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength affected defense power, endurance, and physical damage, while intelligence influenced mental fortitude, calculation speed, and magical damage. After another glance at his stat window, he saw that his agility had now increased to 30. Agility improved both movement and attack speed and enhanced the ability to dodge. Luck influenced critical damage, item drops, and additional gold rewards. As a Grim Reaper class that dealt both magical and physical damage, Ryu-min knew that balancing all his stats was crucial. Each one was important in its own way. Just then, he sensed something behind him. Pivoting swiftly, he scanned his surroundings to identify who or what was there. He was startled that someone had been following him. He had been so engrossed in the battle that he hadn't noticed earlier. This situation was unsettling. It had never happened before. Raising his dagger, he demanded that the person reveal themselves and state their intentions. If they failed to comply, they would need to be prepared to face the consequences. A single footstep echoed slowly before a woman emerged from the shadows. Ryu-min recognized her instantly. It was the actress he had encountered before. He couldn't help but question whether she had truly been the one following him. Apologetically, she admitted to trailing him. Just then, another figure appeared, a man who also offered an apology. He urged Ryu-min to calm down, insisting that their intentions were not hostile. The man introduced himself as Sang-chul. Ryu-min's expression darkened when he realized who Sang-chul was, Ma Jianrock's right-hand man. Ma Jianrock, also known as the Heavenly Demon, was the eldest son of the country's most powerful corporate dynasty. He was someone Ryu-min had been targeting for a while. Ryu-min knew that having someone like Ma Jianrock by his side would make him stronger, and he needed a priest connected to Ma Jianrock to support him in the 20th round. Ryu-min was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Ma Jianrock's right-hand man so soon. He began to wonder why Sang-chul was with Seo Rin and suspected that Sang-chul might be her bodyguard. Considering that many celebrities were sponsored by Ma Jianrock's company, the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. Despite this, Ryu-min felt uneasy knowing that the future had shifted from what he expected. He asked them how long they had been trailing him. Seo Rin admitted that they had been following him ever since they saw him enter the forest and sincerely apologized for it. Ryu-min then demanded to know why they had been following him. Seo Rin nervously explained that their intentions weren't harmful, they simply wanted to make him an offer. She hesitantly suggested that they form a team, knowing he had won the first round. Ryu-min chuckled at the idea of forming a group, dismissing it as irrelevant unless she could actually be useful to him. He mocked her openly. Seo Rin found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter his remarks. Ryu-min bluntly told them that he didn't need their help and would do just fine on his own. He advised them to turn back and stop wasting his time. Turning away, he made it clear that he had no interest in joining a team. They stared at him in disbelief. Seo Rin let out a deep sigh and sank to her knees as Sang-chul muttered under his breath, commenting on how arrogant Ryu-min was. Seo Rin tried to explain that there was a reason for Ryu-min's existence, but his overwhelming aura made her uneasy. Sang-chul remarked that even if someone had a knife to their face, they wouldn't be as intimidating as Ryu-min. Seo Rin felt a pang of disappointment that her plan to team up with him had fallen apart, and Sang-chul reiterated his earlier point, that people with egos as large as Ryu-min's never work well in groups. It was an unfortunate turn of events. Seo Rin couldn't help but reflect on the situation, but Sang-chul quickly reassured her, telling her that it wasn't a humiliating experience. He felt that their time following Ryu-min had been wasted. Seo Rin, trying to shift the conversation, admitted that she hadn't expected to encounter monsters in the forest. She suggested that they spend the rest of their time hunting them instead. Sang-chul agreed that it wasn't a bad idea, and they set off to carry out the plan. The forest was dense with towering trees and thick underbrush. Meanwhile, Ryu-min, hearing noises from the bushes, instinctively attacked a goblin that emerged. He found it infuriating that, despite his tight schedule, they had the audacity to ask him to collaborate. With swift precision, his dagger sliced through the goblin's flesh as he remained focused on his primary goal, leveling up. A notification popped up, confirming that he had defeated another hobgoblin. His current kill count stood at 60 out of 100, and the effects of the Rune of Slaughter had boosted all his stats by 60%. Suddenly, a pack of wolf-like creatures, gnolls, appeared. Ryu Min felt a rush of satisfaction at the sight of so many gnolls approaching at once. They lunged at him in unison, weapons poised for attack. Ryu Min stood his ground confidently, gripping his dagger tightly. Using both the fallen bodies of the gnolls and his dagger, he quickly dealt successive blows to the advancing creatures. Another notification confirmed the defeat of a gnoll, bringing his kill count to 65 and raising his stats by 65% thanks to the Rune of Slaughter. He had now reached level 10. His hard work paid off as a series of notifications informed him that he had met the requirements for class advancement. With his newfound level, Ryu Min could now access the store and a hidden subquest. The subquest window indicated that in order to obtain a class and advancement items, players needed to level up before the voting period ended. Success in this quest would also reward them with a daily item sale ticket, offering a 50% discount. Many players who were unaware of the subquest often found themselves confused, not knowing how to select a class or where to find the necessary advancement items. While everyone agreed that obtaining a class was crucial, the challenge lay in understanding the specific requirements to acquire the advancement item. For example, warriors needed to defeat monsters within an hour and increase their strength stat to at least 10. Berserkers had to hunt while sustaining injuries for a certain period. Assassins needed to successfully deceive monsters multiple times. Quick advancement was key, otherwise, players risked remaining beginners indefinitely. Ryu Min activated the Angel's Blood, and immediately, a status window appeared before him, offering a choice: do you want to select the Reaper profession? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. As a reward for his decision, he received the Reaper's Rune, a powerful artifact that significantly reduces the chances of being detected by enemies during the night. Wasting no time, Ryu Min activated the Reaper's Rune. In the world of the game, where there are 6 ranks from beginner to grandmaster, players can unlock new skills as they level up. The use of the Reaper's Rune granted Ryu Min the skill Seal of Death, a formidable ability that would serve him well in future battles. In addition to this, he was rewarded with a weapon befitting his new profession, the Reaper's Scythe. Ryu Min was the first player to advance, and as a reward for his achievement, a notification window informed him that he had received a random gold pouch. His strategic approach and timely execution had paid off, setting him apart from the rest. In addition to his other rewards, Ryu Min also gained the neutral skill, Tracking, as a special benefit for being the first player to advance. According to the notification window, this skill allows him to track the precise location of a designated target, provided that both the target's face and nickname match. This valuable skill could be purchased for 20,000 gold. A grin spread across Ryu Min's face as he reviewed the details on his screen. With enough gold in his possession, he decided to put the tracking ability to the test by targeting Youngmin. The tracking system confirmed a match between Youngmin's face and nickname, indicating his exact location as 190 meters away from Ryu Min. Following the instructions on the notification window, Ryu Min saw a glowing line appear on the ground, guiding him directly to Youngmin's location. He deduced that Youngmin must have also entered the forest, considering how much closer he was now compared to their last encounter, where Youngmin was 2 kilometers away. This piqued Ryu Min's curiosity as he contemplated whether or not to confront Youngmin. Elsewhere in the forest, Seo Rin and Eun Sang-chul were struggling, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Suddenly, Seo Rin cried out in pain and collapsed face-first onto the ground. She informed Sang-chul that she had injured her leg and couldn't continue running. Sang-chul, with urgency in his voice, reminded her that they had to keep moving or risk being discovered. Despite the pain, he urged her to stand up. Seo Rin apologized, describing the searing pain where an arrow had struck her earlier. Sang-chul's face darkened as he considered the possibility that injuries sustained in this world might affect their real bodies. Nevertheless, he tried to encourage her, assuring her that if they could survive this, they would be able to return home. Seo Rin, gritting her teeth, resolved to push through the pain. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, asking, "Where do you think you're going with an injury like that?" Startled, they quickly turned to face the source. It was Youngmin, standing with 3 menacing figures behind him, all wearing sinister smiles. Youngmin mocked Seo Rin, sarcastically commenting that her injury didn't seem to be painful enough yet. Eun Sang-chul felt trapped and fury welled up inside him. He clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath at the situation, especially at the acquaintance he bitterly referred to as a stupid woman in his mind. Realizing that they might have no choice but to fight, he drew his weapon and assumed a battle stance. His readiness to fight seemed to catch Youngmin off guard, momentarily impressing him. A sly grin spread across Youngmin's face, mirrored by his lackeys. With a mocking tone, he addressed Sangchul as old man and asked if he was actually thinking about fighting them. The four men wore expressions of arrogant confidence. Youngmin then told Sangchul to use his eyes and count how many of them there were, clearly enjoying the intimidation. Sangchul's anger flared as he demanded to know why they were being treated this way when they hadn't done anything to provoke him. Youngmin, maintaining his taunting demeanor, denied any wrongdoing. Confusion etched across Sangchul's face as he questioned why they had suddenly decided to attack. Youngmin, still smirking, revealed that they needed something only Seo Rin could provide. Seo Rin and Sangchul exchanged bewildered glances. Youngmin then admitted that his interest lay solely in the girl standing next to Sangchul. He made it clear that they had no interest in Sangchul himself, emphasizing that their attention was focused entirely on Seo Rin. As they conversed, the three men with Youngmin speculated whether the girl was indeed the famous Seo Rin. One of them noted that her face and nickname confirmed it was her. Another suggested that perhaps someone was merely imitating her, trying to take on her identity. They continued discussing how little it mattered to them, given that appearances could be so deceiving. Seo Rin's face paled in horror as she listened to their conversation. Meanwhile, Youngmin turned back to Sangchul and offered him a deal: leave Seo Rin behind, and he could walk away unharmed. This only fueled Sangchul's rage. In his mind, Youngmin should have made that clear from the beginning. If he had, Sangchul might have left Seo Rin without a second thought. He glanced sideways at her, inwardly cursing the situation. He had no intention of risking his life for her, yet he was faced with a significant dilemma. If he failed to protect Seo Rin, he would surely disappoint his employer, Director Ma Jiangak. Determined not to back down, Sangchul assumed a fighting stance, signaling that he had no intention of abandoning Seo Rin. Youngmin, visibly entertained, asked if Sangchul was seriously considering a fight. Sangchul, gritting his teeth, warned them that what they were doing was against the law. Youngmin burst out laughing at this, finding it utterly ridiculous. He sarcastically asked what laws applied in this world and whether Sangchul planned to report him once they returned to reality. Youngmin taunted him further, questioning what evidence Sangchul could possibly provide and daring him to try. He even joked that their appearances in this world might be entirely different from their real-life selves. Sangchul, seething with frustration, couldn't deny that Youngmin had a point. He knew that reasoning with Youngmin wouldn't work and that, despite his injuries, he had no choice but to fight. Youngmin wasn't going to be swayed by words alone. Just then, Youngmin's attention shifted. He was startled to see an old acquaintance, Black Scythe. The figure was casually leaning against a tree, observing the scene with a calm demeanor. Youngmin was visibly taken aback by Black Scythe's unexpected appearance. "What's going on here?" Black Scythe asked, his voice cutting through the tension. His gaze fixed directly on Sangchul, and he interrupted Youngmin before he could respond. "I wasn't talking to you," he said, dismissing Youngmin's attempt to interject. Annoyed, Youngmin told him to mind his own business and leave them alone. Ignoring Youngmin, Black Scythe turned his attention back to Sangchul. "Tell me what's happening," he demanded. Without hesitation, Sangchul explained the situation, revealing how they were ambushed by Youngmin and his men, who were after Seo Rin. Desperate, Sangchul pleaded for Black Scythe's help, promising to owe him a favor in return. Black Scythe's gaze shifted to Youngmin. "Is what he said true?" he asked, his tone sharp. Youngmin, brushing off the accusation, told Black Scythe that it didn't concern him and that he should move on. But Black Scythe wasn't deterred. He stepped closer, noting the menacing red aura that surrounded Youngmin. Youngmin and his lackeys, sensing the growing tension, nervously questioned what Black Scythe intended to do. As his weapon began to materialize in his hand, Black Scythe coldly informed them that he wouldn't abandon someone who was injured. Seo Rin and Sangchul felt a wave of relief, while Youngmin's anger flared. Black Scythe knew that helping them wasn't just an act of kindness. He calculated that by assisting Sangchul, he could gain favor with Ma Jiangak, and having someone like Ma Jiangak indebted to him would be a valuable asset. Moreover, he simply didn't like Youngmin. Youngmin and his men grew increasingly anxious as Black Scythe's intentions became clear. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Youngmin ordered Black Scythe to back off, threatening to kill him if he continued. But Black Scythe only smiled, taunting them with the question, "Do you really want to fight me? What's the problem?" Youngmin's fury reached its peak. To him, Black Scythe's question was absurd, almost laughable. He wondered if Black Scythe would be so confident if he truly understood the kind of monster he was dealing with. The memory of Black Scythe effortlessly defeating goblins and claiming the top rank in the last encounter flashed through Youngmin's mind, and his eyes widened in shock. Black Scythe lowered his scythe to the ground and, with a calm yet menacing tone, told Youngmin to let him know if he wanted to end the fight. The four men watched nervously as the scythe's blade moved, their fear evident in their eyes. Youngmin, visibly shaken, asked if Black Scythe would really let him go. Black Scythe crossed his arms, a hint of amusement in his voice, and replied that he might consider it, if Youngmin got on his knees and begged for his life with sincerity. The realization that Black Scythe was trying to humiliate him in front of his friends and Arin twisted Youngmin's expression from smug triumph to despair. Despite his rising irritation, he had no desire to engage in a fight if it could be avoided. He scoffed at Black Scythe, but as he did, a thought crossed his mind: he had the power to shatter a wall with just his bare hands. Maybe, just maybe, he could take down Black Scythe with a single strike. A smug smile crept onto his face as he entertained this possibility. He glared at Black Scythe and spat out, "You've crossed the line." He clenched his fists, preparing for a fight, and taunted Black Scythe, asking if he really wanted him to kneel and beg. With a menacing tone, he added, "Do you want to die?" Youngmin planned to close the distance between them and land a devastating punch. In his mind, there was no way Black Scythe could survive a blow strong enough to crush a brick wall. But just as he was about to strike, Black Scythe calmly set his weapon aside. Youngmin was baffled. Why would he discard his weapon? Black Scythe, exuding confidence, explained that it wouldn't be fair to fight an unarmed opponent while he was armed. Winning like that, he said, would be too boring. Enraged by the perceived arrogance, Youngmin cursed Black Scythe's foolishness. He moved into attack, but before he could react, Black Scythe suddenly shifted behind him. Youngmin, thinking this was his chance, swung with all his might, ready to land a powerful punch. But to his shock, Black Scythe effortlessly dodged his blow and retaliated with a powerful kick to his stomach. The force of the kick sent Youngmin flying, crashing into the distance, leaving him stunned and gasping for air. Black Scythe watched impassively as Youngmin's body sailed through the air, one foot still raised from the powerful kick. Youngmin landed with a thud, groaning in pain as he knelt on the ground, his curses directed at Black Scythe. With a cold expression, Black Scythe warned him to stop cursing, saying, "Your foul mouth will rot my ears," before delivering another brutal kick. Youngmin gasped as the force of the blow sent him sprawling, his hand instinctively reaching up to soothe his aching face. Without hesitation, Black Scythe grabbed Youngmin by the collar, hoisting him up with one hand while keeping him at arm's length. He then began to rain down punches with his other hand, each blow landing with a bone-crunching impact. Youngmin, dazed and reeling from the assault, thought to himself that it didn't feel like a fist hitting him, it felt more like being struck by a sledgehammer. He couldn't comprehend how Black Scythe could be this strong. Is he as powerful as me? Youngmin wondered, unable to fathom how Black Scythe could possess such strength without a rune to enhance it. As he looked up at Black Scythe's calm yet focused face, one of his friends shouted his name, while another urged the archer to take action. The archer, maintaining perfect form, quickly drew his bow and loosed a lightning-fast arrow aimed directly at Black Scythe. Arin, sensing the danger, screamed for Black Scythe to dodge. With reflexes as sharp as his blade, Black Scythe sidestepped the arrow just in time. Despite the fear etched on his face, the archer fired another arrow. But Black Scythe was already moving, zigzagging toward him with unnerving speed, effortlessly dodging each shot. As he closed the distance, Black Scythe remarked, "You must have been lucky to find a bow while hunting. Too bad you crossed my path during a fight." With a swift motion, Black Scythe drew his weapon, and in one fluid strike, he slashed at the archer. Blood sprayed through the air as the archer let out a cry of agony, his face contorted in terror. The sight of their comrade falling only deepened the fear in the remaining two men, yet they still tried to muster their courage. They took up defensive stances, shouting at Black Scythe to back off and leave them alone. One of the men charged at Black Scythe, dagger in hand, cursing as he lunged forward. Black Scythe responded with a mocking smile, his expression almost amused. In an instant, he activated the seal of death. Above the man's head, a red mark appeared, resembling an eye with a skull at its center, a symbol of impending doom. Gripping his scythe tightly, Black Scythe unleashed a devastating swing. The red-hued blades of wind that followed tore through the air, slashing the man's shins with such force that he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as blood splattered everywhere. The remaining man, witnessing this horrific scene, was paralyzed with fear, his confidence shattered. Black Scythe lunged at the man with blinding speed, noting that the mere fact they dared to use weapons against him showed some level of resolve. With a powerful swing, his scythe sliced through the man's arm, eliciting a piercing scream. The ominous seal of death hovered above the man's head, a clear sign that the next strike would be even more devastating. As expected, the scythe cut through the armor with ease, doubling the damage and leaving the man clutching his deep wound in sheer agony. As the men writhed on the ground, their faces contorted in pain, Black Scythe observed them coldly. This can't be it, he thought. He knew he had to instill fear so deep they would never dare to cross his path again. When he approached, they whimpered and pleaded for mercy, begging him to spare them. Without a word, Black Scythe flicked his scythe, sending blood splattering with the movement. Another scream tore through the air. Taking a deep breath, Black Scythe decided he was finished with these men, ready to move on to the next target. His sharp gaze fell on a figure hiding behind a tree. Hiding won't help you, Black Scythe called out, his voice chilling. In a flash, a blade of wind sliced through the young man's arm, causing him to cry out in pain as blood spurted from the wound. Stop acting like a child, Black Scythe admonished, his tone devoid of sympathy. The young man's pain barely scratched the surface of what he had inflicted on others. Black Scythe's scythe struck again and again, each blow drawing a scream from the boy as he was mercilessly cut down. Sangchul and Arin watched in stunned silence, witnessing the brutal efficiency of Black Scythe's assault. Sangchul was particularly struck by how Black Scythe could so ruthlessly dismember an opponent who had already lost the will to fight. As Black Scythe severed the boy's arms and moved on to his leg, Sangchul couldn't help but admire the cold precision. It might seem extreme, Sangchul thought, but I appreciate that level of decisiveness. In his mind, Black Scythe rivaled even his director. Finally, Black Scythe turned to Sangchul and Arin. Are you two all right? He asked, his voice steady. Sangchul nodded, acknowledging that they were safe because of him. You don't have to worry about Yongmin and his crew anymore, Black Scythe assured them, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Black Scythe suggested they should go and vote, seeing as the four men were too battered to move. In unison, Sangchul and Arin bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. Arin hesitated, then asked, will they die? Black Scythe shrugged. Does it matter if they die? They aren't even worth calling animals, he replied coldly, his bluntness catching Arin off guard. Observing her troubled expression, he realized she was far too sensitive. He wondered why she seemed to care so much about the lives of these men as if she were some saint. Perhaps she was concerned about her public image as a celebrity, he thought. Turning to Sangchul, Black Scythe asked, do you have a question? Yeah, Sangchul responded confidently. Why did you decide to spare them? Even if you killed them, there wouldn't be any repercussions in the real world. The young man's face paled at the question. Black Scythe replied calmly, if you're asking whether there was a specific reason I let them live, there wasn't. He continued, but the real reason I didn't finish them off is simple, there's nothing to gain from killing them. Sangchul was puzzled by the notion of there being no benefit. But even so, he insisted, it's not wise to leave any potential threats alive. Threats? Black Scythe echoed, glancing at the trembling men. If these guys are still capable of causing trouble, then I'd say the game's already in a poor state. Besides, reducing the number of players doesn't benefit anyone. The more, the merrier. After a moment, Sangchul nodded, understanding his reasoning. Makes sense, he admitted. Sangchul considered that fewer players meant fewer available spots for those who completed each round. He found himself admiring Black Scythe's unique perspective on the game's mechanics, realizing that Black Scythe saw things differently from most players. I get it, Sangchul nodded. From now on, we'll stop thinking about the humanity of this game. With that, Black Scythe turned to leave, but Sangchul quickly called out, wait. Give me your account number, and I'll make sure you're compensated in the real world. Black Scythe waved it off. Forget about it, he said, continuing on his way. Sangchul was stunned by his refusal to accept any reward. Helping without any expectation of payment was rare in their world. He resolved to report the encounter to the president as soon as he returned to reality. A groan from behind caught his attention. It was one of the young men they had fought. Sangchul felt a surge of anger, his gaze turning lethal. But he remembered Black Scythe's words, it wouldn't benefit them to finish them off. Holding back, he spat in their direction and urged Arin to leave with him. Back in the main field, the atmosphere was tense. Players were campaigning fiercely to be chosen as the region's representative, each claiming they were the best choice. The heated arguments escalated into a physical altercation, with one player grabbing another by the collar. As the crowd tried to intervene, another participant stepped forward, declaring that anyone with such a quick temper shouldn't be representing them and offering herself as a better candidate. Then, a young man joined the fray, boasting about his father being a congressman and insisting he deserved the position. Many in the crowd eyed him with skepticism, doubting the truth of his claims. Amid the chaos, a voice rose from the crowd, commanding everyone's attention and halting the argument. The speaker, known by the nickname Mint Chocolate Boy, grabbed everyone's attention and reminded them that the voting would end in just 2 hours. He urged the players not to waste time arguing and to cast their votes as soon as possible. One of the players asked him how they should decide who to vote for. Mint Chocolate Boy confidently replied that he had a practical solution. Curious, everyone focused on him, eager to hear his idea. He smirked inwardly, pleased at how easily the crowd hung on his every word once again. With a dark grin, he thought about how the players had once more fallen for his persuasive tactics. At first, he had been disappointed when he received the persuasion rune as his random rune fragment. He had looked at it with disdain, noting that the rune increased his chances of persuasion only if the target was particularly talkative. Moreover, it wouldn't work on anyone with a higher level than his own, and it seemed completely useless against monsters who couldn't speak. But soon, Mint Chocolate Boy realized how to use the rune to his advantage. While on the battlefield, when other players were busy slaying goblins and sharing strategies, he had approached a group of men, telling them a woman was in great danger and needed immediate help. He advised them to drop everything and go to her aid. The men, influenced by his rune's effect, followed his advice without hesitation, abandoning their targets and rushing off. Mint Chocolate Boy then swooped in to finish off the weakened goblins, easily meeting the 100 kill requirement. Now, with the voting underway, he suggested a more structured approach to choosing a representative. Let's narrow down the candidates to just 5, he proposed, and vote among them. The players, realizing the wisdom in his words, quickly agreed. They understood that if everyone continued campaigning for themselves, they would never reach a decision. Mint Chocolate Boy took the lead in organizing the nominations, relishing how smoothly his plan was unfolding. If everything went as expected, he would soon position himself as the representative of the region. He asked the crowd to raise their hands and nominate anyone they believed should be recommended. One of the players, who had been advocating for himself earlier, eagerly shot his hand up. However, Mint Chocolate Boy quickly pointed out that nominating themselves was against the rules and would just repeat their earlier mistakes. The audience began murmuring in agreement, with many voices echoing, "Mint Chocolate Boy is right." Inwardly, Mint Chocolate Boy felt confident, thinking it would be a simple task to manipulate this group. Most of the attendees were strangers to one another, caught up in their thoughts and unsure whom to nominate. Meanwhile, a few others were hesitant to suggest anyone but themselves, worried about losing their chance. Sensing the growing uncertainty, Mint Chocolate Boy remained patient, understanding that this silence would ultimately lead to only the most notable names being suggested. At last, a participant raised his hand and proposed Mint Chocolate Boy as a candidate. Excellent, he mused silently. The person who nominated him justified the choice, stating that having a rational and capable leader would be in their best interest. Mint Chocolate Boy pretended to be surprised by the nomination, even as another player jumped in to commend his ability to manage the situation effectively. He accepted the compliments with a gracious smile while inwardly laughing at how easily he had won them over. Then, another participant nominated Black Scythe. Mint Chocolate Boy's grin widened. He knew Black Scythe's recent victory made him a logical contender. Next, a player named Life is a Documentary put forth the second-place finisher, followed by someone else suggesting Black Dragon in My Right Hand as a third candidate. Mint Chocolate Boy tallied 4 names and asked the crowd if there were any more nominations for the 5th spot. When no one else volunteered, he announced that the 4 candidates were confirmed. He suggested that each nominee should speak to the crowd before the final vote and offered to go first, confident in his ability to sway the masses. Winning over these fools will be a breeze, he thought smugly. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, openly challenging him. It was Life is a Documentary, the player ranked second in the region, who seemed visibly annoyed. "I can't listen to another word this Mint Chocolate Boy is spouting," he declared. Mint Chocolate Boy turned to him and asked what his issue was. "Do you seriously think life is easy?" came the sharp retort from Life is a Documentary, his gaze filled with a menacing intensity that seemed to challenge Mint Chocolate Boy's entire stance. Life is a Documentary asked Mint Chocolate Boy if people always followed his instructions without question. As Mint Chocolate Boy pondered this, a concerned expression crossed his face. He began to realize the extent of his influence, but quickly brushed the thought aside, convincing himself it wasn't entirely true. When Mint Chocolate Boy was asked to nominate someone for the regional representative, Life is a Documentary grew visibly agitated and accused him of being a manipulator. "You're crossing the line," Mint Chocolate Boy retorted sharply, defending himself. He reminded everyone of a proverb, a person's face and demeanor reflect their true nature. He questioned why such harsh language had to be used in what was meant to be a discussion about leadership. For a moment, he seemed satisfied with his response, feeling that he had made his point. However, Life is a Documentary didn't back down. He sneered, asking whether Mint Chocolate Boy had the nerve to preach to him about life. "You're playing a dangerous game," he warned, his tone threatening. The situation escalated quickly, and Mint Chocolate Boy found himself taken aback by the intensity of the challenge. He realized that his usual methods of persuasion were failing, and the tension in the room grew palpable. Seeing his influence slip away, Life is a Documentary desperately appealed to the crowd, urging them to vote for him and ignore the other candidates. "Support me, or face the consequences," he threatened, his voice tinged with desperation. But Mint Boy mocked him openly, asking if he genuinely believed people would listen to his threats. He advised him to stop embarrassing himself and leave. The atmosphere grew colder as Life is a Documentary, his expression serious and menacing. Then, in a flash of violence, he lunged forward, striking Mint Boy. Blood sprayed, and the crowd felt a chill run down their spine as they realized the victim had been stabbed in the neck. The wounded player crumpled to the ground, blood flowing freely. The gravity of the situation hit Mint Chocolate Boy hard. He was witnessing a deadly turn of events. Life is a Documentary glared at him, reminding Mint Chocolate Boy of the earlier warning: he would kill anyone who crossed him. As Mint Chocolate Boy's eyes widened in shock, he let out a strangled cry. His body trembled, and then he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Panic erupted among the crowd as they grasped the brutal reality of what had just happened. The label of killer seemed to hang in the air around Life is a Documentary, whose weapon still dripped with the blood of Mint Chocolate Boy. He turned to the crowd, his eyes cold, his voice challenging. "So what?" he snarled. "If anyone has a problem, step forward." A player, terrified, called him insane, pointing a trembling finger. Life is a Documentary only grinned wider, declaring that if no one confronted him, he would come to them instead. He moved like a blur, cutting down everyone in his path with swift, ruthless precision, as if fueled by some dark, burning passion. With each strike, he seemed more exhilarated, shouting that this was the best scenario: no cameras, no reporters, no restrictions. He reveled in the violence, delighted that he could kill as many as he wished without consequence. The blood of those he slaughtered stained his clothes, and he turned his blood-soaked dagger on the remaining players who have yet to cast their votes. "Support me," he demanded, "or face death." Fear gripped everyone's faces, their expressions twisted in horror. Seeing this, Life is a Documentary gave a wicked grin. He knew that fear was now his ally. The crowd, terrified of what he might do, realized they had little choice but to support him. Life is a Documentary had set his sights on Black Scythe, plotting his demise to clear his path to the top. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Ryu Min continued to hone his skills, wielding his scythe with relentless determination. His goal was to grow stronger with every swing. As he fought on, a notification flashed before him, revealing he had just defeated Knowles. The tally of his kills now stood at 265, far surpassing the original target of 100. With this achievement, the Butcher rune he possessed activated, doubling all his stats by 100%. In addition, he was granted a threefold experience buff, accelerating his growth. Ryu Min had reached a new milestone, level 16. Yet, when he glanced at his status window, he realized that his leveling pace was beginning to slow. Despite having slain over 200 monsters, he had only managed to gain 2 levels in the past 2 hours. While the progress was slowing, hunting had become noticeably easier, likely due to the powerful combination of the Butcher and Reaper runes. These runes not only enhanced his weapon's attack power but also amplified all of his stats. Feeling satisfied with his gains, Ryu Min decided it was time to head back. Sheathing his weapon, he turned to make his way back to the starting point. Suddenly, the countdown reached 0, and a notification window appeared, signaling that the voting period had begun. A radiant golden light enveloped Ryu Min's body, signifying that all players in the vicinity were being summoned back to the starting point. The time had come to cast their votes. As the local players gathered, 4 wounded figures emerged, those who had earlier fought against Black Scythe. Their battered appearance caught everyone's attention, leaving the other players in shock at the sight of their injuries. Then, Aaron, Sangchul, and a group of additional players arrived at the scene. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were stunned by the sight before them, a field strewn with player corpses. Shocked, they immediately began to ask what had happened. Aaron quickly assessed the situation, his eyes narrowing at the figure standing among the bodies, covered head to toe in blood. He assumed that the blood-soaked individual must be the one responsible for the carnage. Ryu Min, observing the situation, noticed that it looked like Cho Young-sik had regained control. Cho Young-sik was known as the leader of the Young-sik gang and was widely regarded as the second-best fighter in the region. However, his personality was infamous for being aggressive and domineering. Young Sik's face was smeared with blood, and his expression was disturbingly intense, his eyes darting around suspiciously. Ryu Min understood that this was a volatile situation, like a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. He quickly calculated that it wasn't the right moment to act just yet. As he assessed his options, Young Sik slowly approached him, clearly waiting for some kind of reaction. With a calm demeanor, Ryu Min decided to bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, Young Sik called out to him, asking where he had been. This caught the attention of both Aran and Sangcheol, who turned their focus to Black Scythe. Ryu Min, maintaining his composure, responded to Young Sik's question with a steady gaze, asking what he wanted. Young Sik, with a haughty smirk, stated his demand outright. He wanted Black Scythe to serve him as a subordinate. Ryu Min, known as Black Scythe, replied with a cold, "And why would I do that?" Undeterred, Young Sik spun his dagger in a menacing manner, threatening to spare Black Scythe's life only if he submitted to him. Instead of fear, Young Sik was met with the sound of Ryu Min's laughter. Amused by the audacity of the demand, Ryu Min asked if Young Sik intended to start a fight immediately. Still smiling, he added, "If you want me to spare you, you'll have to kneel before me." This bold statement caught Young Sik off guard, making him view Black Scythe as utterly insane. Cho Young Sik accused Black Scythe of not grasping the gravity of the situation, his frustration evident in his voice. He continued speaking, but Black Scythe swiftly cut him off, tauntingly asking if Young Sik was having trouble understanding what he had just said. With a cold smile, Black Scythe unsheathed his weapon and casually suggested that dying on the spot might be more satisfying for Young Sik. Caught off guard, Young Sik stared at the weapon in Black Scythe's hand, bewildered. He had no idea where such a powerful weapon had come from and could feel his confidence begin to waver. Panic crept into his mind as he realized he may have underestimated his opponent. Sensing his discomfort, Black Scythe taunted him further, asking, "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" Young Sik gritted his teeth, frustrated by his own hesitation. Trying to regain his composure, he loudly proclaimed his identity as the leader of the Young Sik gang and declared that he would never bow to anyone. His anger reached its peak, and he recklessly swung his weapon, challenging Black Scythe to a duel. In response, Black Scythe merely scoffed, recognizing Young Sik's notorious temper. He decided to stop provoking him further, knowing that things could become complicated if he pushed too hard. Black Scythe had a strategy in mind. Displaying his strength to win the votes of the players wasn't his intention. Young Sik could be useful for his plan during the third round as a representative. Additionally, he sensed that the angel would appear any moment. As if on cue, the angel materialized, calling for all players to gather. Young Sik, momentarily distracted by the sudden arrival, shifted his focus away from Black Scythe. Seizing the moment, Black Scythe remarked on Young Sik's good fortune and calmly advised him to choose his battles more wisely next time if he wished to avoid an untimely end. With that, Black Scythe turned to leave, leaving Young Sik standing there, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Young Sik stood frozen in place, his face a mask of rage, but beneath the surface, he felt a wave of relief. Though he appeared fierce and resolute, a part of him was worried that the tension might trigger a heart attack. Still, he silently vowed that Black Scythe would one day witness his true power. For now, he would let him go, but if chosen as the representative, he would make sure to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. The angel, her voice echoing across the battlefield, asked the players if they had selected their delegates. Glancing at the scattered bodies, she dryly noted that they had accomplished more than just talk in the 3 hours they had spent together. With a dismissive tone, she reminded them that whether they lived or died was of no concern to her. Then, she called for the voting process to begin. A screen appeared in front of each player, announcing the start of the election for the region's representative. Every player had one vote, and the candidate with the most votes would assume the role. To cast their vote, they simply needed to focus on the player they wished to support. The angel warned that anyone failing to vote within the 5-minute window would automatically lose and be eliminated from the next round. The countdown began. Some players murmured the instruction to themselves, "Look at who I want to vote for," as they scanned the crowd to decide on their choice. Most of them fixed their gaze on Young Sik, who wore a confident, smug grin, assuming all eyes were on him. Then, unexpectedly, his expression shifted. He turned his attention to a woman with round cheeks and demanded why she wasn't looking directly at him. Startled, the woman seemed unsure of how to respond. Seeing her hesitation, Young Sik grew increasingly agitated and threatened to kill her. Stammering, she quickly defended herself, insisting that she had voted for him. Frustrated, Young Sik continued to shout threats, demanding everyone's attention. He scanned the crowd, threatening anyone who dared to avert their gaze. Finally, the voting time ran out. The angel clapped her hands, announcing that the voting period had ended and instructed them to tally the votes. A large screen materialized above, revealing the results. In fifth place was Cute Baby Bird with 5 votes, and Chubby Cheek Steamed Bun came in fourth with 6 votes. With 249 votes, Black Dragon secured third place, while Black Scythe came in second with 2,077 votes. Topping the leaderboard with 2,412 votes was Life is a Documentary. Although Young Sik, who went by Life is a Documentary, received the highest number of votes, he wasn't pleased. His irritation deepened as he saw that Black Scythe had garnered significant support. Young Sik glared at the players who had voted against him, and many of them avoided meeting his gaze, aware of his anger. After the voting concluded, the angel announced that Life is a Documentary had been chosen as the region's representative. A window screen appeared, indicating that Young Sik had gained the power of command, allowing him to issue directives to other players. His blood-stained face broke into a wide grin. He immediately planned to use this newfound authority to rally the players against Black Scythe, determined to make him regret not killing him earlier. As Young Sik examined the details of his command ability on the screen, he realized its limitations. He could give direct orders to players, but only those without a class, and he could only control one player at a time, up to a maximum of 10 uses. Discontent flickered across his face at the restrictions, especially the fact that players with a class could resist his commands. The angel's voice cut through the tension, asking the players if they believed this was the end. However, she hinted that a hidden mission still remained for this round. Her cryptic words puzzled the players, who couldn't quite grasp what she meant. A window screen then appeared, revealing that the second round contained a side quest. If they completed it, they would receive a class advancement item and a coupon for 50% off today's item. Sungkal and Arin seemed confused about the concept of class advancement items. The angel clarified that these would appear in the quest window once players reached level 10. When one of the players questioned how they were supposed to level up without any monsters, the angel's expression darkened, and she informed them that the forest was teeming with creatures. Only 80,000 players nationwide would have the opportunity to advance to a class this round, the angel added. She then revealed that someone in their region had already been granted a class advancement, sparking curiosity among the players about who it could be. Sensing their interest, the angel asked if they wanted to check the results of the side mission to find out more. This possibility excited the group even more. The results of the second round subquest appeared on a large screen, revealing the standings for each region. At the top was the level 16 Reaper, Black Scythe, followed by the level 10 Dark Knight, Heavenly Demon, in second place, and a level 10 Shaman in third. It quickly became evident that Black Scythe was the only player in their area to have advanced to a class. The realization dawned on the other players that he was now in a class of his own, the Reaper class. This knowledge brought a mix of fear and respect, as they murmured among themselves, connecting his class to the scythe he wielded. Young Sik, who had hoped to use his command authority to control Black Scythe, was seething with frustration. He found it infuriating that Black Scythe had managed to advance so quickly, making him immune to his control. The timing seemed oddly perfect to him, almost as if fate itself were playing a hand. The angel then explained that rankings for the second round had been assigned based on who completed the subquest the fastest. Looking at the leaderboard, she announced that Black Scythe was the first in their region to change his class and had also claimed the top spot overall. She seemed genuinely impressed and even commented on how fitting his nickname was, given his new class. She asked him how he had chosen the name Black Scythe and if he had known in advance that he would acquire the Reaper class. With a casual demeanor, Ryu Min responded that he had no idea he would end up in a class that matched his moniker so well. The angel, intrigued, suggested that perhaps it was fate for him to become a Reaper. Ryu Min nodded, mentally noting that the angel seemed unaware of how the Reaper class was actually obtained. They only knew it was something unique. She found the situation fascinating and remarked that it was surprising there was only one player in the area who had managed to change their class. Furthermore, she clarified that Black Scythe would be the only one immune to authority orders. Her statement caused confusion among the players, who questioned what she meant by saying the authority command would not affect Black Scythe. The angel paused, seemingly considering whether to elaborate further, leaving everyone in suspense about what might come next. She continued by clarifying that anyone belonging to a class is exempt from the authority of command. This meant that the region representative had no power to control Black Scythe. Moreover, there were only 10 opportunities to use the command authority, so being named a region representative did not grant unlimited power. The players absorbed her explanation, but Cho Young-sik's frustration grew. He had hoped to keep the limitations of his authority hidden from everyone. The angel then turned her attention back to Black Scythe, proposing that he should receive a reward for being the fastest to complete his class. With a snap of her fingers, 2 screens appeared before him. The first screen congratulated him on achieving the highest rank in the area, while the second celebrated his position as the top-ranked player across all regions. Ryu Min, tapping on the screens, claimed his rewards. For being the first in the area, he received a ticket of low-rank rare armor. Additionally, for placing first across all regions, he was given the choice of a special reward from a collection of rare armor pieces. The options included a leather armor of a skilled hunter, armor of a medieval knight, and a well-ventilated mage robe. His decision was already clear. The first option seemed too intricate, and the third offered little in terms of defense. So, he selected the second choice, the leather armor of the skilled hunter. Next, he was asked to pick from a set of unique rewards, 3 experience boosts valid until the end of round 3, 3,000 gold, or information about the third round. Understanding that the next round would involve a large number of monsters, he chose the 3-time experience boost, knowing it would be the most advantageous. The angel announced that the rewards had been distributed. A golden glow surrounded Ryu Min's body, as well as those of the other participants, signaling the completion of the reward ceremony. The angel declared that everyone could now return home. With a sinister grin, she hinted that the third round would be far more challenging, assuring them, "I promise." Before the players could teleport, a large screen displayed the results of the second round. Only 873,500,205 survivors remained across all regions, with 4,998 survivors in their current region, ESKS 455. The screen then flashed another message, announcing that their souls would soon be transferred to their physical bodies in the current dimension, with the next round set to begin on March 1, 2023. The message concluded by wishing them luck in surviving. As the notification ended, the soul transfer began. Suddenly, Young Min awoke with a start, shouting in panic. He glanced down and was relieved to see his hand was still intact, his arm was still attached to his body. He had assumed he might return with his normal body if he survived, but now, a sense of dread crept over his face. He swore he would never cross paths with Black Scythe again or even think of confronting him. Meanwhile, Sungchul praised Aaron for her hard work. Aaron, in response, stated that he had put in a great deal of effort while she had done nothing. Turning to face him, she smiled broadly and thanked him. Feeling awkward, Sungchul cleared his throat, looked away, and adjusted his tie, saying it was his duty as her bodyguard and manager. Aaron expressed her desire to thank Black Scythe again and asked if there was any way to do so. Sungchul explained that they had no way of finding him, as they had no idea what he really looked like. He also mentioned that Black Scythe seemed to prefer remaining anonymous. Aaron acknowledged this, though it didn't please her. Sun Chul added that when he had asked Black Scythe for his account number to provide compensation, he had initially refused, suggesting that he didn't want anyone to discover his identity. Aaron understood, but the realization left her feeling unsatisfied. Seeing her disappointment, Sun Chul suggested that if she truly wanted to express her gratitude, she could try to find him in the next round and give him something then. Aaron's face brightened at the idea. Aaron thought it was a clever idea. She began to contemplate how to properly show her gratitude to Black Scythe. As their conversation wrapped up, Sun Chul suggested she get some rest, promising they could discuss it further in the morning. Aaron nodded and advised him to be careful. Just as Sun Chul was about to step into the elevator, his phone buzzed. He answered the call from President Ma while stepping inside. Noting that the president was still awake, Sun Chul heard him mention that he had just started sipping on whiskey after his return. Sun Chul congratulated President Ma on advancing to the Dark Knight class. The president asked about their experience in their region. Sun Chul explained that both he and Aaron had only managed to reach level 8 before getting injured halfway through, which prevented them from continuing their hunt. President Ma sounded disappointed by this news. As Sun Chul reached the parking lot, he asked if it was a good time to discuss the matter, indicating he had something important to report. He revealed it concerned Black Scythe. President Ma immediately instructed him to come to the hotel so they could talk in person. Sun Chul agreed, saying he would be there in 20 minutes. He started driving, unaware that someone was watching him. From the shadows, a man observed Sun Chul's car as it exited the parking lot. It was Ryu Min, quietly tailing him. Ryu Min wondered if Sun Chul was heading towards Ma Kyungrak. 10 minutes earlier, Ryu Min had been reviewing his stats window while Ryu 1 was asleep on the bed nearby. The display indicated that he needed to focus on the target he wished to track. He visualized Sun Chul in his mind and spoke his name. The window confirmed the name and face, and then indicated that the target's location was now being tracked. The screen showed the target was just 9 meters away. As the distance on the display suddenly shifted to 23 meters, then 56 meters, Ryu Min realized Sun Chul had likely taken the elevator, based on how quickly the numbers were changing. Ryu Min grew curious about Sun Chul's early morning destination, suspecting he might be heading toward Ma Jiangrok. Not wasting a moment, he quickly slipped into his jacket and dashed out the door, determined to confirm his hunch. He felt fortunate that he had decided to track Sun Chul down right after his return. Overhead, thick clouds obscured the full moon, blocking its light from piercing through. Ma Jiangrok, meanwhile, was gazing up at the overcast sky, thinking it was an ideal night for a pursuit. However, he chose to remain still for the moment, as he needed to receive Sun Chul's report. He mulled over how Black Scythe had clinched first place in both the initial and second rounds, wondering what kind of player could stay so enigmatic and yet so dominant. His fingers drummed restlessly on the arm of the couch. The thought of Black Scythe's ranking clearly unsettled him. He began to speculate whether Black Scythe would have targeted his subordinate. If so, Ma Jiangrok knew that such a move would be a direct challenge to him. And he was not the type to tolerate such defiance lightly. His expression remained stern and focused. He had no intention of allowing anyone, not even the player ranked first, to stand in his way. A sense of tension filled the room as he considered the possibilities. Outside, a figure stood by the door, finally knocking. Sun Chul's voice came through, asking if he could enter. Ma Jiangrok gave a nod of assent, inviting him in. Rising to his feet, Ma Jiangrok greeted Sun Chul, who immediately expressed his gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, President Ma, that we're even meeting again," Sun Chul said respectfully. President Ma, wearing a faint smile, replied, "I've done nothing, we weren't even in the same region." Sun Chul bowed slightly, his tone earnest as he added, "Just knowing you're out there inspires me." President Ma chuckled softly, amused by Sun Chul's flattery. "You have a talent for saying the right things," he observed. "It's not flattery," Sun Chul replied with sincerity. "It's the truth." He then congratulated Ma on making it through the round. President Ma shrugged, brushing it off. "Round 2 was a breeze, a walk in the park," he said. Sun Chul, however, continued to praise him, this time for his advancement to a new class. Ma responded humbly, "Just luck, that's all." But Sun Chul insisted, securing second or third place is no small feat, even luck is a skill in itself. He concluded with admiration, saying, "To serve someone like you, President Ma, is the greatest privilege I could ever have." President Ma set his glass down and, with a slight grin, remarked that Sun Chul's flattery was too obvious. He guessed that Sun Chul needed something from him. "So," he asked, "am I right in sensing that you have a favor to ask?" Feeling anxious, Sun Chul hesitated before asking how President Ma had obtained an advancement item. President Ma waved it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. "The item just dropped while I was hunting monsters," he replied casually. What he didn't reveal was that the random rune fragment he acquired had been a result of his Dark Knight rune. He recalled that the angel had told them to check their inventory to see a gift she had prepared. That was when he found the Dark Knight rune, which not only boosted all of his stats but also cloaked his weapon in a dark aura that inflicted extra damage on opponents. When he checked his inventory, he noticed that upon reaching level 10, the rune would automatically advance him to the unique class of Dark Knight. Even though he appeared puzzled by this, he quickly understood the significance of the item. He realized he had gotten extremely lucky to receive such a powerful, cheat-level item in the first round. But despite his good fortune, he kept this information to himself, even from trusted subordinates whom he considered family. He knew well how quickly people could change when it came to matters of power and advantage. Shifting the conversation, President Ma's tone turned serious as he asked directly, "Who injured you? Was it Black Scythe?" Sun Chul seemed startled by the assumption and quickly corrected him, explaining that Black Scythe had actually saved his life. Curious, President Ma urged him to elaborate. He asked if pursuing the actress, Aaron, had led to his near-death experience. Sun Chul admitted that they might have died if Black Scythe hadn't intervened. He explained further, Aaron might have survived, but she would have been left with psychological scars too severe to continue her career in the entertainment industry. President Ma nodded, his interest piqued. The story was turning out to be more complicated than he initially thought. President Ma seemed to be deep in thought. He had nearly lost a valuable subordinate, and it had almost jeopardized his business interests. Breaking the silence, President Ma asked about the fate of the thugs involved, assuming they had been killed. Sun Chul clarified that while Black Scythe had inflicted agonizing pain on them, it wasn't fatal. Curious, President Ma asked why Black Scythe had spared them. Sun Chul explained that, according to Black Scythe, there was no point in killing them. His logic was simple: as the overall population dwindles, so does the pool of those who survive. President Ma acknowledged that the reasoning made sense, though he remained concerned about what these individuals might do in the future. Taking a thoughtful sip of his whiskey, he reflected that both his assets and subordinates were only alive because of Black Scythe. He felt indebted to him for that and remarked that he should offer some financial compensation. Sungchul mentioned that he had already brought up the topic, but Black Scythe had refused and left immediately afterward. President Ma was slightly surprised to hear that the offer of compensation had been declined. He speculated that perhaps Black Scythe wanted to avoid revealing his identity. With the conversation seemingly drawing to a close, both men stood up. President Ma described Black Scythe as a cautious individual. He instructed Sungchul to express his gratitude if he encountered Black Scythe in the next round, genuinely appreciating the man who had kept both Aaron and Sungchul alive. Sungchul promised he would convey the message. Moreover, President Ma ordered Sungchul to keep an eye on Black Scythe and offer assistance if needed, stating his philosophy of never leaving debts unpaid. "As you wish, sir," Sungchul replied. Just before Sungchul could leave, President Ma remembered something crucial and made a bold request. With a menacing glare, he demanded to know the nicknames of the thugs involved. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Ryu Min was concealed behind a tree, silently observing. He glanced around, thinking to himself how fiercely loyal a dog Sungchul truly was. Even though it was late at night, Sangchul made his way directly to Ma Jiangrok's location as soon as he returned to reality. Having already confirmed the place, he decided to leave quickly, knowing that staying there too long might arouse suspicion. He called a cab and, while waiting, couldn't help but notice a peculiar coincidence. CO Aaron, a celebrity backed by Jiangrok, happened to live in the same apartment complex as he did. He recalled to himself that he needed to thank his younger brother. If they hadn't handed out rice cakes, he would never have crossed paths with Aaron or uncovered the connection between Sungchul and her. Just as he was about to open the taxi door, he had a sudden thought: perhaps he could use this neighborly relationship to his advantage to gain Jiangrok's trust. Still, he needed to decide whether bringing Jiangrok into the fold for the 20th round was the right move. He was well aware of Jiangrok's possession of the Dark Knight rune, a powerful item that essentially functioned like a cheat. However, he also knew its limitations. Without an advancement rune, Jiangrok would have to progress as a basic knight first. Moreover, to unlock the true potential of the Dark Knight, like the Dark Aura ability, Jiangrok would need to accumulate dark mana, a unique type of energy that couldn't be obtained through conventional means. It seemed suited for someone with a twisted hobby, like Jiangrok. Ryu Min mused that having a comrade with a psychopathic streak could be dangerous. For now, he decided to keep Jiangrok as a potential candidate but planned to exploit his usefulness as much as possible. He also noted that there were other promising players, like a girl he had seen with a unique green energy aura. Upon reaching his apartment, Ryu Min resolved to head out at dawn to begin his work. Later that day, at a local convenience store, the cashier seemed conflicted, clearly worried about something. He was anxious, fearing that their sales might plummet by 50%. Just then, his daughter arrived. He greeted her with a warm smile. Juri asked her father why he seemed so troubled. He explained that the store's lottery ticket sales had come to a complete halt. Curious, Julie asked why this had happened so suddenly. Her father sighed and told her that while the government had provided a reasonable-sounding explanation, it seemed like they were blaming the players for the downturn. The government admitted that they had no way of gauging the skill levels of the players. Julie recalled reading about a man who had won the lottery 4 times in a row. Her father sighed and added that rising labor costs and rent were already making things tough, and now he wasn't sure how to manage. Julie tried to reassure him, saying she would help out as soon as she graduated. She even wondered aloud whether taking on a part-time job would help them make ends meet. Her father quickly dismissed the idea, urging her to focus on her studies instead. He promised to handle the financial worries himself, reminding her that her goal of becoming a doctor was more important. Praising her for her good grades, he asked if she still planned to go to college. Julie hesitated, then confessed that she had given up on that dream. She explained that, in light of the current situation, education seemed pointless. Her father, seeing her determination, gave in. He admitted that the uncertainty of the next round was weighing heavily on him and that money was not the main concern. Apologizing for being so distracted lately, he admitted he had a lot on his mind. Julie squeezed his hand and assured him there was no need to apologize. She smiled warmly and told him she was okay, saying, "Guess what? I made it through the second round and even got myself a class." Her father looked at her with surprise and curiosity. Julie raised her hand in front of his forehead, and suddenly, green circles of light began to glow around her. Her father stared in astonishment as his body started to emit a faint green glow. He asked, bewildered, "What did you just do?" Julie grinned and explained, "It's a skill called Bless that I got when I earned the buffer class. It slightly boosts your stats and has a refreshing effect." Her father's face lit up with joy as he felt a rush of energy coursing through him. He praised her for her skills, saying he truly did feel more invigorated. Julie promised she would use this skill on him regularly to help him feel better. Encouraging him to lift his spirits, she gave him a playful nudge. Just then, the door to the convenience store swung open. A man stepped inside. Julie noticed the recognition in her father's eyes. She leaned in closer and whispered, "Dad, do you know that man who just walked in?" Her father nodded slightly, his expression a mix of curiosity and caution. The man was none other than Ryu Min, who had just entered the store, seemingly aware of the attention he was drawing. Julie's father informed her that the man who had just walked in was the first-place winner, the one who accurately picked the winning numbers on every tickets. As he approached the counter, Ryu Min greeted him with a familiar smile, asking if he remembered him. He continued, mentioning that he was the person who had bought 101 lottery tickets. Recognizing him, the man at the counter nodded and asked why he had come back. Ryu Min's expression shifted, and he took a deep breath before speaking. Apologizing, he admitted he had seen the news about how the sale of NATO lottery tickets had been halted after he won first place twice. "I didn't mean to cause any trouble for your shop," he said sincerely, "and I'm truly sorry for any harm I've unintentionally caused." Julie observed the entire interaction, noticing the genuine regret in his tone. The shopkeeper reassured Ryu Min, saying, "It's not your fault. We'll manage, even without the lottery sales." However, Ryu Min continued, rummaging through his bag as he spoke, "I know it's not entirely my fault, but I still feel responsible. I want to help in some way, even if it's just a small gesture." He pulled out an envelope and slid it across the counter. The shopkeeper glanced at the envelope, puzzled, and asked, "What's this?" Ryu Min calmly replied, "There's 10 million won in there." Both Julie and her father were shocked by the amount. The man quickly refused, but Ryu Min insisted, urging them to accept it. Before they could respond, he turned and left the store. Staring at the envelope, Julie's father seemed overwhelmed by the sudden offer. Without hesitating, Julie volunteered to return it. Taking the envelope, she dashed out of the store, calling out for Ryu Min to stop. He paused and turned to face her, his expression curious. As she caught up, Julie introduced herself, noting that they were in the same class. Ryu Min raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "I'm sorry, I'm not great with faces," he replied, clearly lying. He knew exactly who Julie Min was, the daughter of the convenience store owner, and someone with the unique buffer class. Still, he maintained his polite demeanor as if meeting her for the first time, masking his awareness with a well-practiced calm. When Ryu Min first realized that Julie had been in his class in the past, he was genuinely taken aback, feeling as if fate had intertwined their paths for a reason. He had originally approached her under the guise of coincidence, aiming to subtly persuade her to see things from his perspective. Julie, sensing his intentions, invited him to talk privately. Ryu Min agreed, and soon they found themselves sitting on a park bench under a clear, brilliant blue sky. Julie handed the envelope back to him. "Is this the money I just gave you?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Julie firmly insisted that he take it back, saying, "We can't accept such a large amount." Ryu Min knew that 10 million won was indeed a significant sum, and he had anticipated they might refuse it. He had given it with this in mind, aware that Julie was the type who could not tolerate any debt, regardless of her situation. Holding the envelope, she added with a sigh, "Just take it, my arm is starting to hurt." Ryu Min, however, declined, explaining, "I feel responsible for any trouble I've caused, which is why I offered it in the first place. It's the least I can do to ease my conscience." Julie countered, saying, "But that's way too much." Ryu Min responded calmly, "No matter the amount, I still want you to accept it. If you don't, it'll bother me for a long time." Julie protested again, "It's too burdensome and excessive." Ryu Min smiled slightly, knowing this was precisely why he insisted on giving it to her. He suggested she send a message to the store owner, adding, "To me, it's not that much money, so please don't feel pressured to refuse it." Julie shot back, "Why are you always so stubborn?" Just as Ryu Min stood up to leave, she called out, "Wait." She continued, "I'll take 1 million won, but 10 million is far too much." Ryu Min paused, intrigued, and asked, "And how can you make that decision for him? You should talk to the owner." Julie replied, "Trust me, my father would find accepting such a large amount awkward." Ryu Min feigned surprise. "Your father owns the convenience store," he said, tilting his head. "I had no idea." He admitted that he frequently visited the store, finding this coincidence strangely fascinating. As Julie studied him, she couldn't help but feel that there was more to his intentions than he was revealing. Julie acknowledged that she found the situation quite fascinating as well, especially since her classmate turned out to be the first natto winner. The word friend seemed to catch Ryu-min off guard. Julie then asked if he genuinely hadn't realized she was in his class all this time. Introducing herself, she mentioned that she recognized him the moment he entered the convenience store. Ryu-min, feigning a sheepish grin, replied, "This is actually our first real conversation. Sorry, I'm not really great with remembering faces." Julie's expression shifted to a slight frown, feeling a bit deflated that he only now seemed to know her name. Noticing her reaction, Ryu-min quickly apologized again. Julie blushed, remaining silent, while Ryu-min felt a twinge of guilt for pretending not to know her, though he knew he needed to act this way to keep her intrigued. Julie stood up and firmly reintroduced herself as Julie Min, stepping closer to him. "That's my face," she stated, her eyes meeting his. "Will you remember it now?" Ryu-min smiled warmly and nodded, his expression sincere. Julie's cheeks reddened further, and she found herself momentarily speechless, realizing how peculiar it felt to be formally introducing herself to a classmate so close to graduation. Sensing her unease, Ryu-min gently said, "I knew who you were, at least a little. And graduation doesn't have to mean losing contact." He then asked for her phone number. Julie, caught off guard, hesitated. "Is it wrong to ask?" he inquired with a playful smile. "I don't think it's strange to ask a classmate for their number." Blushing, Julie nodded and reached for his phone, quickly typing in her number before handing it back. "Thank you," Ryu-min replied, adding, "It seems like fate brought us together, so we should stay in touch." Julie stammered a bit before agreeing. Ryu-min then mentioned he needed to leave, explaining that he had something urgent to attend to. As he walked away, Julie realized she still held the envelope. She called after him, "Wait," but he simply waved back, continuing on his way without turning around. In the end, Julie couldn't bring herself to return the envelope. Her thoughts drifted to how Ryu-min had asked for her number, causing her face to flush as she clutched her chest, her heart still racing. She knew he only intended to be friends, but her feelings for him were too overwhelming to control. She thought back to when they had first met by chance. She had witnessed something involving him and had reported it to the police, feeling compelled to see the matter through, unsure whether she had done the right thing. Wanting to ensure he got home safely, she had decided to follow him. But when she saw him carrying on with his part-time job as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he appeared. That was the moment she first became intrigued by him. However, she lacked the courage to approach him. As time passed, her feelings grew stronger, making it even harder for her to confront him directly. She never expected that they would meet again like this. Julie decided to be brave this time, considering it a rare opportunity that fate had handed her. With the envelope of 10 million won still in her pocket, she could no longer pretend she didn't know him. She wondered if she should invite him to dinner and smiled to herself. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was lying in bed, texting. Julie had just invited him to lunch. He replied that he was free and offered to cover the cost, but Julie insisted on paying. He hadn't expected her to be so quick to offer to buy him a meal. He had assumed she might feel indebted to him. This development was promising. It would be easier to make her an ally if they naturally became friends. He decided that, come the 20th round, he would make sure to save her. As Ryu-min emerged from his room, Ryu-won was sitting on the couch. "Where are you headed?" Ryu-won asked. Ryu-min replied, "I'm meeting a friend." "A friend?" Ryu-won watching TV. "Is this friend a woman?" Ryu-min smirked and asked, "Why, can't I meet women?" Ryu-min casually mentioned to his younger brother, Ryu-won, that he would be heading out for lunch. Ryu-won, surprised, quickly realized that his brother might be going on a date. Later, at a steakhouse, Ryu-min and Julie met up. As they settled down, Ryu-min asked if she liked steak. When Julie replied that she did, he encouraged her to eat plenty, causing her to blush. She found it hard to believe that she was sharing a meal alone with him, one of the best days she could remember. For a while, they ate in silence, and Julie felt the atmosphere growing awkward. Feeling the need to break the ice, she asked about his 4 consecutive natto lottery wins. Ryu-min casually replied that he had gotten lucky after seeing the numbers in a dream, a claim she found hard to believe. Curious, she asked how much money he made from his lucky streak. He joked that he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life but added more seriously that his real concerns were more about survival than wealth. Julie then shifted the conversation to their experiences in the first round of the game. She asked how difficult it had been for him to kill goblins. He replied that it had taken quite a while. When she asked which region he was in, he confessed he couldn't remember much but thought his region ended in the number 5. Julie told him her region ended at 7 and lamented that they couldn't cross into each other's territories in the other world. Ryu Min reassured her, explaining that as the number of survivors decreased, the regions would eventually merge. She then asked about his level, and he revealed he was at level 10, which she noted matched her own. Curious, she inquired about his class. Ryu Min responded that he didn't have a class yet. Julie mentioned that she was fortunate enough to acquire a class change item. Feigning ignorance, Ryu Min asked, "A buffer? Is it like giving buffs in a game?" Secretly, he was pleased to hear she was a buffer, it fit perfectly with his plans. Julie excitedly offered to show him her skill, explaining that her buff, Bless, boosted all stats slightly. Ryu Min, intrigued, said he would love to see it. With a smile, Julie activated her buff, eager to impress him. When Julie extended her hand, a green pattern appeared in the air before her, glowing softly. A notification window popped up, indicating that the blessing would last for 3 hours and that all of Ryu Min's stats had increased by 50%. He expressed his admiration for her skill, thinking to himself that it was a remarkable effect for a special talent. He also realized that once Julie reached her maximum level, the effectiveness of her ability could double, enhancing the buff to a total of 100%. That is, of course, if she managed to level up to the highest point. Regardless, he was pleased to have the buff, especially since meeting her had served that exact purpose. Ryu Min remembered the random gold pouch he had won as a reward for completing his first-class change subquest. The pouch contained a random amount of gold, determined by his luck stat. The higher his luck, the more gold he would receive. He thanked her, stating that the effects of the buff were impressive. Julie beamed and said he only had to ask if he ever needed another buff, reassuring him that casting it was effortless for her. Sensing there was more she wanted to say, he asked what else she had on her mind. Julie hesitated briefly before thanking him again for the 10 million won he had offered. She added that her father was also grateful and wanted to convey his thanks. However, Ryu Min sensed there was something more, so he probed gently, "Is that really all you wanted to say?" She shook her head slightly and explained that she had been thinking of something else. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a glowing object. Curious, Ryu Min asked what it was. Julie explained that she had found the item while hunting, and since he refused the money, she wanted him to at least accept this as a token of her appreciation. She insisted he take it, making it clear that she was sincere and wouldn't take "no" for an answer. They finished their meal, and Julie suggested they meet again sometime. Ryu Min nodded in agreement, advising her to stay safe in the upcoming round. She eagerly agreed, saying they should continue surviving and meeting at the park. After she left, Ryu Min was alone. He pulled up his inventory screen and inspected the object Julie had given him. It was a low-quality purple magic crystal, not particularly valuable but potentially useful. The crystal Julie gave him was a delicate, stunning purple stone with a faint mana aura. Ryu Min hadn't expected her to gift him something like this. When he removed it from his inventory, he noted the brief description, which didn't offer much insight into its properties. He had no idea what the crystal could actually do. However, he knew that at level 20, the combination function would unlock, allowing players to fuse magic crystals with weapons, and he suspected that this particular item would be of great value at that point. The combination feature would not only allow him to merge the crystal with a weapon, but also grant additional enhancements. There were 7 types of magic crystals, each with a different color representing a specific attribute: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for dexterity, blue for intelligence, dark blue for damage reduction, and purple, the rarest of all, for boosting all stats. The purple crystal had the lowest chance of appearing, making it incredibly valuable. Ryu Min felt fortunate to have acquired the crystal so easily. It was a testament to his high luck stat in real life. He decided he would save it until he reached level 20, when he could truly unlock its potential. Glancing at his screen, he noticed the Bless effect still had 30 minutes left. He debated whether to open the gold pouch before the buff expired but realized he first needed to make use of his Butcher rune to maximize his stats. The rune had a unique function: every time it killed a living entity, including something as small as an insect, it would increase all his stats by 1%. Since there were no insects to hunt in the alternate world, he had to kill monsters there, but the real world had no such restriction. He opened his bag and pulled out a plastic packet filled with 100 mealworms. Feeling a bit guilty, he placed the packet on the floor and apologized to the small creatures before raising his foot to crush them. A notification appeared, displaying a kill count of 45 out of 100, which resulted in a 45% boost to all his stats from the Butcher rune. Moments later, another window popped up showing the kill count had reached 67, raising his stat boost to 67%. Each update confirmed the rune's effects, steadily enhancing his abilities as he continued. Ryu-min continued using the Butcher rune until his kill count surpassed 100. With that, the rune's effect maximized, boosting all his stats by 100%. Opening his status window, he noticed his luck stat had climbed to 45 points. Feeling confident about his chances, he decided it was the perfect time to use the random gold pouch he had stored in his inventory. The random gold pouch was a rare consumable item, capable of yielding anywhere from 1 to 9,999 gold, but it had to be used before the next round. The amount received was directly influenced by the user's luck stat, so with his current luck boost, Ryu-min felt optimistic. He had used similar pouches before, and his luck had usually netted him between 300 to 600 gold. This time, however, he hoped for an even better outcome. He held his breath and used the pouch, his eyes locked on the notification window that appeared. To his shock and delight, the alert showed he had received the maximum amount, 9,999 gold. A wide grin spread across his face, the bless effect had indeed paid off. Checking his total gold, he now had 16,249, a substantial amount, more than enough to purchase an epic item. However, since the specific item he wanted wouldn't be available for another 2 weeks, he decided to save the gold for now. Back at the apartment, Ryu-min announced his return. His younger brother, Ryu-won, looked up from his smartphone and eagerly approached him. "So, how did your date go?" Ryu-won asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ryu-min gave him a puzzled look. "What date?" he replied, pretending not to understand. "You know, with that girl you were meeting," Ryu-won teased. Ryu-min waved him off. "Stop talking nonsense. What did you have for lunch?" Ryu-won shrugged. "Just ordered black bean noodles." Ryu-min chuckled. "You should have treated yourself to something better." Ryu-won frowned, confused. "What's wrong with noodles? I felt like eating them." Ryu-min nodded thoughtfully, remembering that just a month ago, they could barely afford such small luxuries. It was a reminder of how quickly things could change. As Ryu-min reflected, he remembered his recent investment of $150 million in Bitcoin. Predicting a market crash in 2 weeks, he planned to cash out just in time, similar to his past financial maneuvers. His attention shifted when a sleek car on television caught his eye, prompting him to realize he needed a driver's license. He decided to take the written exam, wondering how many times he'd attempted it in the past. Approaching it with a casual attitude, he completed it quickly. The proctor, puzzled by the speed, checked the computer and was surprised to see that Ryu-min had scored a 95. While he had expected to pass, there was a delay, and he had to wait 4 days to receive his license. After getting his license, Ryu-min bought a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. It was the car he always wanted. Ryu-min asked how long it will take to deliver the car. The man told him it will be delivered within a month. Finally, the moment arrived, and as he held his smartphone, he decided it was time to exit the Bitcoin market. Laughing while looking at his phone, Ryu-won noticed and asked if something good had happened. Ryu-min replied that he had just sold all of his Bitcoin. When Ryu-won asked how much it had grown, Ryu-min casually mentioned that the value had increased by $300 million. Ryu-won nearly choked on his coffee, stunned by the massive profit. He could hardly believe it. His brother's initial investment of $60 million had multiplied so dramatically. Just a month ago, he had tried to discourage him, and now the return was beyond his imagination. Ryu-min admitted he hadn't expected it to grow so large, though he had estimated it might reach around $280 million, based on his previous experience. When Ryu-won asked if he was withdrawing everything, Ryu-min confidently confirmed his decision. Ryu-won agreed that it was a wise move, though he seemed to anticipate something else. But then Ryu-min revealed it was time to start investing in stocks. Ryu-won's face fell, as he felt uneasy about his brother's new plan. He asked what his strategy was, given his lack of knowledge about the stock market. Ryu-min reassured him not to worry, saying he had seen it in a dream. Doubtful, Ryu-won asked if his brother had experienced another premonition, this time about stocks. Ryu-min described how his dream showed him that investing immediately would yield great returns. With no choice but to trust his brother's instincts, Ryu-won reluctantly agreed to support him. Although Ryu-min felt confident in his predictive abilities, he couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed by his brother's constant nervousness. Determined to proceed, Ryu-min decided to venture into the stock market. He chose a company valued at around $900 million, ranked 85th on the Kostak Index, Heavenly Demon Consulting Corporation, a subsidiary of Jeongrok. Despite its current obscurity, he knew that by the fourth round, the company would develop a unique system and experience rapid growth. Ryu Min reasoned that with such a high chance of success, there was no reason not to invest. He figured that securing shares and potentially gaining operational control as a major shareholder would allow him to exert significant influence. Confident in his strategy, he decided to invest $280 million to acquire a 31% stake in the company. Just as he was about to finalize the transaction, he heard his brother muttering a prayer, hoping the dream would come true. Amused by the sight, Ryu Min proceeded and completed the investment with a smile. As the sun had already set, Ryu Min realized he needed to go shopping. Even though it was past midnight, he opened the storefront window from his bed and began scrolling through the available items. Knowing he had some gold set aside for this purpose, he navigated to the equipment tab. He remarked on the convenience of using gold to purchase common skills and items. While most of the skills and items listed were of normal rank, he knew there was a way to obtain rare and epic items. The Today's Item feature allowed players to purchase a randomly rotating item daily. Typically, this unpredictability made it hard to get what one wanted, but Ryu Min's unique knowledge of the future gave him an advantage. He was aware that the legendary item he sought, the skeletal necklace, would be available that day. The skeletal necklace would remain active until the end of the round, providing a 3% boost to intelligence and a 1% increase in attack speed per enemy defeated, with a maximum of 25%. Priced at 4,600 gold, the item offered excellent benefits at a reasonable cost. Feeling a surge of excitement, Ryu Min quickly made the purchase, satisfied with its ability to enhance his attack speed. After confirming that the item he wanted was indeed available, Ryu Min decided to use it after completing his advancement quest. He retrieved a 50% discount voucher from his inventory, planning to use it on the purchase of the skeletal necklace. Upon clicking buy, he was stunned to find that his remaining balance was still 13,949 gold. Sitting up in surprise, he realized he had far more gold left than anticipated and started planning his next purchase. Initially, he had intended to use the leftover gold to buy a set of standard equipment, but then he considered a better option, purchasing another common skill with the extra 6,000 gold he had saved. After all, common skills were more useful than basic equipment. Motivated by this new goal, he resolved to quickly gather the 6,000 gold needed. Fortunately for him, the third round promised to be filled with plenty of monsters. As time passed, March 1, 2023, arrived. The moment had come when all players were transported back to the alternate world. Their bodies began to emit a yellow glow as their souls were pulled into the other realm. As expected, the day had finally come. Upon arrival, the players found themselves not in the familiar forest, but in a desolate village area. One player voiced their frustration at being drawn back into the strange world. Looking around, they noticed the village was in ruins, its structures reduced to rubble. Another player pointed out that this wasn't just a village but rather the remains of one. In the center, they noticed a glowing purple crystal surrounded by fortress-like walls, sparking curiosity and speculation about the nature of the third round. Ryu Min observed the tense atmosphere around him. Everyone seemed uneasy, sensing the strangeness of this place. He mused that at least one person, Cho Young-sik, would probably stay calm under these circumstances. Soon, murmurs about Young-sik started to spread among the players. They talked about their regional representative, a notorious gang leader known as Life is a Documentary. They recalled how he had intimidated everyone in the region into voting for him, waving a dagger to ensure no one dared to oppose him. Another player spoke up boldly, saying that instead of that murderer, Black Scythe should have been chosen as the representative. The player next to him quickly warned him to keep his voice down, pointing out that if Life is a Documentary overheard, he could use his authority to command. But the bold player shrugged it off, feeling there was nothing to fear since the authority of command could only be used 10 times. Life is a Documentary heard the remark and began shouting curses at them. The other players mocked him, saying he was acting as if swearing was prohibited and questioning why he was so upset. This only aggravated Life is a Documentary more. He waved his hands furiously, demanding that the crowd listen to him, but the players continued to talk over him, pretending not to notice his rage. His anger grew, knowing that the angel had revealed the power of command to everyone, and the events he had hoped to control were slipping from his grasp. Suddenly, a figure bowed and said, "Nice to meet you, sir," with polite gesture toward him. Recognizing the person, Life is Documentary asked Hwang Yong-min what he was up to. Yong-min addressed Life is a Documentary enthusiastically, but then called him by his real name, Jangsik, leader of the Jangsik gang. Jangsik, confused, asked Yong-min about his intentions. Youngmin responded cheerfully that he do not belong to any gang yet. He introduced himself as a young man in his 20s with dreams of becoming a mob boss. What did you say? Jangsik asked, bewildered by Youngmin's bizarre declaration. But before Jangsik could fully process it, Youngmin passionately proclaimed that he admired Jangsik and truly wanted to join his gang. Just as Jangsik was about to ask him why, Youngmin suddenly bowed deeply, pledging his lifelong loyalty and begging to be taken in. Jangsik smirked, amused. He had encountered many kinds of lunatics in his time, but this one was new to him. He appreciated Youngmin's spirit, so he ordered him to stand up. Then, with a hint of mockery, he asked if Youngmin was sure he still wanted to serve him, even knowing his reputation was tarnished. Youngmin responded with unwavering respect, saying that he didn't care about any of that. He declared that he wouldn't give a damn what others thought, as long as Jangsik accepted him into the gang. Jangsik, looking quite pleased, decided to take responsibility for the young man and raise him as his own. Youngmin, full of anticipation, bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude and sense of honor at the acceptance. Observing this unexpected alliance, people began murmuring among themselves, shocked that Youngmin had joined Life is a Documentary. They whispered that he must be crazy, but as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Meanwhile, Ryu-min blended into the crowd, relieved that everything had aligned exactly as he had predicted. Just then, the angel appeared and asked if everyone had gathered. She scanned the crowd and noted that 99 participants were missing. Her words left the players puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared, outlining the details of the third round. The primary objective was to protect the relics for 3 hours. The players quickly realized there were now only 4,900 participants in their region, and only 1,225 of them would be able to complete the quest. Confused, they began murmuring among themselves, wondering how so many people had disappeared. The angel clarified that those players had not simply vanished, it seemed there had been some conflict in the real world. She even confessed that she found the concept of human conflict terrifying. A concerned player urged everyone to check how many could still finish the round. As they saw the numbers, anxiety spread through the crowd. Only a quarter of the original group could now complete the round. One player suggested there might be a system error. The angel chuckled when she heard this, assuring them it was no mistake. She pointed out that they seemed shaken by the fact that fewer participants would be able to finish this round and hinted that they might be overlooking something crucial. She explained that in each round, only half of them might make it, but since everyone survived the previous round, it made sense that only a quarter would make it through this time. The players' faces showed a mix of fear and frustration. Before they could voice their complaints, the angel cut them off, insisting it was not unfair. She emphasized that all they needed to do was work hard and rank in the top 25%. She then continued to explain the specifics of the third round. The angel continued, explaining that every 30 minutes, waves of monsters would pour through the castle gates, with the relic at the center of the village as their primary target. To protect it, the players would need to work together through 5 waves. If they successfully defended the relic for the full 3 hours, they would receive an additional reward. However, failure would result in severe penalties. Regardless of whether the relic was protected, each player would be ranked based on the number of monsters they defeated. She warned them that the nature of this round meant there would be far more monsters than usual, though at only a third of their usual strength. But that also meant any experience points and gold gained would only be at a third of the normal amount. Jangsik grinned to himself, thinking that all he had to do was defeat as many monsters as possible. Holding the authority of command, he felt confident that this round would be straightforward. The angel then mentioned one more critical point she had almost forgotten. In the previous round, Life is a Documentary had been chosen as the representative. She explained that he could continue to use his authority moving forward. However, she sensed the crowd's curiosity about what would happen if he died. She clarified that if he were to perish due to natural causes, his position would become vacant. But what if another player were to kill him? She paused, letting the question linger. With a sly smile, the angel revealed that in such a case, the player who killed him would immediately become the region's new representative, inheriting his full command authority. At this revelation, several players began eyeing Jangsik with open hostility, their true intentions becoming clear. The angel clapped her hands, announcing that the first wave of monsters would arrive in 10 minutes. She encouraged the players to cooperate if they hoped to survive for 3 hours, adding with a grin, "Though I'm not sure if any of you will make it." Jangsik cursed loudly, feeling the threat of enemies lurking behind him. He was furious that the angel had exposed his precarious position. Sensing danger all around, he shouted for anyone loyal to him to get ready for battle. Jangsik pulled out his dagger, daring anyone to come at him. "I'll face you all head-on," he shouted defiantly. The players around him seemed ready to attack. But one of them pointed out, "He can only use the command authority 10 times. He's not as powerful as he thinks." Another player added, "If I understood the angel correctly, the person who kills him takes his place as the representative." A third player argued that maybe keeping him as their leader would be more beneficial, and the group hesitated. Then, they noticed Black Scythe stepping forward boldly. Jangsik, feeling uneasy, demanded, "What do you want, Black Scythe?" Black Scythe approached calmly, "Relax, I'm just here to talk. No need to be afraid." Jangsik scoffed, "I'm not afraid. Say what you came to say, but don't think I'll bow my head to you." Black Scythe nodded. "I have a proposal for you," he began. "I understand you're in a tight spot right now. Let me protect you." Jangsik was confused. "Protect me?" Black Scythe clarified, "I'll guard you, stop anyone who tries to kill you. Consider it a personal escort service, one-on-one." The players around them began to murmur, realizing that to take down Jangsik, they'd now have to face Black Scythe too. It left them unsure of their next move. Jangsik, noticing the change in their demeanor, was tempted to accept the offer. He knew the reputation of Black Scythe alone could make people think twice. However, he was aware that there was always a price. "What do you want in return?" he asked cautiously. Black Scythe smiled slightly. "Nothing much. Just that you follow my orders, all of them." The demand stunned Jangsik. "You want me to be your subordinate?" "Think of it as a partnership," Black Scythe replied, his tone even. Jangsik, still suspicious, questioned, "Why are you offering me this deal? What's in it for you?" Black Scythe gave a shrug. "I can't say. Just know that you'll need to obey without question." Jangsik didn't like the sound of that. He realized he'd be putting himself under Black Scythe's control without knowing his motives. Inside, he cursed the man, frustrated by the impossible choice he was facing. Jangsik hesitated, wondering what would happen if he refused the offer. He feared that rejecting it might provoke Black Scythe to attack him. Black Scythe, sensing his indecision, reminded him that others were waiting for his answer and pressed him to make a choice. After a moment of uncertainty, Jangsik finally declared that he would not accept the offer. Ryu Min had expected this outcome. He knew that someone like Jangsik would never swallow his pride so easily. The players around them began to mock Jangsik for his decision. He could have hunted in peace if he just accepted, one of them jeered. Another guessed that Jangsik had refused because he felt insulted at being asked to obey. They joked that his pride was worth more than his life, or maybe he just had no regard for the rest of the players. Everything was unfolding just as Ryu Min remembered from his past life. He knew Jangsik would always draw a clear line and refuse to submit. Black Scythe, appearing indifferent, replied, "Very well, your choice is made. I won't concern myself with whether you live or die." The players' excitement grew at the news that Black Scythe wouldn't interfere. Now, they could target Jangsik freely, and the prospect seemed to thrill them. For a brief moment, Jangsik felt a pang of doubt. Maybe he should have accepted the offer after all. But before he could dwell on it, a notification window flashed. Wave 1 was about to begin. Another message followed, instructing the players to guard the relic and prepare for the arrival of monsters. It also revealed that Wave 2 would start in 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters were defeated. Someone in the crowd shouted for everyone to protect the relic. As the countdown began, Jangsik realized he couldn't rely on anyone here. They were all potential threats. He knew he had no choice but to fight alone. Jangsik noticed Black Scythe moving away from the crowd and wondered where he was headed. He watched as Black Scythe continued walking toward a deserted alley, prompting Jangsik to follow. He questioned whether Black Scythe planned to fight alone or head straight to the entrance. The first wave started almost immediately. The doors began to creak open slowly, revealing 49,100 players and 9,800 weakened goblins waiting on the other side. As the goblins, each with a fierce appearance, started pouring through the narrow doorway, a notification window displayed their numbers. Upon realizing the sheer number of monsters swarming into the village, Jangsik felt a surge of panic. The window also noted that, due to the nature of the round, the goblins' strength was reduced to just 1/3 of their usual power. The final message read, "Good luck to you all." Jangsik found the situation absurd. Deciding to observe from a safe distance, he quickly hid and ran up the stairs to get a better view. He wondered why Black Scythe wasn't moving. It seemed that Black Scythe intended to fight the goblins at the entrance alone. Jangsik noticed that the entrance, while narrow, was still wide enough to fit at least 10 goblins side by side. He questioned how confident Black Scythe must be to face them all by himself. Reaching the top of the stairs, Jangsik opened a door and peered down. As the goblins approached, he watched Black Scythe remain in position, seemingly unfazed. Jangsik thought the man must be insane, his level was certainly high, but facing so many enemies alone seemed reckless. He assumed Black Scythe was bluffing and that he'd retreat after a few moments of fighting. But then, to his surprise, Black Scythe charged forward and met the goblins head-on. With a swift swing of his scythe, he cut down several goblins in a single blow. Jangsik's attention was drawn to the ferocity of the attack. More goblins leapt towards Black Scythe, but he stood his ground, preparing to strike again. With incredible speed and agility, Black Scythe leapt into the air, slicing through the goblins with a precise counterattack. Jangsik finally understood the extent of Black Scythe's power. Seeing this, he wondered if it was because Black Scythe had already reached level 16. That strength certainly made sense now. Realizing this wasn't the best time to simply watch, Jangsik decided to focus on leveling up as quickly as possible to grow stronger himself. He turned his gaze toward the opposite side of the village, where he expected to see a fierce clash between the goblins and the players. Near the relic, the players had gathered, working together to protect it. They communicated with each other, shouting which entrance had been breached and where reinforcements were needed. Jangsik, emerging from his hiding spot, decided it was time to start taking down goblins. He viewed them as a way to gain experience points. As he charged toward a group of goblins, they immediately rushed at him. But before they could reach him, Jangsik sensed something behind him. He reacted instantly, striking first before it could do any damage. Grinning with pride, he was satisfied with his quick reflexes. Thanks to the rune of detection, he had anticipated their movements, believing this fight would be easy. Suddenly, Jangsik caught a glint of metal in his peripheral vision. He tried to dodge, but it grazed his ear. Realizing it was an arrow, he scanned the area, confused. He hadn't seen any goblins using bows. Furious, he searched for whoever fired it. Though he didn't know who it was yet, he swore to get revenge if he found out. Just then, he felt a sharp pain as another player stabbed him in the side. He groaned as the attacker shouted in triumph. Anger flared within him. Gritting his teeth, Jangsik grabbed the spear embedded in his body, yanking it to pull the player closer. With a swift motion, he plunged his dagger into the attacker's chest. "Die, you son of," he shouted, withdrawing the blade with a fierce snarl. Suddenly, Jangsik saw another arrow whizzing toward him. He froze momentarily, then turned to spot the archer who had fired it. The archer was positioned at a distance, preparing to launch another shot. Without hesitation, Jangsik grabbed the spear that had been used to stab him and hurled it with all his might. Before the archer could release the arrow, the spear struck him directly in the skull, causing blood to gush out. Clutching his wound, Jangsik realized that he needed to be far more concerned about the other players than the goblins. Regret washed over him for being chosen as the representative of his region. He hated the responsibility and would gladly relinquish the position if given a chance. He began to wonder if refusing Black Scythe's offer had been the right choice, but his pride wouldn't let him become anyone's subordinate. As he wandered around, trying to devise a way to hunt without worrying about the other players, he noticed a goblin being brutally slain nearby. He quickly recognized the attacker. It was the current regional rank 3, known as Black Dragon. Jangsik smiled when he realized who it was and approached him. "Who are you?" Black Dragon asked, noticing Jangsik coming closer with a dagger pointed in his direction. "You will defend me, from now on," Jangsik shouted, his expression fierce. He used his authority to command. Meanwhile, a notification screen appeared, indicating that his skeletal necklace granted a 25% increase in attack speed. Ryu Min, on the other side, continued his relentless slaughter of the goblins. Another notification screen popped up, showing that he had defeated 502 goblins with just over 100 remaining. 3 buffs had been awarded. The Butcher Rune's effect had doubled all his stats, and he received an additional 3.33 gold per kill. Ryu Min glanced at his status bar. He was nearing his goal of 2,000 gold. He grinned, knowing that reaching 2,000 gold in the second wave would be straightforward. He had already planned to purchase 2 common skills and save even more gold in the next round. His next objective was clear, acquiring the Rune of Thought. As Ryu Min focused on the screen, a group of goblins crept up behind him. Sensing their presence, he swiftly eliminated them all with precise strikes. The remaining goblins, seeing his might, hesitated to approach. Confused, he wondered why they had suddenly stopped. At that moment, Black Scythe charged forward, taking out the goblins in their place. Meanwhile, the players on the other side of the map sensed something unusual. The undead monsters in their vicinity had taken on a strange yellow glow. A notification screen appeared, announcing that the first wave had been successfully blocked. Relieved, the players cheered as they received the update. 967 players had perished, while 3,933 were still alive. As a reward for surviving the first wave, each of them was given 500 gold. One player, exhausted, declared he was taking a short break before the next wave began. However, Ryu Min knew better. He understood that even though the goblins had been weakened, they were still a serious threat, evidenced by the high number of casualties. He decided to find an ally and soon spotted Young-sik, who looked severely wounded. Ryu Min doubted whether Young-sik would make it through the next wave in his current state. Young-sik was struggling. Surrounded by players who had abandoned fighting the goblins, he realized they were all focused on him. One bold player lunged at him, but before he could strike, Black Dragon intervened, crushing the attacker. Grateful, Young-sik appreciated the command authority that allowed those under his charge to protect him. It was their assistance that had helped him survive the first wave. "Are you all right?" Young Min asked, concerned. Even though he hadn't used his command authority on Young Min, the latter had chosen to follow him anyway. Clutching his wound, Young-sik groaned in pain. Blood continued to pour out, and he began to question whether he could make it through in his weakened state. But he gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He wanted to survive this round, to prove his worth. Turning towards the entrance, they saw the warning: the second wave was imminent. It would bring 7,886 weakened goblins and hobgoblins against the remaining 3,933 players. The goblins, weakened to just a third of their normal strength due to the nature of the round, charged toward Black Scythe with relentless speed. Maintaining a serious expression, he swung his scythe without hesitation, cutting down several goblins at once. Their lifeless bodies piled up on the ground around him. A notification flashed on his screen: he had reached level 20. No longer an apprentice, he had become a regular, unlocking the combination function. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pleased with his progress. With the combination function now available, he knew he could craft exclusive items that were otherwise unavailable in the store. Another notification appeared, announcing that his death insignia had been enhanced due to his rank advancement. Its power had increased from 100 to 120. Additionally, he had learned a new skill unique to Reapers, the Night of Death. The skill allowed him to cast darkness energy, summoning an artificial night within a 500-meter radius. He noted that another skill would be unlocked at level 40. Ryu Min was delighted with the additional damage from the Death Emblem and intrigued by the synergy between the Night of Death and his Reaper rune, which became more potent at night. The Reaper rune doubled weapon attack during the day and increased attack speed by 50% at night. It also reduced the chance of detection by enemies if he remained motionless after dark. As he finished reviewing the new abilities, the goblins launched themselves at him again. Grinning, he welcomed the opportunity to test his newfound powers. He quickly cast the Night of Death, enveloping the area in darkness and halting the goblins in their tracks. They staggered, unable to see or understand what had attacked them. One by one, he dispatched them with rapid, lethal strikes. By the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. Ryu Min's foot touched the ground with a graceful landing after a series of swift and calculated blows. The ground was littered with the bodies of dead goblins, stacked one atop another. A notification appeared on the players' screens, confirming they had successfully repelled the second wave. Out of the initial group, 590 players had perished, leaving 3,343 survivors. Those who remained were awarded 500 gold each. As Ryu Min rested, he contemplated acquiring some common skills to better prepare himself for the coming waves. He opened the shop interface and searched for a particular skill: presence detection. This skill allowed a player to detect any target within a 30-kilometer radius. Upon activating it, he confirmed that only he and the goblin corpses were left in the vicinity. He also considered saving an additional 20,000 gold for future purchases. Soon, the third wave began: 3,343 players versus 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The battle was intense, but the players managed to fend off the onslaught, and a notification announced their victory. Immediately following, the fourth wave commenced with 3,001 players facing 6,002 hobgoblins. Ryu Min continued to fight with all his might, as did the other players, until another notification confirmed they had successfully repelled the fourth wave. Young-sik appeared exhausted, but he knew only 1 hour remained. He was confident he could survive that long. He issued every command under his authority, trusting that those still loyal to him would keep a watchful eye. Then, the fifth wave began: 10,800 gnolls against 2,700 players. When Young-sik saw the sheer number of gnolls, he was stunned and wondered why there were so many. Due to the round's nature, the gnolls were only at 1/3 of their usual strength, but even so, the battle was fierce. Young-sik seized this opportunity to break the previous records. He vowed to become stronger and tear apart those who had disregarded him once he did. Suddenly, the anguished cries of the wounded caught his attention. He noticed that other players were attacking the very ones he had commanded to protect him, trying to break through and reach him. He quickly gathered his remaining guards in front of him, issuing a desperate command to hold off the attacking players. The guards rushed forward, but their numbers were dwindling fast. Feeling cornered and overwhelmed, Yongsik cursed under his breath and took off running. The players gave chase, and he pushed himself to run as fast as he could, knowing he only needed to survive until the wave ended. He reached the gate where Black Scythe stood, waiting for the gnolls. In a panic, he hurried over, shouting that he had accepted Black Scythe's offer. He swore he would keep his promise if Black Scythe protected him. But Black Scythe remained silent, unmoved. Frustrated, Yongsik shouted again, "I'm accepting the offer," but Black Scythe cut him off with a cold look. "I told you," Black Scythe said, "I'm not interested anymore." He made it clear that Yongsik was on his own, regardless of whether he survived or not. Yongsik, desperate, insisted he was willing to become Black Scythe's subordinate, bewildered at the refusal. Black Scythe simply replied, "I don't need an underling with no real command power." The realization hit Yongsik like a punch to the gut. Black Scythe was implying that he was worthless. Regret flooded through him for having rejected the offer earlier. Nearby, a player remarked, "Did you see Black Scythe just turn him down?" Another one laughed, relieved. "Good. I was worried he might keep him alive for some documentary nonsense." A third player chimed in, "Now, we can kill him whenever we want." Enraged, Yongsik vowed to take down at least one of the players who had turned against him. Suddenly Yongmin came to help him. Yongsik was happy to see Yongmin. But before he could act, a sudden blow struck his face. It was Yongmin. Yongmin looked at him with a cruel smile. "Are you tired?" he asked mockingly. "I'll make sure to help you." Yongsik, trying to shake off the blow, mumbled that he didn't need his help, but Yongmin's expression only grew darker. With a devilish grin, Yongmin taunted, "I'll kill you myself, make it easier for you." He delivered another harsh punch, sending Yongsik sprawling to the ground. Yongsik groaned in pain, clutching his cheek. Before Yongsik could utter a curse, Yongmin grabbed him by the collar, striking him repeatedly. Each punch came harder than the last, as Yongmin's presence loomed over him, dominating and relentless. Blood streamed from his nose, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Yongsik could barely comprehend what was happening. His pride shattered as he realized he was being betrayed, unable to make the final move against Yongmin. Then, with a brutal kick, Yongmin delivered the finishing blow. A notification appeared, announcing the death of the region's representative. The message declared Yongmin as the new representative, having claimed the title by assassinating his predecessor. A grin spread across Yongmin's face as he basked in his victory. With this newfound authority, he relished the idea of exercising complete control over his fellow players. Looking down at Yongsik's lifeless body, Yongmin vowed to assert his power to its fullest. He remarked that Yongsik's downfall was due to his constant fleeing, branding him an embarrassment. His grin widened, knowing the other players had witnessed his ruthless display and would now recognize his strength. Turning to address the local players, Yongmin noticed that the crowd seemed hesitant, almost fearful. Whispers filled the air. One player, still in shock, muttered about how he had killed someone with his bare hands, leaving others covered in goosebumps. Another asked what had led up to this moment, recalling how Yongmin had previously seemed to defer to the gang leader. They wondered if he had planned to betray him all along. Skepticism and disbelief spread among the crowd. Some found it hard to accept that someone like him could now be their regional representative. A voice from the crowd finally declared that the representative had changed. Yongmin smirked, fully aware that the tides had turned in his favor. Though he felt a pang of regret, he had already devised a plan to handle the situation. Without hesitation, he sprinted off, heading straight for Black Scythe. When he arrived, Black Scythe eyed him suspiciously. "What's the matter?" he asked, his tone blunt. "Did you get the message?" Yongmin, brimming with excitement, replied, "I'm the new regional representative now. I'm in charge." Black Scythe remained expressionless but nodded in acknowledgement. Yongmin then boldly declared, "I'm ready to accept that offer you gave to the life is a documentary." Simply put, Yongmin agreed to comply with all of Black Scythe's demands in exchange for his safety. He felt confident his plan would work. After all, he was now the new regional representative, unlike Yongsik, who had failed because he lacked command authority. Yongmin was certain that Black Scythe wouldn't turn him down now, especially since he hadn't yet used his newfound authority. However, Black Scythe's expression remained stern. "Your attitude isn't exactly winning me over," he said flatly. He then added, "If you want me to consider your offer, get on your knees." Yongmin blinked in confusion, not fully grasping what Black Scythe meant. "But I'm in a position to give orders," he protested. Black Scythe shook his head. You're mistaken. You think you have something to offer, but you're the one who lost here. I don't care about titles or positions. If you want my protection, you're going to have to earn it, so kneel. As the other players began to draw closer, Young Min felt a wave of panic. He had to make a decision quickly. Swallowing his pride, he dropped to his knees before Black Scythe. Please, he begged, let me serve under you. I'll follow your every command, I promise. Black Scythe stared down at him, his expression unreadable. Deep down, he was tired of this pitiful display. He had seen it too many times before. Yet, unlike Young Sik, he recognized potential in Young Min. After a tense pause, Black Scythe nodded. Fine. I accept, he replied. Young Min sighed in relief, thanking him profusely. But Black Scythe cut him off with a dismissive wave. Stop groveling, he snapped. I don't want to see you like this again. Young Min understood. Rising to his feet, he stepped aside as Black Scythe moved past him to face the players who had been pursuing. The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of their next move. One player nervously suggested attacking immediately, but another quickly objected. He can take on multiple enemies at once, the player whispered. We don't stand a chance against someone like that. Sensing their hesitation, Black Scythe decided to offer them a choice. Listen up, he called out. You have two options. You can either die by my hand, or you can abandon this pointless quest for power and go back to hunting monsters. He pointed at them, his eyes cold. Personally, I'd recommend the first option if you're looking for a quick end. The players froze, realizing just how serious he was. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them as they contemplated their next move. However, Black Scythe was also fine with the latter option. He made it clear that anyone who raised a sword against him would no longer be considered human. The players gulped nervously, their fear palpable. A number of them began to back away, deciding to abandon their pursuit. Young Min was surprised by the sudden retreat. Black Scythe had managed to intimidate them all into standing down. Despite his fierce demeanor, Young Min thought, Black Scythe could be a reliable ally. Black Scythe surveyed the area, sensing that the round was slowly coming to an end. While the gnomes still posed a threat, it seemed the players would soon overcome the fifth wave. Yet, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction with this conclusion. He turned to Young Min, addressing him directly. Young Min responded with a warm smile, ready to fulfill his promise. All right, Black Scythe said, it's time to make good on your word. With confidence, Young Min agreed and asked for his first command. Black Scythe's eyes narrowed. Break the relic, he instructed, and use all 10 of your commands of authority. Young Min's smile faltered, replaced by a look of shock. He knew breaking the relic would have dire consequences for everyone involved. His earlier eagerness turned to frustration and doubt. Why would you want that? He asked, feeling a surge of anxiety. Even with all his power, he feared he might not be able to handle the fallout. But Black Scythe cut him off sharply. Stop questioning and follow orders, he demanded. Young Min tried to negotiate, asking if he could use just 9 of his 10 commands instead. But Black Scythe's patience wore thin. Don't repeat yourself, he warned. Decide quickly, or face death. Reluctantly, Young Min nodded. I'll do it, he conceded. Black Scythe began to list the names of the individuals on whom Young Min was to use his authority. Shim Sung Yu, Little Chili Pepper, Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Don't Bother Me. He ordered Young Min to command these 10 people to destroy the relic. Young Min's eyes widened in disbelief. The list was full of his closest friends. Was Black Scythe doing this on purpose? His friends begged him not to go through with it, but he could only shrug and offer a quiet apology. I'm sorry, he said, but it's Black Scythe's orders. With a heavy heart, Young Min gave the command to his friends, destroy the relic. After Young Min called out the names given by Black Scythe, a notification blared across all screens, alerting every player that the relic was under attack. Instantly, all eyes turned to the relic, and disbelief rippled through the crowd as they saw 10 players relentlessly striking it. Panic erupted, and frantic shouts filled the air, urging them to stop. A surge of players rushed forward, desperate to prevent the destruction of the relic, fearing the severe penalty that awaited if it shattered. One player screamed orders to halt the attackers, while another tried to physically pull away a player hitting the relic. A third suggested taking extreme measures, even killing the attackers if necessary. But before anyone could intervene, the relic cracked wide open and shattered completely. A notification flashed, relic destroyed. Primary mission failed. A new message announced that in 30 minutes, a divine retribution proxy would be summoned. Another screen popped up with urgent instructions for all players to survive the impending divine retribution. The round would continue until the countdown ended. The players glanced at each other in confusion, wondering if they were about to face a new kind of boss battle. Then, a notification for a subquest appeared, and Ryu Min's grin widened. The subquest's objective was to survive the Divine Retribution proxy, with a timer counting down and a prize of 3,000 gold for those who succeeded. The sight of the prize seemed to change the mood among the players. Although the primary quest only offered 2,000 gold, many began to calculate that completing the subquest would net them even more, an additional 3,000 gold. Suddenly, what seemed like a failure now offered a more lucrative opportunity. Black Scythe had anticipated this turn of events. He had instructed young Min to destroy the relic, knowing full well that he didn't want to do it himself. As the notification confirmed the relic's destruction, another message appeared, confirmed, relic was broken by the players who attacked it. A penalty was immediately imposed on those 10 players, a permanent 50% reduction in all their stats. The 10 players, who had only followed young Min's orders, stood in shock and disbelief, unable to accept the harsh consequences for their actions. The 10 players, furious at young Min, turned on him. Young Min, visibly shaken, stammered out an apology, insisting he had no idea about the punishment. But before he could finish, another notification flashed across their screens: region representative penalized, stats permanently reduced by 50% for failing to protect the relic. The reality sank in hard. Young Min let out a scream of rage, cursing loudly and kicking the wall in frustration. Meanwhile, Ryu Min watched them closely. Understanding the severity of permanent stat reductions, a near-death sentence in a game where survival depended on every advantage, Ryu Min decided to prepare himself for the upcoming battle against the Divine Retribution proxy. He quickly accessed the shop and spent his extra gold on some essential items. First, he chose the Assassin's Hood, a standard helmet for assassins that added 3 points to agility and 20 to defense. He knew that even minor improvements could make a difference. Then, he purchased the Agile long boots, which, despite their tight appearance, were surprisingly comfortable, offering 15 defense, plus 2 agility, and a 5% speed boost. Ryu Min knew that every little stat increase could aid him in the upcoming subquest. He began crafting, carefully combining various items with a mana stone. One successful attempt created a skull and bones necklace that boosted all stats by 1. Determined to enhance all his gear, he attached a mana stone to each piece, resulting in a seasoned hunter's leather armor with improved damage reduction. Another combination yielded a Grim Reaper's scythe, which granted an additional 2 points to strength. Although he understood that low-grade mana stones wouldn't offer much of an advantage, he figured any boost was better than none. Meanwhile, the players gathered in the center of the village, sensing an ominous presence around them. Anxiety filled the air as they questioned whether this was the beginning of the Divine Retribution. The tension grew as they braced for what was to come. One of the players urged everyone to hold out for the next 30 minutes. Another suggested that their best chance for survival might be to keep running away. Ryu Min listened to them and knew they were underestimating their opponent. In his past life, out of the original 2,700 players, only around 500 had managed to survive. Escaping wouldn't be easy. The proxy of divine punishment was not something they could outrun. Even at level 40, it was a formidable monster, swift and merciless. But Ryu Min had a different plan. He wanted to defeat it and claim the substantial reward that came with it. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light pierced through the darkened sky. The source of the light was the Divine Retribution's messenger. As it approached, most of the players looked up, thinking all they had to do was evade it until time ran out. Meanwhile, Ryu Min felt an unusual calm settle over him as he observed the enemy. He held a unique advantage, the title of First Ever Angel Slayer, earned after defeating the Angel Briel. This title doubled his stats against divine-type enemies, and the proxy of divine punishment fit that category perfectly. The divine entity descended from the sky, its appearance marked by an aura of light. In its hands, it wielded a staff with a bell embedded in a circular end. It struck the ground with the staff, sending a loud, resonating sound across the village. A barrier of radiant light formed, encircling a section of the village, and notifications flashed before the players. The proxy of divine retribution had cast a restriction field. Panic set in as players realized they were trapped. Another alert confirmed their stats would be reduced by 50% while inside the barrier. Several players desperately tried to break the barrier, striking it repeatedly, but it held firm. Ryu Min quickly assessed the situation. Around 300 people were now caught within the field. He knew there was little he could do to save them all. As he watched, the divine entity spread its angelic wings, releasing a flurry of needle-like blades that filled the sky. Ryu Min recognized this as the signal to begin. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the massacre. The proxy of divine punishment unleashed a flurry of gleaming blades that shot through the air like streaks of light. The players, caught in its relentless assault, scrambled in every direction. Panic spread among them as the blades cut through the air with an eerie whistling sound, slicing through armor, skin, and bone alike. Cries of pain and alarm filled the air as several players fell to their knees, clutching at their wounds. Others desperately tried to dodge, but the speed of the blades made them almost impossible to evade. More blades rained down, their numbers multiplying, creating a deadly downpour that left no room for escape. Trapped within the restriction field, the players realized they were cornered. The light arrows fell like a storm, and those who had managed to dodge the initial wave were quickly overwhelmed by the unending barrage. Fear gripped them, there was no way out, no safe place to hide. Ryu Min, however, saw this as his chance. As the others frantically looked for cover, he moved with calculated precision. While the proxy was focused on the chaos it was creating, Ryu Min used the distraction to his advantage. He silently moved closer, his eyes never leaving the proxy. Every muscle in his body was tense, ready for the perfect moment to strike. He noticed the barrier beginning to weaken, its edges flickering and losing their solidity. This was his moment. He knew that once the barrier faded completely, he'd have a brief window to launch a surprise attack. The proxy of divine punishment was still targeting the scattered players, its attention solely on its targets. Confident that it hadn't noticed him yet, Ryu Min crept closer, stopping just 5 meters away. His heart pounded in his chest, but his movements were steady, every step silent on the ground. He activated the death emblem on his scythe, feeling its dark energy surge through the weapon, making it hum with power. This was going to be a decisive blow, he needed it to count. The proxy's senses seemed to flicker with awareness, but it was already too late. With a swift, powerful motion, Ryu Min swung his scythe, the blade glinting with a deadly light. It cut through the air with a sharp whistle and struck the proxy directly in its face. The blade dug deep into its eye, and a violent scream erupted from the proxy, echoing across the battlefield. The impact was brutal. The proxy staggered back, clutching its wounded eye as dark energy crackled around it. Its health bar dropped significantly, the single blow reducing it by a staggering 40%. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, as if even the world itself was stunned by the attack. Ryu Min didn't waste a second. He knew the proxy would retaliate and try to trap him again. As he predicted, it began casting another restriction field, its remaining eye blazing with fury. Without waiting for it to complete, he dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the expanding barrier. Watching for his next opening, Ryu Min noticed a gap in the proxy's defense. He could see the energy gathering around its hands, preparing to raise the field. He charged forward, his movements swift and agile, aiming for the other eye. His scythe gleamed with a dark sheen as he launched himself into the air, his body twisting mid-leap. "I'll take the other eye," he muttered under his breath. Just as he was about to strike, the proxy let out a deafening cry, sensing the imminent danger. But Ryu Min was faster, his scythe already descending in a deadly arc. The proxy of divine punishment continued to scream in rage as Ryu Min landed gracefully a short distance away. With its restriction field now in place, every player inside found their stats reduced to 50%, but Ryu Min didn't seem bothered in the slightest. To him, the proxy, now blinded, was nothing more than a glorified sandbag. Even as it continued to howl in pain, the proxy fired light arrows wildly in all directions, hoping to strike him down. Ryu Min remained behind the proxy, shrouded in darkness, having activated his Night of Death ability. The light arrows, obscured by the surrounding shadows, failed to find their mark. The proxy seemed utterly disoriented, flailing blindly in its attempts to hit him. Ryu Min understood the mechanics of this world well. In a place like this, darkness often triumphed over light. Seizing the moment, Ryu Min leapt into the air, his scythe poised for another strike. His expression was focused and determined. "Time to finish this," he declared, his voice cold and resolute. He swung his scythe with all his might, aiming for the proxy's wing. The blade sliced through the air, connecting with a solid impact. One of the proxy's wings was severed, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The proxy let out a guttural cry, its body racked with pain. Refusing to relent, the proxy raised its staff, preparing for a counterattack. But Ryu Min, now fully engulfed in battle mode, reacted swiftly. He slashed again with blinding speed, catching the proxy off guard. The blade struck true, eliciting another pained moan from the proxy. It stumbled, struggling to maintain its balance and composure. Ryu Min stepped back, his movements fluid and precise, as if dancing in the air. He hovered for a moment, calculating his next move. Then, with unwavering resolve, he charged forward once more, targeting the remaining wing. His scythe cut through the air again, severing the second wing cleanly. Another agonized cry erupted from the proxy as the severed wing fell to the ground. Ryu Min landed lightly beside the fallen wings, his gaze fixed on his foe. He checked the proxy's remaining health and saw that it was now down to a mere 10%. Victory was within his grasp. The proxy of divine punishment was about to play his last card, and Ryu Min knew it. Ever the strategist, he decided it was time to create some distance between himself and his divine foe. Keeping a safe gap was essential, after all. As he backed away, a new notification flashed across his screen. It was a warning about the proxy's last radiant storm, a passive skill that granted it immense strength and a temporary state of invincibility. Ryu Min watched intently as the proxy began to glow, its body radiating a brilliant yellow while its staff shimmered ominously in purple. He recalled from past experience that this was the moment when its endurance hit rock bottom. Had he rushed in earlier, the proxy would have unleashed its full might against him without hesitation. Suddenly, lightning crackled through the air, and the proxy let out a guttural roar that could rival any heavy metal band. Tiny purple warp holes started forming in the sky, raining down like celestial confetti. But Ryu Min, the patient observer, held his ground, carefully watching the spectacle unfold. This attack, known as Last Radiant Storm, came with a countdown timer that appeared on his screen. The timer ticked down from 50 seconds, adding a sense of urgency to the scene. For the first 30 seconds, the proxy was surrounded by a static field. At the 10-second mark, the staff began to crackle and flash with energy, intensifying with every moment. Ryu Min's lips curled into a knowing grin. He waited as the countdown neared its final moments. The proxy's once invincible state was finally disarmed. In that split second, Ryu Min seized the opportunity. He launched himself from behind, moving with speed and purpose. His scythe gleamed in the dim light as he lifted it high, eyes locked on his target. With a powerful downward swing, he brought the blade down with all his might. The scythe cut cleanly through the proxy's neck, severing its head in a single, decisive blow. The divine body crumpled, its head rolling away. The battle ended with a dramatic finale, just as Ryu Min had planned. After Ryu Min's triumphant showdown against the proxy of divine punishment, a flurry of notification windows filled his screen, showering him with glory and rewards. First came the confirmation of his monumental feat, proof that he had successfully vanquished the proxy. Cheers erupted, only to be followed by a wave of celebratory alerts. 3 successive notifications flashed, announcing that he had leveled up. His pockets felt heavier with 8,200 gold coins, and an extra 4,000 coins topped it off like icing on a cake. Cash truly is king, no denying that. But the real prize was the title he had earned, Nemesis of Divine Retribution. Now, that was something special. He checked out the benefits, an incredible 80% reduction in damage from divine-type attacks. Game-changing, for sure. As he read further, he realized that to earn this prestigious title, one had to be the first to eliminate the proxy of divine punishment. A rare and rewarding accomplishment. And the rewards kept pouring in. He received condensed ether, a substance that is nothing short of the holy grail for crafting god-ranked items. But the surprises didn't end there. A radiance rune appeared next, a mystical gem that fused directly into his body, akin to a magical tattoo. This rune offered unique advantages, enhancing all divine-type skills by 1% and increasing his intelligence by 1 point per level. Given Ryu Min's current level of 30, this meant an immediate boost of 30 intelligence points and a 30% enhancement in his divine abilities. With this new power, a grin spread across his face. The radiance rune was his, and it felt like everything was falling perfectly into place. Just then, another notification flashed across the screen, breaking the tension in the central square. It announced that the subquest had been completed with perfection. With 3,000 gold pieces in hand, it was time for some well-deserved celebrations. The players were abuzz, and all eyes were on Black Scythe, the man of the hour. Whispers filled the air about how he had single-handedly defeated the proxy of divine punishment. Some marveled at his monstrous skills, while others outright called him a beast. But then, the angel named Olive cut into their chatter with a declaration. She proclaimed that Ryu Min was the first human she had ever truly acknowledged and expressed her excitement. Ryu Min, however, hardly seemed to care. He was busy scanning through his own notification screens. In a light-hearted mood, Olive suggested an interview, hoping to get his take on his spree of divine slayings. Ryu Min was less than thrilled by the idea. Without even sparing her a glance, he curtly replied that he had done it simply because he wanted to. Olive found his reasoning puzzling. After all, he could have just passed the stage and still received a reward. But no, Ryu Min had chosen a different path, going on what seemed like a relentless killing spree. He calmly explained that if he hadn't acted, there would have been a massacre of the players. The other players, who had been listening closely, began to rethink their perceptions. Maybe Ryu Min, or Black Scythe, was more than just a powerful player, perhaps he is a nice person. Even one of the players admitted that he'd expected someone like Black Scythe to be ruthless, but maybe he was different. Meanwhile, Olive, with her celestial wisdom, couldn't quite wrap her mind around a human protecting his own kind. To her, it was baffling how humans could coexist peacefully one moment and then turn on each other the next. Lost in thought, Ryu-min concluded that this was just what he expected, especially from a self-absorbed angel. Still confused but not without admiration, Olive praised the crowd for their perseverance but reminded them of a harsh reality: it was far too early to relax. The game was far from over. She then decided it was time to display the results of the third round. The massive screen lit up with the scores. Unsurprisingly, Black Scythe dominated every zone, racking up a staggering 3,631 enemy kills. He was on fire. Behind him were Level 13 Stupid Idiot and Heavenly Demon in second and third place, respectively. In Ryu-min's own zone, he reigned supreme, with Sangchul and Seo Aaron trailing behind him. Black Scythe's level and score were so unreal, it left the players in disbelief. Some even speculated he might have received some secret XP boost. In his mind, Ryu-min thought he indeed got XP buff, but no one will know until they become rank 1 in map. Meanwhile, Ryu-min's notifications took center stage. First, congratulations for topping the ranks in every zone. Next, another round of applause for winning his specific zone. But here's the big news: he received a coupon for a rare ring selection of intermediate grade and a reward selection box. The choices for the ring included the Ring of Resistance, the Ring of Azure Magic, and the Ring of Rushing Winds. Without much thought, Ryu-min chose the Ring of Resistance, unimpressed by their names. The ring offered increased durability to 450, a resistance boost of 35%, and added 4 points to luck, a decent bit of gear that might make people think twice before messing with him. Another notification followed, presenting more choices: a 50% stat boost buff for the 4th round, 4,000 gold, or information about 4th round. Ryu-min skipped over the triple experience option, knowing that round 4 wasn't exactly a free-for-all monster hunt, with 4,000 gold up for grabs. Then, Olive turned to the players, her smile taking on a menacing edge, and asked if they had checked their rankings. When she revealed that the cutoff was at rank 1,225, players erupted in shock and disbelief, accusing the system of being unfair. Many were astonished at their low placements despite their efforts in slaying monsters and demanded a recount. The drama was far from over. For those who didn't make it into the magical top 1,225, Olive coldly declared it was time to squash the bugs. With a snap of her fingers, players who failed to qualify began to fade away, screaming in panic. The screen then announced the end of round 3, showing that out of 214,007,550 total survivors, only 1,225 remained in the designated zone. Round 4 was set to kick off on April 1, 2023, at the stroke of midnight. Seo Aaron jolted awake, finding herself back in the real world. She stared at her hands in disbelief. She had actually made it through round 3. Not only had she survived, but she had also acquired a new class, Summoner. Excitedly, she summoned a small fairy, a cute, winged creature that fluttered onto her shoulder. These fairies had been instrumental in her survival during the 3rd round, serving as both bodyguards and shields. And the best part? She had clinched 3rd place. Pondering her next move, she wondered if Black Scythe might appreciate receiving a Monstone as a gift. Meanwhile, across town, a table lamp found itself the target of some serious aggression. With a thunderous crash, it was sent flying across the room. Wang Yongmin, fuming with rage after receiving a penalty that slashed his stats by half, cursed Black Scythe vehemently. He regretted discarding a valuable artifact in his frustration. But then, his phone buzzed, and the message he read caused his mood to swing from fury to dread. This is bad, he thought, anxiety building for round 4. When Wang Yongmin saw an incoming call from Kim Song-han, his heart sank. "I'm in serious trouble," he muttered to himself. Reluctantly, he answered the phone, trying to sound composed. Song-han's voice, however, was anything but calm. "Have you lost your mind?" he shouted, his words laced with expletives. "Do you even understand the mess you've caused?" Yongmin tried to maintain his cool, but Song-han was relentless. "Don't play dumb with me," he snapped. "You know full well you're the reason we're all in this mess." Song-han's fury was unmistakable as he continued, "How could you abuse your position to manipulate your own friends?" Defensively, Yongmin retorted with a sarcastic smile, "I didn't have a choice. I was threatened with death if I didn't comply. You should have chosen death." Song-han fired back, his voice heavy with anger and disappointment. Yongmin was stunned by the harshness of the response, but Songhan didn't let up. You should have died rather than betray your friends, he insisted. Yongmin's face darkened with rage. Songhan's words had cut deep, igniting a fury within him that was hard to contain. Yongmin tried to defend himself, calling Songhan's accusations unfair. He argued that, as the zone representative, he too had suffered, with his stats reduced just like everyone else's. His voice was filled with anger and frustration at what he saw as betrayal by a friend. Songhan wasn't having it. He bluntly accused Yongmin of being the source of all their problems, driven by greed to claim the position of zone representative. Under pressure, he labeled Yongmin as a traitor. Just as Yongmin was about to fire back, Songhan cut him off sharply. Whether it's in this world or any other, don't ever call me again, he warned. And don't even pretend to know me. If I see your face again, I'll kill you. With that, Songhan ended the call abruptly. Fuming, Yongmin tried to call back, insisting that he was the real victim and had done nothing wrong. But when he tried to reach Songhan, all he got was a message that the number was currently unavailable. Frustration boiling over, he vowed to his remaining friends to crush Songhan for his insults. He dialed again, only to be met with silence. Furious, he cursed loudly and tossed his phone onto his bed. As his anger festered, Yongmin began to convince himself that he didn't need friends, that true meaning in life could only be found in solitude. He remembered Songhan's threat to kill him if they ever crossed paths again, and his rage grew even hotter. In his fury, he swore that he would kill all his former friends if he ever saw them again. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Hotel, the department head was permitted to enter a room. He bowed to the figure in front of him, who acknowledged that the Sangchul had successfully survived the round. Sangchul responded modestly, claiming it was all just luck. Ma Jiangrok noted that the third round had been a bit tough and asked how Sangchul was holding up. In reply, Sangchul modestly suggested that perhaps the monster was just weaker this time, which made him feel less anxious. Jiangrek then inquired about Sangchul's class and level. Sangchul responded that he was a level 11 knight and mentioned that Co Aaron was at the same level. He explained that Aaron belonged to the summoner class, which was quite rare. Jiangrek found it impressive, especially since the summoner class was considered uncommon. Sangchul admitted he was also surprised by it and recounted how Aaron, after her class change, could summon fairies and create protective shields. He credited her with allowing him to hunt safely. Jiangrek agreed, saying it was indeed remarkable. Then, he jokingly told Sangchul to keep his distance from Aaron but added that he could still date her if he wanted. Sangchul looked puzzled by Jiangrek's suggestion. Jiangrek clarified, saying he meant that dating could make it easier to see a person's flaws, but he didn't think Sangchul should become too serious with her. Confused, Sangchul asked if he should actually pursue a romantic relationship with her. Jiangrek laughed, amused to see Sangchul so flustered. It had been a while since he had seen him like this. He reassured Sangchul that it wasn't necessary, especially if it might lead to complications. Sangchul seemed relieved and said that Aaron probably wouldn't feel anything for him anyway. Jiangrek questioned why Sangchul, who was dependable and manly, would think that way. Sangchul explained that Aaron always addressed him as Mr. Bodyguard, maintaining a strictly professional relationship. Shifting gears, Jiangrek reminded Sangchul about the urgent report he needed to deliver. Unexpectedly, Sangchul began his report with an apology. Jiangrek asked what he was apologizing for. Sangchul clarified that he had failed to deliver the message he was tasked with or follow orders to assist Black Scythe. Jiangrek had a feeling there was a good reason for this and waited for Sangchul to explain. Sangchul began detailing the situation, and Jiangrek listened closely. When he heard about the Divine Punishment proxy, Jiangrok guessed it must have been a formidable opponent and asked if Black Scythe had managed to defeat it. Sangchul confirmed that Black Scythe had indeed taken down the enemy with such skill and precision that it seemed as if he already knew exactly how to win. He also mentioned that Black Scythe appeared to be entirely self-reliant. This made Jiangrek suspect that Black Scythe possessed extraordinarily powerful stats, far beyond what he could imagine. He even felt a pang of guilt for having once believed his own strength, bolstered by the Dark Knight's rune, was enough. His expression turned serious as he contemplated what it would be like to meet Black Scythe, if that was even possible. Jiangrek reassured Sangchul that he wouldn't be held accountable, acknowledging that his reasons were valid. Sangchul apologized again, but Jiangrek shifted the conversation to the criminals they were hunting and the current status of the investigation. Sangchul explained that there were many people with the name Yongmin in their country, assuming that it was his real name. He added that they had managed to narrow the list down to 5 individuals. If they assumed that he was a sole resident in his 20s, Jiangrek asked about their addresses. Sangchul replied that finding the residential addresses of those individuals would take about a month. Jiangrek was a bit disappointed to hear that they wouldn't be able to locate the culprits until after the 4th round, which Sungchul confirmed. However, he added that since they still had some time, there was no need to rush. Jiangrek then asked about Sungchul's gold collection. Sungchul reported that he had accumulated 10,000 gold pieces. Jiangrek informed him that he was already halfway there and gave him instructions on how to acquire the tracking skill, which could be purchased for 20,000 gold from the shop. Sungchul responded that he understood. Then, Jiangrek was informed by him that a shareholder had purchased a substantial amount of his company's stock the previous month. Jiangrek took a moment to think what this meant for the company. It's Heavenly Demon Consulting, Sungchul clarified, referring to the company that the director was currently focusing on. Jiangrek asked how much of the stock had been purchased. Sungchul warned him not to be shocked before revealing the answer, an astonishing 31%. Jiangrek could hardly believe that a single person had bought that much of the stock. Seeing Jiangrek's reaction, Sungchul admitted that he, too, had questioned his vision when he saw the figure on the monitor. Jiangrek's mind raced, considering the implications for Heavenly Demon Consulting, which had a market value of 900 billion won. The 31% stake amounted to 280 billion won, an enormous sum. He found it hard to believe that anyone would have that kind of money to spend. Was it a move by his brother, or was there a wealthy individual he didn't know about? He quickly reached for his cell phone, suspecting that whoever had made such a massive investment was aiming to get involved in the company's management. He asked Sungchul for the shareholders' contact information. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, someone was checking his phone while lying in bed. It was Ryu Min. He knew that Jiangrek would be looking for him by now, but he didn't want to make the first move and lose face as a major shareholder. Just then, Ryu Won burst into the room, demanding to know his level. Startled, Ryu Min dropped his phone, which smacked him right in the face. Annoyed, he asked why Ryu Won was suddenly asking about his level. Ryu Won, clearly frustrated, explained, "There's this kid who's always bragging about how great his brother is, like he's some big deal. He's been saying his brother is already level 11. Upon hearing this, Ryu Min smirked and told Ryu Won that he was above that level. Ryu Won, eyes wide with admiration, immediately asked what his level was. Ryu Min hesitated, wondering how much he should reveal. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he calmly replied, level 12. Ryu Won's face lit up with admiration, and he eagerly asked if Ryu Min had a special class. Ryu Min just responded with a nonchalant, yes. This only made Ryu Won more curious, and he pressed for more details, but Ryu Min shook his head and said, "That's a trade secret." Pouting, Ryu Won remarked that there shouldn't be any secrets between brothers. Ryu Min replied with a sigh, telling his younger brother he needed to sleep and that Ryu Won should leave. With a disappointed expression, Ryu Won left the room, closing the door behind him. The moment Ryu Won was gone, Ryu Min's phone rang. It was the call he had been waiting for. He picked up, and with a calm demeanor, asked, "Who's calling?" The caller introduced himself as Jiangrek, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. This was exactly what Ryu Min had anticipated. Playing his part, he made his voice sound innocent and slightly clueless. After all, the more naive he appeared, the more likely Jiangrek would underestimate him. Jiangrek asked if Ryu Min had indeed made a substantial investment in his company last month. Ryu Min confirmed, adding a touch of curiosity to his voice as he asked if something was wrong. Jiangrek explained that since Ryu Min had become the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting, he wished to meet him in person. He suggested they have a meal together to discuss things further. Ryu Min agreed, but when Jiangrek proposed meeting that Friday, Ryu Min hesitated. He knew that day was essential for obtaining the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Thinking quickly, he suggested they meet another day since he already had plans for Friday. Jiangrek agreed, and they wrapped up the conversation. Ryu Min had expected this call. He knew Jiangrek wouldn't dare act recklessly with such a significant shareholder in his company, especially when that company had been established to gain his father's favor. Smiling, Ryu Min thought to himself that he'd meet Jiangrek after securing the rune. This was a business partner he planned to exploit thoroughly. Runes could be obtained in various ways. They were exclusive rewards, found in specific locations during particular rounds, or dropped by boss monsters. On rare occasions, even regular monsters might drop them. However, few knew that runes could also be obtained in the real world, and Ryu Min was one of those few, now hunting for another rune even outside the game. He was well aware of how difficult it could be for a rune to manifest. Climbing the stairs of an abandoned building, Ryu Min moved carefully, his steps almost silent. He hid in a shadowed corner, waiting for a man named Jang Seokin to appear. Jang Seokin was using his real name even in the game world, a bold but reckless move. This was the same criminal who had once kidnapped Ryu Min's brother, a memory that still burned in his mind. Ryu Min could never forget that man's voice, the taunting laughter that had haunted him. Today, he intended to confront the man who had caused his family so much pain. Ryu Min's mind flashed back to a haunting memory, his brother, blindfolded and bound, helpless in the clutches of Jang Seokyeon. With a sinister grin, Jang had taunted him, asking if he wanted to save his brother. He had pressed a blade close to Ryu Won's throat, and the chilling demand had followed, to pay a price by revealing a piece of knowledge that no one else knew. Ryu Min, keeping his calm, pretended to play dumb, but Jang Seokyeon saw through the act instantly. He let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "You think you can fool me?" Jang's expression turned deadly serious. "I know you're a regressor," he declared, his tone filled with confidence. Ryu Min's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that?" he demanded, trying to mask the fear creeping into his voice. Almost reading his thoughts, Jang smirked. "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" he teased. "I found out using the rune of inner thoughts on your brother," he continued, savoring the look of disbelief on Ryu Min's face. "And I used it again on you, back on that stage." Ever since that fateful incident, from his 11th regression to this very moment, Ryu Min had been driven by a singular purpose: revenge against Jang Seokyeon. All other emotions and goals had faded into the background, consumed by his need for retribution. He adjusted his mask, hiding his features, determined to acquire the rune of inner thoughts before Jang could. As if on cue, Jang Seokyeon entered the abandoned warehouse, a figure slung over his shoulder. He dropped the person onto the cold, dusty floor, a woman, bound and with tape over her mouth. He ripped the tape away and warned her sternly not to scream. Trembling, the woman, still shaking with fear, only managed to beg for her life, despite being given the chance to speak. Jang's expression darkened with frustration. "Is that all you have to say?" he growled. "I have a child? Please, just let me go." "I don't want," she stuttered, offering him money in desperation. Jang's face twisted with irritation. "Money," he sneered. "Why are you apologizing now?" Through shaky breaths, the woman explained that she had accidentally looked in the wrong direction the other day, which had somehow provoked Jang's wrath. Jang's annoyance only deepened. "Is that your excuse?" he snapped, his eyes narrowing. "You'll regret saying things like that," he warned, his voice laced with menace, his intentions clear. He wasn't here for apologies. Jang Seokyeon, reflecting on his actions from 2 nights ago, felt a hint of embarrassment. He had been wandering around the city, searching for a girl to pick up, believing that finding just one could somehow solve all his problems. Spotting a woman engrossed in her phone, he immediately noticed her attractive figure and decided she was the one. The woman continued down the street, completely unaware of his presence. When she turned into a dimly lit alley, Jang seized the opportunity and followed her quietly. Sensing his moment, he rushed toward her, his entire body emitting a strange, glowing light. The woman turned in surprise, her vision suddenly blurred by the intense brightness. A sharp pain shot through her eyes, causing her to cry out, "Who are you?" In her panic and disorientation, she dropped her phone. Jang continued his assault, ignoring her screams, until he finally left the scene, glancing back briefly to see her on her knees, still blinded and in pain. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, Jang reveled in the power he had to cause chaos whenever he wanted. He lived recklessly, uncaring if he met his end, finding his life otherwise dull and meaningless. Before his journey to the other world, he had been a frequent visitor to correctional facilities. He had acquired the rune of luminescence, which allowed his body to emit a blinding light that disoriented his opponents. To him, it was the perfect tool for his twisted sense of fun. Later, Jang walked into a local cafe. He was immediately greeted warmly by a female employee whose beauty caught his attention. After placing his order, she informed him that his total was 50,000 won. Handing over the money, Jang casually asked if she worked part-time there. The employee seemed confused by his question, so Jang clarified, mentioning that while he was a regular at the cafe, this was his first time seeing her. The woman explained that she hadn't realized he was a regular and added that all the part-timers had left recently. She commented that strange changes were happening in the world. Jang nodded as it all started to make sense to him. The part-timers likely had no intention of continuing their jobs, knowing the dangers of the world around them and the constant threat of death looming over them. Jang Seokyeon continued probing the cafe employee, pressing her about whether she was the owner. She replied affirmatively. He then began asking more personal questions, like her age. Though visibly uneasy, she responded that she was 32. From this, Jang deduced that she wasn't a player. She confirmed this with a hint of relief, admitting she was happy not to be involved in the game world. Emboldened, Jang asked for her phone number and bluntly confessed that he liked her, his expression earnest but intense. The woman, clearly uncomfortable, said nothing in response. Sensing her unease, Jiang demanded to know what was wrong. The woman hesitated. Jiang assumed that she didn't like his face. Jiang's mood shifted instantly to anger. He shouted, asking if the few blemishes on his face repulsed her. His fury mounting, he slammed his fist against the counter, refusing her earlier offer of coffee and instead demanding his money back. With shaking hands, she returned his money, and he snatched it away, fuming. He stormed out of the cafe, swearing under his breath about her. He was enraged that she seemed to be judging him solely based on his appearance. Seething with resentment, he swore she would pay for what he perceived as her disdainful look. Waiting for her to leave the cafe, Jiang struck her on the back of the head with a bat as soon as she stepped outside. Back in the present, the woman was trembling as she apologized to him, her voice wavering with fear. Jiang reprimanded her, accusing her of believing that people should only be judged by their looks. She desperately promised never to do it again, but Jiang was far from satisfied. He sneered at her, pushing her down onto a mat on the ground. Grabbing her wrist tightly, he asked if she truly thought he wouldn't see through her act of fear, her attempt to escape the situation. The woman screamed for him to let her go, but his expression grew more twisted as he loomed over her. His voice cold, he taunted her, saying that if she were truly sorry, she ought to be ready to face the consequences. The woman, desperate to free herself, pleaded, "It's all my fault," and tried to pull away from Jiang Xiaqian. He tightened his grip and sneered, "Stay still. You brought this on yourself." Neither of them noticed that Ryu Min was approaching. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, instructing Jiang Xiaqian to freeze. The command startled him. Thinking he was alone, he began to panic, wondering if a detective had stumbled upon them. Swearing under his breath, he turned to see who had spoken. Ryu Min, wearing a white mask and wielding a large scythe, stood before him. Jiang Xiaqian called him a madman, but Ryu Min calmly warned him against swearing, hinting that he'd need those curses later. Observing the masked figure with the scythe, Jiang Xiaqian mocked him, calling his weapon a toy. Ryu Min remained composed, pointing out that Jiang Xiaqian clearly didn't understand the situation. "Does this look like a toy to you?" he asked, lifting the scythe. Realizing the scythe was real, panic flickered in Jiang Xiaqian's eyes. "Are you a player?" he stammered. Ryu Min replied, "What does it look like to you, idiot?" Turning to the woman, Ryu Min told her, "You can leave now. This is your only chance." Jiang Xiaqian snapped his head toward her and shouted, "Who said you could go?" Terrified, the woman hesitated. Seizing the moment, Ryu Min dashed toward Jiang Xiaqian. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaqian failed to react in time and felt a sharp pain as Ryu Min delivered a swift kick to his groin. He crumpled to his knees, clutching himself and cursing in agony. "Didn't I tell you to save those curses?" Ryu Min taunted with a grin. Turning to the woman, he calmly told her, "Go. Leave him to me." She muttered a quick, "Thank you," and fled towards the door. Now alone with Jiang Xiaqian, Ryu Min's face darkened. "Let's start the real game," he said menacingly. Jiang Xiaqian, still clutching his groin, seethed in pain and anger. "I'll kill you," he bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. Ryu Min, unbothered, smiled. "I like your spirit. It wouldn't be fun if you gave up so soon." Enraged, Jiang Xiaqian hurled more curses at him, his eyes burning with fury. He lunged at Ryu Min with his blade, striking over and over, but Ryu Min dodged each attack effortlessly, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost inhuman. Each failed attempt only fueled Jiang Xiaqian's frustration. His strikes grew more frantic, his breathing more ragged, while Ryu Min remained calm and poised, like a predator toying with his prey. Jiang Xiaqian was baffled, his frustration mounting as he struggled to comprehend how Ryu Min could evade his relentless attacks so effortlessly. Ryu Min dodged yet another swipe of the blade and glanced at the weapon, smirking. "Really? You're still swinging around a goblin's dagger," he mocked. Before Jiang Xiaqian could react, Ryu Min moved in a blur, slashing his hand with a swift, precise motion. Blood sprayed from the wound as Jiang Xiaqian screamed in agony, clutching his injured arm. Ryu Min's taunts cut deeper than his blade. "Does it hurt? And here I thought I hadn't even gotten serious yet," he sneered. Panic spread across Jiang Xiaqian's face as he tried to stanch the bleeding with his other hand. But Ryu Min gave him no time to recover. He swung his scythe again, severing Jiang Xiaqian's other hand in a swift, ruthless stroke. Another howl of pain escaped his lips as he went pale with fear. Desperation set in, he knew he was moments away from death, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. He decided his only chance was to blind Ryu Min. With a scream, he unleashed a blinding white light, hoping to disorient his foe. But something was wrong. His brilliance flickered, then dimmed, the light sputtering out. Panic and confusion seized him as sweat beaded on his brow. Why isn't it working? He muttered under his breath, terrified. Ryu-min watched with an amused expression. Oh, poor Mr. Lightbulb, he chuckled, you didn't know, did you? When the Night of Death is activated, no light can shine. Aware of Jang Seokin's desperate move, Ryu-min had cast Night of Death earlier to prevent any light from breaking through. Now, he advanced, his scythe glinting ominously. But just in case, I think I'll take a few precautions, he muttered darkly. He moved with brutal efficiency, slicing through Jang Seokin's ankles. The man crumpled to the ground, a scream of agony ripping through the air. Demon! Jang Seokin spat, crawling backward, his voice trembling with terror. Why are you doing this to me? Ryu-min looked down at him with cold disdain. Why, he echoed, almost mocking the question. Then, with a swift motion, he drove the tip of his scythe into Jang Seokin's leg. Blood spurted from the wound, and a fresh scream tore from his lips. Why do people kill bugs? Ryu-min asked rhetorically, his voice calm and measured. Without waiting for an answer, he stabbed the other leg, drawing another shriek of pain from his victim. Because leaving them alive only brings trouble, Ryu-min answered, his tone chillingly calm. Jang Seokin, his face twisted with rage, spat out the word, psychopath, at Ryu-min. In response, Ryu-min calmly taunted, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Without hesitation, he continued his brutal assault, stabbing Jang Seokin in various parts of his body. Each strike drew out a fresh scream and a new torrent of blood. Jang Seokin could barely move now, his body trembling as he lay face down on the ground. His mind raced, struggling to understand why Ryu-min was torturing him so mercilessly. What kind of grudge did this man hold against him? He couldn't fathom it. It felt so unfair. The pain was unbearable, every nerve screaming in agony. Tears, sweat, snot, and saliva mingled on his face as he considered the only escape he could think of, death. Desperately, he decided to bite his tongue, hoping to end his suffering quickly. His expression contorted in anguish as he prepared to carry out his grim decision, but before he could act, Ryu-min's scythe brushed lightly against his chin. Startled, Jang Seokin looked up at him, his eyes wide with fear. You were thinking of biting your tongue, weren't you? Ryu-min asked, his tone cold. Did you really think I'd let you do that? With a swift motion, he stabbed Jang Seokin again, blood spurting from the new wound. You don't get to die unless you beg for it, Ryu-min declared, his voice filled with venom. Ryu-min continued his vicious onslaught, slicing and stabbing, each strike more brutal than the last. Jang Seokin's mind was consumed with a single, desperate thought, to end the pain. In a broken whisper, he managed to say, kill me, please. Ryu-min paused, tilting his head as if he hadn't heard him. What was that? He asked. Jang Seokin repeated his plea, louder this time. Are you serious? Ryu-min pressed, his voice mocking. Jang Seokin begged again, his voice hoarse with pain. But instead of delivering the final blow, Ryu-min withdrew his scythe, his expression thoughtful. Do you really not know why I'm doing this? He asked, his tone cold. Especially since we're supposed to be complete strangers. Jang Seokin said nothing, just stared up at him, bewildered. Ryu-min leaned closer, his voice a low growl. We're not strangers, he said, addressing him by name. We've met before. The revelation stunned Jang Seokin. How did this man know his name? Why, he croaked, still struggling to comprehend. Why did you do this to me? Are you related to that woman? Ryu-min asked, you think I had any connection to that woman, he began. I don't. Jang Seokin remained confused, trying to understand the situation. Ryu-min continued, this has nothing to do with her. It has everything to do with you, and what you will do, or rather, what you were going to do. Seokin's brows furrowed in confusion. What are you talking about? He asked. Ryu-min explained, you were planning to abduct my brother and use him as leverage to force me to reveal information I'm not supposed to. You tried to deny it, but I know. Jang Seokin shook his head, I haven't done any such thing. Ryu-min cut him off sharply, no, not yet. But in the future, you will. For you, it hasn't happened. For me, it's already in the past. Seokin blinked, trying to wrap his head around the idea. What do you mean? How do you know this? Ryu-min's voice was calm and cold, because I've lived through it before. You would have captured my brother and forced me to divulge secrets. Then, if I hadn't intervened now, you would have received the rune of inner thoughts. Seokin seemed lost, struggling to comprehend the meaning. The rune of inner thoughts, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Yes, Ryu-min clarified, there's a hidden rune in this warehouse. It manifests only when someone hears a genuine voice, a voice that comes from the heart. Seokin asked, what do you mean by a genuine voice? Ryu-min explained, a voice filled with sincerity, coming straight from the core of one's being. Had I not come here tonight, that woman would have begged you for mercy in her own voice. You would have heard it and claimed the rune, using it for even more criminal activities. Seakin remained silent, absorbing the information. Ryu Min went on, I've regressed multiple times, and each time, you end up the same way, a criminal who deserves nothing less than death. This rune would have made you far more dangerous. Seakin's face drained of color. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. If I deserve to die, just kill me now, he pleaded. Ryu Min stared down at him, unyielding. No, he said, I won't lay a hand on you. Seakin was stunned, trying to understand what Ryu Min was planning. Why? He asked. Ryu Min's voice was calm but firm. Because I intend to let you die slowly, to give you time to reflect, he said, watching Seakin's face contort with pain. Seakin gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing his situation. He couldn't fathom why Ryu Min would block him from speaking if he wants the rune of thoughts, the very thing that could give him a fighting chance. Ryu Min's whisper cut through the silence. Why am I stopping you from speaking? He leaned in closer, his eyes cold and unreadable. Because I want to test the rune of inner thoughts. Seakin looked up, perplexed, and for the first time, truly afraid. Ryu Min finally revealed to Seakin that he had already acquired the rune. He explained how it responded to his own genuine voice, which was triggered the moment Seakin had begged him to end his life. A notification appeared before him, confirming that the condition for the rune had been met, the target's genuine voice had been brought forth. Another notification appeared, indicating that Ryu Min had located the hidden rune of inner thoughts. The rune appeared solely to Ryu Min, glowing faintly in the dim light of the warehouse. Without hesitation, it began to merge with his body. As it assimilated, another screen appeared, announcing that the rune's power would automatically be applied to the player's form. Ryu Min read the rune's description. The rune of inner thoughts allows the user to perceive the immediate thoughts of anyone within a 30-meter radius. By focusing intently, the user can even glimpse the target's true intentions. Testing its effectiveness, Ryu Min watched Seakin's expression closely. I'm experimenting with it now, and it seems to work, he remarked, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Seakin, still reeling from shock, spat out, then if you've achieved your goal, just kill me already. But Ryu Min refused, his voice calm and detached. That would be far too merciful, he replied, after all you've done to others. Seakin could only curse at him, calling him a demon. Eventually, he fell silent, standing frozen, unable to think of anything else to say or do. Ryu Min observed him carefully, noticing that his eyes had lost their focus. For a moment, he thought Seakin was already dead. Even though there were no other witnesses, Ryu Min knew he still had to be thorough. He activated another skill he had acquired, Erase Traces. Almost instantly, a faint green light enveloped the scene, wiping away every bit of evidence, blood, footprints, fingerprints, and even the body itself. When the light faded, it was as if nothing had ever happened there. Ryu Min watched the area carefully, satisfied that the skill had worked perfectly. It's always better not to leave a mess behind, he muttered to himself. He removed his mask, feeling the cool air on his face as he began to leave the warehouse. Having accomplished what he came for, Ryu Min made up his mind to pay a visit to Ma Jiangrok the next day. We must conclude for today. If you enjoyed this part and want to see what happens next, please like and subscribe. Thank you.